Chapter 3657. Naturally, Lin Fei did not know what had happened in Tianfeng City. After suppressing Emperor God Fangju and obtaining the fourth part, Lin Fei had gathered half a set of Emperor armor. His power had increased by a huge margin and he had become stronger. Emperor God Lin, that was a beautiful battle. Emperor God Tianfeng and the rest have suffered so much. I reckon they will have to lick their wounds for a long time. How delightful. I never thought they would have such a day. Old Emperor God hee. The three Emperor Gods revealed a rare look of joy. It was a good thing to celebrate that 5 Emperor Gods had suffered such a great loss. They could not wait to hold a banquet and drink to their heart's content. Out of the 9 Emperor Gods from back then, only 5 remained. 2 Emperor Gods had been defeated by Emperor God Lin Fei. They were very glad that they had made the right choice. Otherwise, Emperor God Six Paths and Emperor God Fangju would serve as a warning. It's harder to deal with them now. Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, I don't know when they will come out again. Lin Fei had wanted to suppress a few more, but he had underestimated the consumption rate of the Emperor armor parts. He could not last long and could only end the battle quickly. It could only be said that he had not accumulated enough. The 3 Emperor Gods were sweating. If the news of today's battle spread, it would definitely shake the entire Wind Cloud territory. It seemed that they were very dissatisfied. This was really infuriating. They were God Emperors too, alright? I got the fourth part, half a set of Emperor armor. After leaving the 3 Emperor Gods, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He studied the additional effects of the half a set of Emperor armor. Emperor God Gu Heng had dominated the Wind Cloud territory because of this set of Emperor armor. Lin Fei naturally wanted to study it. There must be a connection between the 3 and 4 parts. After refining the memories of Emperor God Gu Heng's virtual image, Lin Fei operated for a while and dug out the hidden imprint of the arch armor. Haha, so the Emperor armor has endless uses. Lin Fei laughed. With a thought, he activated the 4 parts of the treasure. I have really underestimated Emperor God Gu Heng. It turns out that these parts of the treasure can not only increase one's strength, but they can also be used in combination. What a great design. In this aspect alone, Lin Fei had to give him a thumbs up. Good stuff, good treasure. Combine. 4 treasures flew out and combined in front of Lin Fei. With the river of time and space as the base, the 6 paths of reincarnation will be fused within, and the ancient Heng gloves will be used as support. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and a black spear appeared in his hand. The power of time flowed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The killing god intent condensed on the spearhead, and it was extremely domineering. Whoosh! Lin Fei grabbed the spear and casually swept it out. The power of time tore through the void and reached the depths of the void with boundless might. This casual strike of mine is no less powerful than the killing god fist of ancient Heng's glove. It might even be more powerful. This is... Lin Fei gasped. I haven't even used my secret technique yet. Lin Fei grabbed the spear, stabbed, and slashed horizontally. Every move was filled with boundless power. 6 paths of reincarnation. Another thrust of the spear, and the world of reincarnation appeared. 1 cycle of reincarnation, 1 killing move. This is even stronger than the 6 paths of reincarnation I used previously. Lin Fei saw the void in front of him collapse. 1 cycle of reincarnation, 1 world, exploded a total of 6 times, each stronger than the last. Lin Fei could clearly sense the death aura within such a killing move. If I used this move to deal with Emperor God Fangju previously, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the spear. It's just that it consumes a lot of power. I almost used up 30,000 strands of my Heaven God's power, but such power is completely worth it. While Lin Fei was shocked, he also gasped at the huge consumption. I reckon no one can survive such a killing move after using it 3 times consecutively. Lin Fei quickly recovered. 4 parts are already like this. I'm really looking forward to the remaining 4 parts. Lin Fei kept the spear. Time-space reincarnation spear, it lives up to its reputation. Lin Fei fell in love with this long spear. In the past he had also used a long spear. I have to properly comprehend it. When the time comes, I will go and collect a batch of heavenly gods' power. Then I will go to Tianfeng City to stop them. I don't believe they can hide forever. In Tianfeng City, Emperor God Tianfeng had caught the 3 Emperor Gods off guard. However, he had to pay a great price to suppress the 3 Emperor Gods and snatch the remaining 3 parts of the treasure. Cough, cough. Then Emperor God Tianfeng was covered in blood and he was coughing blood continuously. Every time he coughed blood, his face would turn paler and he would become extremely weak. It seemed like he would fall from the wind. Tianfeng finally won. Emperor God Tianfeng grabbed the 3 treasures. Not far away there were the corpses of the 3 emperor gods. Emperor God Lin Fei, I have to thank you. You helped me a lot and gave me the chance to get 4 treasures at one go. For the 3 treasures, Emperor God Tianfeng had planned for a long time, but he failed again and again. This time, Emperor God Tianfeng succeeded. With the 3 parts he had 4 treasures. In addition to the armor that prevented him from getting hurt, Emperor God Tianfeng's power soared instantly. After I refine them we will fight again. I will definitely defeat you fair and square and rule Wind Cloud territory. I will become the #1 Emperor God and create a new era. Emperor God Tianfeng wiped the blood off his face. His eyes were beaming with ambition. However, before that, I have to give you a gift. Ever since he got the time-space reincarnation divine spear, Lin Fei had been immersed in learning. His spear skills improved by leaps and bounds and his power soared. Some secret realms in Wind Cloud territory became a good place for Lin Fei to practice his spear skills. No matter how dangerous it was, they basically couldn't withstand Lin Fei's spear attacks. Lin Fei performed the spear in his hands. With a thought, any attack was filled with great power. Die. The spear was like rain. Black rain fell and the power of spacetime shrouded the area. Bloody holes appeared in the head of a huge ferocious beast. Then it fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. In the secret realm Lin Fei stood with his spear. I have almost comprehended my spear skills. These days I have gained quite a bit of Heaven God's power. Looking at the time, it's time to go to Wind City. Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with the remaining 4 treasures. Subconsciously, Lin Fei believed that as long as he got the 4 parts, he would improve tremendously in every aspect. Someone came in. Lin Fei's ears twitched. Such a strong aura. It's a half-step Emperor God with a slight trace of Emperor's aura. This secret realm wasn't famous. Lin Fei hadn't met anyone since he came in. However, when Lin Fei ran into 7 or 8 people with Emperor's might, he could not help but feel surprised. However, he did not mind. After all, there were many people out on experiential training. It was normal for them to come here. It's in front. Everyone get into formation. Chapter 3658. This secret realm wasn't very big. After the formation sealed off this area, Lin Fei noticed the change immediately. The huge secret realm was plunged into endless darkness. The oppressive aura made it hard for one to breathe. Are they here to deal with me? Lin Fei didn't think the Emperor Gods had the guts to do so. They were probably licking their wounds silently and wouldn't have the mood to deal with him. After the 4 arch armor treasures formed the time-space reincarnation divine spear, Lin Fei's combat power skyrocketed. Even if Emperor God Tianfeng attacked again, he wouldn't be a match for him. Who is it? Lin Fei said. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Come out. No matter who it was, the outcome was determined the moment they attacked. As expected of the 10th Emperor God. He knows that this secret realm is sealed by a formation, but he is still so calm. In the void a person walked out. His body was shrouded by thick fog. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Yi Xian. We are from Acheron sect. You are our assassination target this time. The 4 semi-finished immortal treasures on you are also our target. Acheron sect? Lin Fei didn't recognize it. He could guarantee that there wasn't such a force in the windy domain. Kill? The figure in the fog disappeared with a swoosh. The formation was activated. Endless black fog shrouded the area. Layers of space were covered. Lin Fei's vision was limited. He could only see a few meters in front of him. He couldn't see anything else. It was a blur. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. A chill came from behind him and the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. He had been attacked from behind, and his powerful body was pierced by the other party. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. My physical body was actually unable to defend against the other party's assassination. The pain surprised and shocked Lin Fei. Weapon. There must be something wrong with the opponent's weapon. It might be an immortal level weapon. After countless thoughts appeared in Lin Fei's mind, a dazzling sword light suddenly gushed out from his body, continuously piercing into Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, his body had suffered an unknown number of attacks and was riddled with thousands of holes. The scene was extremely horrifying. Although the person who attacked was not a god emperor, the combat power of this attack was not inferior to a god emperor's. At least Emperor God Tianfeng had never put Lin Fei in such a difficult situation before. They might not even be able to damage his physical defense. However, the assassins from Acheron cult were really unbelievably strong. They did what Emperor God Tianfeng and the others couldn't do. Reincarnation. Lin Fei stretched his hand out, and the time-space reincarnation divine spear appeared in his hand. With a casual slash, the world of reincarnation appeared. With him as the center, a terrifying might erupted. The black fog in front of him continued to collapse. With the time-space reincarnation divine spear in hand, Lin Fei's casual attack contained the might of an emperor god. His might was even greater than those emperor gods. The power of spacetime swept out, and the area around Lin Fei turned into an absolute territory. In this territory no one could be his match. The sword light that was piercing towards Lin Fei gradually dispersed, and disappeared without a trace. The original black fog dispersed rapidly. You want to kill me? It won't be so easy for you to leave. Feeling their aura gradually leaving, Lin Fei was instantly furious. After all, he was the 10th emperor god. How could it be so easy for him to leave just like that? Acheron cult is belittling me. Lin Fei roared in rage. The time-space reincarnation divine spear was the most direct and simple method. He pierced forward with the spear and erupted with the strongest power. Straight to the root of the problem. The endless reincarnation whirlpool strangled him. 100 million miles, 500 million miles, 1 billion miles. Within this region, everything was crushed by Lin Fei's reincarnation. With Lin Fei as the center, time seemed to have stopped at that moment. All the broken things floated in the air. This is a big move. It consumed 50% of my power of heaven. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this move. The greater the consumption, the greater the power. It was a big move that he could completely endure. The experts of Acheron cult who attacked him were all floating in the air. The experts of Acheron cult are all very capable. As Lin Fei walked, time seemed to have stopped. This was the effect of the time-space reincarnation divine spear. The dead experts of Acheron cult were all wearing a set of powerful armor. At that moment, it was covered in cracks and the armor was penetrated. Even so, the armor was mostly intact and not truly broken. Just from this point, one could see the background of Acheron cult. You can't kill me. Lin Fei soon saw the person who attacked him. He had lost an arm and his body was covered in wounds. He was on the verge of death. If you kill me, the experts of Acheron cult will definitely kill you. Now you know how to be afraid. You wanted to kill me just now. You looked very powerful. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed the opponent's neck. He lifted him up casually and gave him a slap, knocking out a few teeth. Now, show me how powerful you are. Yi Xian had indeed underestimated Lin Fei's strength. Especially the divine spear in his hand. It was so powerful that he could not resist it. Under the triple effect, even if he had treasures with him, he could not resist it. After all, he was not a real god emperor. Lin Fei, you are indeed powerful. A peak 5th heaven of heaven god is no weaker than a 4th or 5th heaven of god emperor. But you don't know how powerful Acheron cult is. As long as you hand over the divine spear treasure, I can ask the elders of the sect to accept you as a worshipper. Yi Xian said loudly. There was even a hint of pride in his eyes. Acheron cult, humph? Lin Fei smiled faintly. I'm sorry. I have no interest in your Acheron cult. I'm not interested in the worshipper position either. However, as long as you tell me who asked you to kill me, I can let you go. After all, your Acheron cult has a great background. Yi Xian was delighted. As long as he could leave alive, he could ask the experts of the sect to come and snatch this semi-finished immortal divine weapon. It would definitely be a great contribution. As long as you let me go, our Acheron cult will definitely not interfere in this matter. Yi Xian said repeatedly. Tell me who asked you to deal with me. Lin Fei said. Remember, you only have one chance. Once I find out that you are lying, I'm sorry. It's God Emperor Tianfeng. Yi Xian said. God Emperor Tianfeng contacted our Acheron cult. He said that you have obtained 4 parts of Emperor armor from God Emperor Guhang. Your strength is only at the 1st or 2nd heaven of God Emperor realm. That's why we came. God Emperor Tianfeng. Lin Fei had already expected this. In the Wind Cloud territory, who else could ask someone to deal with him other than God Emperor Tianfeng? Just him alone? Lin Fei asked. Yes, just him alone. Yi Xian said. I won't lie to you about this. It is indeed God Emperor Tianfeng's intention alone. Lin Fei could not help but reveal his doubts. Then you can go on your way. Chapter 3659. What Netherworld Sect? Lin Fei had never been afraid of them. From the moment Yi Xian made his move, he had no intention of letting him live. He had to kill him. Emperor God Tianfeng must be desperate to find an assassin to kill me. Lin Fei could not understand why. Could it be that he could not defeat him? Lin Fei could not come up with a good conclusion. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Fortunately, I assembled the 4 parts and mastered the time-space reincarnation divine spear. My strength increased a lot. Otherwise, I would have been at a disadvantage. In the short fight, Lin Fei saw the experts from other domains. He had never seen Netherworld sect before. They were obviously experts from other domains. Lin Fei admired Emperor God Tianfeng for being willing to spend so much to find such powerful experts. Unfortunately, God disposes. They were all here to die. Heaven-breaking city. After Lin Fei killed Yi Xian, he destroyed the evidence. The power of space and time completely messed up the time in this area. Even if an expert came, he might not be able to find out. Brother Lin, did you meet an expert from Netherworld sect? Lin Fei didn't look for God Emperor Tianfeng to take revenge. If an expert from Acheron cult was left behind, Lin Fei wouldn't be foolish enough to walk right into a trap. He came to Heaven-breaking city immediately. Heaven-breaking Emperor's expression changed. How is this possible? They actually came here. Lin Fei learned a lot of information from Yi Xian. Connecting this to Heaven-breaking Emperor's current state, he was even more certain that Netherworld sect had a powerful background. Are they very powerful? Heaven-breaking Emperor nodded bitterly. Very powerful. I did not expect you to find them. Netherworld sect is not a force from our windy weave. It is a force from another domain. They are considered a top-notch force. They have an immortal level expert. Lin Fei had underestimated Netherworld sect's power. They actually had an immortal level expert. At this realm, they could be said to be an unkillable existence. No force would dare to provoke them. Netherworld sect is different from other top-notch forces. They usually kill people. Heaven-breaking Emperor took a deep breath. As long as it is not a top-notch force with an immortal level expert, Netherworld sect dares to attack them. They are publicly known as a mad dog. Mad dog. Lin Fei did not doubt Heaven-breaking Emperor's words. Emperor God Tianfeng really put in a lot of effort to deal with me, Lin Fei said coldly. The hairs on the Heaven-breaking Divine Emperor's back stood on end. He was frightened by Lin Fei's killing intent. Emperor God Lin, you must be careful. Netherworld sect of killing people. Netherworld sect's killers are all mad dogs. You have killed their men. They will definitely hate you. God Emperor Breaking Heaven reminded, however, our wind cloud weave is considered a remote weave. The Yellow Springs cult will have to pay a huge price to arrange for their experts. They won't be coming for a while. Lin Fei snorted. As long as they dare to come, I will make sure that they will not be able to return. Do they really think that I, Lin, am a pushover? With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to leave the domain and enter the starry sky. He could kill them with the help of the system's skills. This matter is not so easy to resolve. I will have to trouble Brother Heaven-breaking Emperor to send people to watch Wind City. I want to know Emperor God Tianfeng's every move. This matter isn't that easy to solve. I'll have to trouble Brother Patian to arrange people to keep an eye on Tianfeng City. I want to know Emperor God Tianfeng's every move. If Emperor God Tianfeng dared to ambush him, Lin Fei dared to ambush Emperor God Tianfeng. Who was afraid of who? At the same time in Wind City, Emperor God Tianfeng was in high spirits as he received an important guest. Brother Yi, I have troubled you this time. Emperor God Tianfeng raised his wine cup. Cheers. As a God Emperor, the #1 God Emperor in Wind City, it was rare for Emperor God Tianfeng to take the initiative to drink. Sitting opposite Emperor God Tianfeng was a middle-aged God Emperor expert. However, as he casually sat down, his aura was extremely heavy. It was stronger than Emperor God Tianfeng's. You always do this. It's just a small matter. Emperor Night Demon smiled faintly. Moreover, you have helped me greatly. Half a set of immortal rank treasure. I can definitely exchange it for many treasures when I bring it back. Emperor Night Demon came from Acheron cult. His position was not low and he had been friends with Emperor God Tianfeng for many years. Which God Emperor did not have a few friends? Emperor God Tianfeng and Emperor Night Demon were friends. At the same time, he had the intention to rely on Acheron cult. Even though they were all God Emperors, there was still a huge gap between them. Back then, Emperor God Guheng used the arch armor to enter the immortal rank. He dominated Wind City for an era. Experts from other regions were all well behaved. God Emperors also needed allies and backers. Emperor God Tianfeng had paid a huge price to invite Emperor Night Demon. For example, he gave up half a set of the arch armor. Subconsciously, Emperor God Tianfeng was worried that Lin Fei had a killing move. Leaving such a person in Wind City would cause trouble sooner or later. It was better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Hence, the scene of Yi Xian leading a group to kill Lin Fei happened. Looking at the time, Yi Xian should be back soon. Night Demon God Emperor was very confident in Yi Xian. Their group of people had treasures in their hands. Once they set up the array, Lin Fei would definitely die. There was no doubt about Acheron cult's strength. God Emperor Tianfeng believed in Night Demon God Emperor's words. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, even if he had 4 parts of the treasure, he wouldn't be able to defend against an expert from Acheron cult. The outcome wouldn't change much. Lord, something has happened. Just as he finished speaking, a person rushed in. It was a level 1 God Emperor. Captain Yi, they are all dead. Their soul imprints have shattered. The cup in Emperor Night Demon's hand fell to the ground. All dead. Emperor Night Demon felt as though he had heard wrongly. Emperor God Tianfeng's smile froze. How is that possible? Emperor God Tianfeng had witnessed Yi Xian's strength before. Even he could only fight to a draw. In addition to the team that Yi Xian brought, Emperor God Tianfeng would definitely lose if they worked together. But such a strong team was actually annihilated. Emperor God Tianfeng did not believe that Lin Fei's strength had reached such a level. Yes. Night Devil God Emperor's expression was gloomy. This Lin Fei is truly capable. Whoosh. The void was torn apart. Emperor Night Demon turned into a flowing light and flew out. Emperor God Tianfeng did not hesitate and chased after him. They left Wind City one after another. This is it. Not long later, Emperor Night Demon barged into a secret realm. Yi Xian died here. Emperor God Tianfeng walked out. This place has been disrupted by space-time energy. It is impossible to recreate the scene. What a great Lin Fei. Emperor Night Demon had boasted previously. Now that the team he brought was annihilated, he was embarrassed. Chapter 3660. The appearance of the Netherworld sect made Lin Fei realize one thing. This immortal rank treasure should be extremely precious, perhaps even rare. This also made Lin Fei decide that he had to stop God Emperor Tianfeng. The time-space reincarnation divine spear formed by the 4 treasures had all sorts of supporting effects. When the spear was thrust out, all sorts of attacks would merge together. No matter who it was, they would feel pressured and it would be hard to defend against. God Emperor Lin Fei. Within Heaven-Breaking City, a shout could be heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky above Heaven-Breaking City. Emperor's might pressed down and a sword light pierced over, locking onto Lin Fei. The sword light was dazzling like a blazing sun, radiating light in all directions. In an instant, Lin Fei was attacked by countless sword intents. The void in front of him was riddled with holes. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei grabbed the time-space reincarnation divine spear and stabbed out. 6 reincarnation worlds appeared, but the opponent's sword intent was very strong. It swept over like a flowing light and broke multiple reincarnation worlds. It's not God Emperor Tianfeng. Lin Fei stabbed out his second time. When he stabbed out, a flowing light pierced out from the shattered reincarnation worlds. Night Demon God Emperor's figure appeared. Dark Night. Night Demon God Emperor changed his move and slashed across the sky. The heaven and earth seemed to have turned dark and the entire world stopped moving. This sword was very dangerous. Lin Fei had rich combat experience. The moment the opponent appeared, he knew that it was an expert left behind by Yellow Springs cult. This is a fight to the death. Lin Fei couldn't feel the changes in the surroundings. He knew that the opponent's sword move was affecting the heaven and earth and also his personal battle. Such a killing move was indeed very powerful. It won't be so easy for you to kill me. Lin Fei snorted. 6 reincarnation worlds appeared and the power of time and space filled them. The spear in his hand turned into a bright light and stabbed out. Hong hong hong. The void in front of him collapsed and spread out in all directions. Layer by layer, the void collapsed and spread out for thousands of miles. How is this possible? Lin Fei's strength has increased again. Emperor God Tianfeng, who came out a step later, was swept by the remaining power as he wasn't in a hurry. His blood churned and his expression changed greatly. The speed at which Night Devil God Emperor and Lin Fei fought was too fast. In the void, Night Demon God Emperor, who was continuously retreating, also encountered a dangerous attack. Damn it, the spear in this guy's hand is already not inferior to a semi-finished immortal weapon. Night Demon God Emperor's entire body was covered by a set of armor. Only his eyes could be seen. However, at this moment, the armor was filled with cracks that could be seen clearly. From the moment he attacked, Night Devil God Emperor treated his opponent seriously. But when the fight started, Night Devil God Emperor realized how terrifying the other party was. With a spear in his hand, his power was peerlessly tyrannical. With 3 types of attacks, Night Devil God Emperor did not dare to get close. This kind of unrestrained power was very frightening. No one was willing to fight head-on. You are from Yellow Springs cult. Lin Fei caught up. The time-space reincarnation divine spear in his hand turned into a sky full of starlight as he attacked Night Devil God Emperor. Do you really think that I, Lin, am easy to bully? Night Devil God Emperor regretted coming personally. Under Lin Fei's attacks, he was in a completely passive position. White spots would occasionally be left on his armor. The huge power caused his blood to churn and he was having a hard time defending. With such power, Night Devil God Emperor had no confidence in defeating the other party. 5th Sky of Celestial God Realm. This accumulation was too terrifying. If he condensed a godly elixir and stepped into God King Realm, wouldn't his power increase by another level? Emperor God Lin Fei, your power is really not bad. No wonder Emperor Tianfeng wants to deal with you. Night Devil God Emperor blocked the attacks from both sides. However, you have killed people from my Yellow Springs cult. Ordinary people would definitely die, but your power is not bad. As long as you are willing to join Yellow Springs cult, we can treat it as if nothing happened. Night Devil God Emperor could not pull apart the distance. Under the ferocious attacks, he consumed a lot of energy. He could only use Yellow Springs cult to suppress the other party. What is your Yellow Springs cult? You are not worthy of me joining. Lin Fei sneered. With a furious slash of his spear, a black streamer smashed against Night Devil God Emperor's longsword. Night Devil God Emperor's body sank, nearly smashing into the ground. This is Wind Cloud Weave. Since you dare to cross over, you have to know the consequences of offending me. Outside Heaven-Breaking City, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor suddenly received Lin Fei's order. Brother Heaven-Breaking, can I trouble you to restrain Emperor Tianfeng? I just need a few breaths of time. Lin Fei's voice transmitted. At first, the Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor was also frightened by Lin Fei's aura. However, when Lin Fei crushed his opponent, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. All right. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor knew what Lin Fei was thinking. Heaven-Breaking Demon Flame, seal the skies and decimate the earth. The Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor shouted as he took control of the formation. A huge area was enveloped by the formation. Hong hong hong. Pillars of fire rushed out from the ground and formed a great formation, trapping Emperor God Tianfeng. Emperor Tianfeng had hoped that Night Devil God Emperor would kill Lin Fei, and he would seize the opportunity to obtain the 4 treasures. By then, with 8 treasures, he would be able to refine a full set of the arch armor. By then, he would not be at the immortal realm, but he would have the combat power of an immortal realm. Even if the cult leader of Yellow Springs cult knew about it, he would not say anything. But the scene in front of him had shocked Emperor Tianfeng. Not only did Lin Fei refine the 4 parts, but he had also grasped the usage of half a set of the arch armor. His combat power had increased tremendously, which Emperor Tianfeng could not comprehend. This invisibly formed a sizable gap between them. Heaven-Breaking, you are courting death. The void closed. Emperor Tianfeng was furious and sent a punch over. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor controlled the array. Layers of flames spread in front of him, forming formless protection. Naturally, he was not afraid of Emperor Tianfeng. Tianfeng, look carefully. This is my territory. You want to kill me? You really have the guts to shout it out. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor was fearless. The flames formed giants. Every giant's combat power was no weaker than an Emperor God. There was a total of 12 giants. This was Heaven-Breaking God Emperor's full power. He wanted to restrain Emperor Tianfeng. Break. The power of Emperor God Tianfeng's punch was extremely strong. It pressed down like a mountain and crushed everything. The fire giant couldn't withstand the power of the punch. The overbearing power hit Emperor God Tianfeng's body and half of his body exploded on the spot. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor vomited blood. His body dissipated and blended into the surrounding flames. Fire Dragon Trap. An even bigger array appeared. Flames appeared. They were like swimming dragons soaring in the sky. In an instant, they entangled Emperor Tianfeng. You can't escape. Chapter 3661. This fire dragon formation used the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame as its core. It was a top-notch flame in the Wind Cloud territory. Fire dragons coiled around God Emperor Tianfeng. His entire body was covered in fire dragons. Patian, you can't trap me. God Emperor Tianfeng only wanted to leave this place, but God Emperor Patian wanted to attack. Today, I will destroy your Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame. Boom boom boom. God Emperor Tianfeng used his strength to shake off the fire dragons on his body. After all, he was the #1 God Emperor in the Wind Cloud territory. His power was naturally much higher than the other God Emperors. I said, you can't trap me. God Emperor Tianfeng underestimated the power of the fire dragons. After breaking it once, the heaven-breaking divine flame coiled around him again. Tianfeng, didn't you want to see the power of the heaven-breaking divine flame? Today I will let you experience it. God Emperor Tianfeng said proudly, I might not be able to kill you, but I think it won't be a problem to trap you. Don't even think about it. God Emperor Tianfeng roared. It's a pity that he escaped and left the Wind Cloud territory. Lin Fei grabbed the time-space reincarnation divine spear but failed to trap him. The other party was one level stronger than God Emperor Tianfeng and he was protected by armor. Although Lin Fei was stronger than many 5th Sky of God Emperor, it didn't mean that he could defeat all 5th Sky of God Emperor experts. Night Demon God Emperor was one of them. It was normal for the other party to leave. You won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei snorted, luckily I have 4 parts. Otherwise I would be in a passive position. Lin Fei turned and left. He still had another God Emperor to deal with. God Emperor Tianfeng, you can't escape this time. Lin Fei sneered, after I kill you, those God Emperors from Heavenly Wind City will have no choice but to hand over their parts. God Emperor Tianfeng, I will definitely kill you. Emperor God Tianfeng roared and pushed away the fire dragon on his body. His face was filled with murderous intent. Ever since he was trapped by the formation, Emperor God Tianfeng had shattered the fire dragons countless times. However, he was unable to break free. The heaven-breaking divine fire kept surging towards him endlessly. As time passed, Emperor God Tianfeng could not take it anymore. God Emperor Tianfeng did not know how Night Devil God Emperor was doing. It was fine if he won, but if Night Devil God Emperor retreated in defeat and Lin Fei returned, they would be finished. Come on then, I'll be waiting for you anytime. The heaven-breaking divine emperor, who had transformed into the origin of flame, spoke in a relaxed manner, but he was inwardly anxious. Brother Lin, you have to come quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Breaking Heaven God Emperor was having a hard time and he was almost at his limit. Once he revealed his true form, he would definitely not be a match for Emperor God Tianfeng. Emperor God Tianfeng's heart was as anxious as fire. He shattered the flames again and again. Finally he noticed the change in the flames. He extended his hand and grabbed, come out. The heaven-breaking divine emperor was forced to reveal his true form with an unparalleled aura. He sent the heaven-splitting divine emperor flying with a palm strike. You're dead this time. Emperor God Tianfeng chased after him. You fence-sitter. Breaking Heaven God Emperor had exhausted a lot of energy. Moreover, he had been struck by the other party's palm strike. Half of his body was about to collapse. He suddenly shouted, Brother Lin, save me. Emperor God Tianfeng did not treat him seriously. He clasped his 5 fingers and punched. This punch was blocked by a force. His attack, his power, rapidly dissipated. The heaven-breaking divine emperor who had been in front of him had disappeared into the distance. Lin Fei, who had rushed back, had replaced him. Hong. The time-space reincarnation divine spear in Lin Fei's hand pressed against Emperor God Tianfeng's fist. Along with a snort, the reincarnation energy along with the spacetime energy swept over. A total of 6 sounds. After the 6 reincarnation worlds crushed him, Emperor God Tianfeng knocked over several mountains and fell into ruins. Even Emperor God Tianfeng is not a match for him. Breaking Heaven God Emperor's face turned pale. I did not expect the defensive armor that I am so proud of to be sealed. I am not willing to accept this. When he was fighting with Lin Fei, Emperor God Tianfeng was defeated in less than a few moves. He was the best at defense. 4 parts of his body had lost their effects and he was completely suppressed. It was totally unexpected for Emperor God Tianfeng. Lying in the ruins, Emperor God Tianfeng was severely injured. He had underestimated the power of half a set of the arch armor. Cough, cough, cough. I admit defeat. Emperor God Tianfeng coughed out blood and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was not surprised that he defeated Emperor God Tianfeng. He did not expect that half a set of the arch armor could suppress his opponent's parts and defeat Emperor God Tianfeng so easily. Emperor God Tianfeng could not make up for such a difference. In addition, he had encountered a powerful person like Lin Fei. It was normal for him to lose. A spot of cold light landed in between Emperor God Tianfeng's eyebrows. I am really disappointed in you. Lin Fei looked at Emperor God Tianfeng and said, You even found someone to kill me. Do you think I should kill you or? Emperor God Tianfeng's aura suddenly tightened and he smiled maliciously. Winner takes all. There is nothing to be disappointed about. The only thing I am not satisfied with is that you are one step ahead of me. I am not concerned about that. Wow. An extremely powerful power seemed to be exploding with Emperor God Tianfeng's roar. The time-space reincarnation divine spear in Lin Fei's hand had pierced through Emperor God Tianfeng's head. The power of spacetime covered his entire body and the power that was about to explode disappeared. You shouldn't be talking to me because this is your last chance. Lin Fei looked at the dead Emperor God Tianfeng and extended his hand to grab the parts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 parts flew out from Emperor God Tianfeng's body. Lin Fei opened his eyes wide on the spot. How is this possible? There are 4 parts and not 1. He killed the other 3 God Emperors. Breaking Heaven God Emperor rushed over and sucked in a breath of cold air. He almost succeeded. Lin Fei gasped, what a good Emperor God Tianfeng. He's really good at scheming. If I'm not careful, I might really be tricked by him. If he had not refined one of Emperor God Gu Heng's arms and obtained the memories within, Lin Fei might have suffered a great loss. Under such circumstances, I have successfully collected the remaining 4 parts. Lin Fei grabbed the 4 parts and integrated them into his body instantly. He was not in a hurry to refine them. Emperor Breaking Heaven cupped his fists when he saw the scene. Congratulations Emperor Lin for ruling the world and ruling the universe. At this moment, Emperor Breaking Heaven let go of his pride and chose to submit. Everyone knew that a complete set of the arch armor would allow Lin Fei's strength to soar. He could step into the immortal realm and rule the entire wind cloud territory, creating a new era. Emperor Breaking Heaven was a smart man and naturally chose to submit. Chapter 3662. It was out of Lin Fei's expectation that Emperor God Tianfeng would come to his death. However, it helped him to get the remaining 4 parts and saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Fei finally gathered all the parts for a set of the arch armor. In a temporary cave dwelling in wind cloud territory, there were many formations set up. I've got all 8 parts. In the cave dwelling, Lin Fei looked at the 8 parts, especially the last 4 parts, and sighed. Emperor God Tianfeng is really good at scheming, but in the end, it helped me to get a set of Immortal the Arch Armor. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Fei's eyes were beaming. As the Arch Armor was extraordinary, it was related to the improvement of his power and his return to Earth. Hence, Lin Fei had to treat it carefully. It was better to be safe than sorry. Even Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it. Now, let me see what secrets this set of Immortal the Arch Armor has. Lin Fei took a deep breath, extended his hand and formed hand seals. It wasn't difficult to refine. The only difficult part was to fuse the 8 parts completely. This required a certain amount of time. The 5th part was refined. The 6th part was refined. As compared to the first 4 parts, the last 4 parts were auxiliary. Lin Fei could refine them easily. Now the 8 parts revolved around Lin Fei. The cave dwelling was filled with a terrifying aura. This aura surpassed the Emperor's aura. It was a more terrifying pressure. This is the immortal aura. Feeling the surging aura, Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure. Under the influence of the immortal aura, the divine god power in his body was suppressed. Under the suppression of the immortal aura, he could only use 80% of his original divine god power. It's not without reason that Emperor God Gu Heng could dominate Wind Cloud territory. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Now there's only one step left. Let me refine it completely. Fuse. Lin Fei's throat moved and he uttered 2 words. The 8 parts began to fuse under Lin Fei's control. With the memories left behind by the virtual image of Emperor God Gu Heng, Lin Fei was able to do it very smoothly and there was no obstruction at all. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down as he stared at the fusion of the parts. The 8 parts quickly turned into a black fog. The black fog flashed with all kinds of runes. These runes were very old and they gave Lin Fei an inexplicable pressure. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. This shouldn't be something from the Wind Cloud Weave. It might be something from the Myriad Sky Empire. Lin Fei thought to himself. According to the information I received, the Wantian Empire is the strongest existence that truly rules over this vast world. They are fully deserving of the title of king. This Emperor armor is 100% from the Wantian Empire. After the runes that exuded a mysterious aura appeared, they actually began to form powerful combinations. Every time they formed, they would release a terrifying aura. Fortunately, Lin Fei's body was extraordinary, and he was able to endure it. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he took out the Myriad Essence Pool to supply for the consumption. If he could not keep up with the consumption during the refinement and everything went to waste, It was something that Lin Fei did not want to see. Soon. Time ticked by. As the refinement and fusion continued, Lin Fei gradually realized that the situation seemed to be a little different. This doesn't seem to be heading towards the direction of the Emperor armor. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and a thought popped up. Could it be that the core of the ancient Emperor armor isn't what everyone thinks it is? Even Lin Fei was shocked by this thought. He subconsciously searched for the memories in his mind, and there was actually no record of what the ancient Emperor armor looked like. This is unbelievable. Lin Fei smiled bitterly to himself and finally realized something. It seemed that he really did not pay attention to what the Emperor armor looked like in the end, as if he had subconsciously forgotten about it. Now it seemed that it did not appear in his memory. In this situation, Lin Fei did not know what to say. He could only take one step at a time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The Emperor armor is going to absorb energy. Lin Fei exclaimed. A burst of light burst out from the black fog, and instantly turned into a black vortex formed by layers of runes. The divine god's power in his body surged out uncontrollably. 10%, 20%, 30%. The speed was so fast that Lin Fei could not control it at all. This is the last step. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and opened the myriad essence pool. I'm really not afraid of you absorbing the divine god's power. Swish. A large amount of divine god's power flowed into the vortex. The vortex was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the divine god's power, and there was no sign of it stopping. You have to hold on. As the divine god's power continued to be absorbed crazily, Lin Fei himself began to worry. What if the divine god's power was not enough? This ancient emperor armor was really beyond his expectations. The divine god's power in the myriad essence pool was being consumed very quickly. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%. Ever since he obtained the myriad essence pool, he had never consumed it like this. No more. When the last part of the divine god's power was absorbed, Lin Fei's heart sank. This is too good at absorbing. 1 myriad essence pool, how many enemies can I kill with it? Lin Fei could not help but curse. The divine god's power in his body also began to quickly flow into the black vortex, without any resistance. It's over, it's really over this time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This emperor armor really caught him off guard. Now I can only resign myself to fate. If he had known how difficult it was to fuse with the emperor armor, Lin Fei might not have acted so rashly, and ended up being tricked by this emperor armor. In the blink of an eye, only 20% of his strength was left. Lin Fei was almost in despair. The last 20% of power was being lost. If this continued, there was really nothing left to absorb. The majestic absorption of the divine god's power suddenly stopped. It came without any warning. Lin Fei did not even notice that the vortex had stopped automatically. The black fog began to dissipate. Lin Fei wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. The last 20% of the energy had been mostly absorbed. That scared me to death. I almost lost my life. Buzz? When the black fog completely disappeared, a golden sphere appeared in front of Lin Fei. It kept spinning, radiating light in all directions. When the light landed on his body, it quickly seeped into his body and transformed into divine god's power. This divine god's power was even more vigorous. It was completely incomparable to the previous divine god's power. Lin Fei, who was originally extremely weak, recovered his essence, qi, and spirit. It was as if he had eaten the fruit of life. This divine god's power is completely on a different level. Lin Fei's breathing quickened involuntarily. Treasure, this thing must be a super treasure. Where did Emperor God Guheng get it from? Withdraw. Lin Fei was shocked. He did not forget the important thing. Such a treasure must be in his hands. The last mark was struck on the golden sphere. What he worried about did not happen. He successfully left the mark. Before Lin Fei could do anything, the golden sphere rushed into Lin Fei's body with a swoosh. A vast and scorching aura almost burned his whole body. Crack, 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 crack. Chapter 3663. The might unleashed by the golden ball caused Lin Fei to explode. He could not defend at all. Lin Fei himself was shocked. His body exploded just like that. I've cultivated the 13-fold golden body incantation, but I can't bear the power of this golden ball. What's the origin of this ball? In shock, he hurriedly operated the 13-fold golden body incantation to reconstruct his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This change was indeed beyond Lin Fei's imagination. The golden ball was very domineering. As soon as his body was reconstructed, The power released by the golden ball again exploded Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei continued to reconstruct his body. Once, twice, 3 times, in a short period of time his body exploded dozens of times, nearly 100 times. Another resurrection. Lin Fei was surprised and his eyes widened subconsciously. Everyone underestimated the ancient emperor god's means. Perhaps the ancient emperor armor is just a cover. I'm afraid the real important thing is this golden ball. As for the reincarnation power and the space-time power, I'm afraid they're all derived from this golden ball. This is also a conclusion beyond everyone's imagination came to Lin Fei's mind. Once this idea came to mind, it could no longer be suppressed. It should be known that Lin Fei's body was very strong. The body of an emperor god became fragile in front of this power. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. This golden ball is too heaven-defying. It's completely a source of power. Lin Fei squinted. It's more appropriate to call it a core or the heart of power. After dozens of times of body explosion, every time his body was reconstructed, some power would gush out of the golden ball. Lin Fei didn't need to use the remaining power in his body at all. This was what really shocked Lin Fei. A golden ball, a real peerless treasure, had a great origin. Now, the only thing I can do is to cultivate my body and strive to withstand the power of this golden ball. Lin Fei thought to himself. Fortunately, I obtained the 13 golden body incantation from the demon god lord. Otherwise, without the corresponding cultivation technique, I would have been killed sooner or later. Lin Fei shuddered subconsciously. This possibility was really terrifying and dangerous. Another thought popped up. When Kang Lin sent us to the wind cloud weave, perhaps it wasn't for that arm at all. Instead, it was for this golden orb. That's what Emperor God Gu Heng wanted. This was also a thought that came to Lin Fei subconsciously after seeing the golden ball. The unknown golden orb seemed to have a terrifying effect. Back then, God Emperor Gu Heng had not only been strong in combat, but his physical body was also very strong. He could be said to have the best physical body in the entire wind and cloud weave. Everything seemed to have been intentionally concealed by Emperor God Gu Heng. After all, if such a heaven-defying treasure was known by those immortal realm experts, they would definitely come to snatch it. It would definitely not be easy for Emperor God Gu Heng to keep the golden sphere. My luck seems to be pretty good. Unknowingly, I actually obtained a heaven-defying treasure. Let's call it the heart of power. Lin Fei took a deep breath and started to immerse himself in cultivation. The wind and cloud weave was very peaceful. Ever since Lin Fei had personally made a trip to Tianfeng City and killed an emperor god, all the major forces had their eyes on the upcoming great battle. In the end, the war did not happen. The entire wind and cloud weave entered a peaceful atmosphere. Emperor god Tianfeng did not make a move. Emperor god Lin Fei did not make a move either. Time passed from 1 year, 5 years, 30 years, 100 years, heaven-breaking city. Emperor god Fluttering Snow and the other 2 emperor gods sat together. It's been 130 years. Could something have happened to Emperor God Lin? Emperor God White Bones said, his eyes shining. Emperor God Fluttering Snow shook his head. It's hard to say. It's been 130 years. Who knows how many forces have been watching? Emperor God Lin will come out sooner or later. Heaven-breaking God Emperor said, the experts from Acheron cult are no match for him. If something happened to Emperor God Lin, he must still be refining the arch armor. Heaven-breaking God Emperor had personally seen the battle. Not appearing for 130 years, heaven-breaking God Emperor was not worried at all. The ancient eternal arch armor was famous throughout the wind and cloud weave. It would be strange if it was so easy to refine. That's true. Emperor God Fluttering Snow nodded. Emperor God Tianfeng courted death. He could have looked for anyone, but he chose the experts from Acheron cult. In the end, he lost his life. Now that the wind and cloud weave was peaceful, the 3 emperor gods were not used to it. But in the 130 years, their forces expanded rapidly. Their influence in the wind and cloud weave was not inferior to that of Emperor God Tianfeng. In the 130 years, Emperor God Tianfeng did not appear. The 3 emperor gods kept fighting for territory, and their influence spread. This was something that had probably exceeded the expectations of many major powers. They could only shrink their territory. They could not afford to offend emperor gods. It's been 130 years. I'm back. In the wind and cloud weave, 3 figures walked out of the void. The one in the lead was none other than Night Demon God Emperor. His eyes were emitting cold killing intent. Ever since he left the wind and cloud weave pathetically, Night Demon God Emperor had been sulking for 130 years. Finally he came back for revenge. At the same time he snatched the semi-finished immortal rank treasure. Night Demon, you're really something. You failed in such a small weave like the wind and cloud weave. You've really embarrassed our Acheron cult. A frivolous voice came from a young man. Night Demon God Emperor's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to make a sound. This person's position in Acheron cult was higher than his. Moreover, his power was much higher than his. Young Master Fan, you're right. I failed. That's why I invited young Master Fan over, Night Demon God Emperor said respectfully. Ha ha, I like hearing that. Fan Lai laughed. When I get that semi-finished immortal rank treasure, I'll definitely put in a good word for you in front of the sect master. The team he brought previously was lost. Night Demon God Emperor had to bear a huge blame. Only by performing meritorious deeds could he redeem himself. Young Master, I just sensed that there are only 3 Emperor gods in the entire wind and cloud weave. Their power is average. An elder standing behind Fan Lai said in a low voice. His eyes were as sharp as knives. 3 Emperor gods? Fan Lai said. There's no one called Lin Fei. Not at the moment. Fan Lai did not doubt the elder's words. Chapter 3664. Heaven-Breaking City. Ever since Lin Fei disappeared in seclusion, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and the other 2 God Emperors would often gather together. They all understood one thing. The future #1 expert of Wind Cloud Weave would belong to Lin Fei. No one could snatch it away. Boom. On this day, as Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and the others were chatting, a horrifying pressure pressed down. An invisible power swept over them, causing their blood to churn. They could barely stand. Who? Heaven-Breaking God Emperor was shocked. This power surpassed even Heaven Wind God Emperor, and was not inferior to the Yellow Springs cult experts. How long has it been? Don't you recognize me? Night Demon God Emperor appeared in the courtyard, his eyes fierce, smiling at Heaven-Breaking God Emperor. Not good, run. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor reacted. Yellow Springs cult was here for revenge. After more than 130 years, Yellow Springs cult experts had finally arrived. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor's first reaction was to run. The 3 of them were not a match for Yellow Springs cult experts. Seal. Fan Lai walked out of the void, waving his hand. The array was like a mountain, sealing the sky and earth. Wanna leave? Ask me first. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and the other 2 were instantly sealed. Despair appeared on their faces. They had underestimated the power of Yellow Springs cult experts. They did not even have the chance to struggle in front of the Yellow Springs cult's experts. Tell me, where did Lin Fei go? Night Demon God Emperor rushed into the array, sending Heaven-Breaking God Emperor flying with a punch. Layers of power exploded in Heaven-Breaking God Emperor's body, causing blood to flow. And you too. Night Demon God Emperor had suffered a great loss. After suppressing the 3 God Emperors, he tortured them and used all sorts of methods to obtain the information he wanted. Young Master Fan, that brat went into seclusion to refine ancient Emperor armor. Night Demon God Emperor frowned. This is bad. That's ancient Emperor armor. As experts of the Netherworld cult, they had naturally heard of the primordial Emperor's armor. Back then, God Emperor ancient Emperor armor dominated Wind Cloud Weave and created a new era. He had even fought with immortal rank experts and was quite famous in the circle. Even though Emperor God Gu Heng was no longer around, no one dared to underestimate the prestige of the ancient Emperor armor. Emperor God Fan Lai laughed heartily. It's good to refine it. It will save us quite a bit of time. Just like what you said, we shall wait here for the heir to come to us. Night Devil God Emperor said worriedly, but that brat? Emperor God Fan Lai disagreed. So what if he refined it? Ancient Emperor armor is a set of immortal grade treasures. Do you think that kid can activate it? If I'm not careful, I might not be able to hold on for long. Now that he thought about it, it did make sense. We shall wait for him. As long as Lin Fei dares to come to the Broken Heaven City, he is dead. Night Devil God Emperor said hatefully. He had been suppressing this anger for a long time. 130 years. 150 years. 200 years. After Fan Lai and the others had arrived at Skybreak City, they had imprisoned 3 God Emperors. No news of this had spread, and the entire Wind Cloud Weave was calm and peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. The 3 God Emperors who had been waiting bitterly frowned. Young Master Fan, we have been in the Wind Cloud Weave for close to 100 years. Did that brat hear the news and run away? Night Devil God Emperor gritted his teeth. The Wind Cloud Weave was huge. If the other party wanted to hide, even if they were God Emperors, they would be helpless. In terms of searching for people, they were not good. If they were to return to the Yellow Springs cult and invite experts to search for Lin Fei's whereabouts, the price would be huge. They did not dare to try it. They were worried that if they invited someone over, what if that person left the Wind Cloud Weave? The resources in the Wind Cloud Weave were more or less developed. To a God Emperor it was not that attractive. This was the only thing they were worried about. God Emperor Fan Lai said, "Wait. That brat will refine the ancient Emperor armor. He will definitely come. It won't be easy." With a long sigh, Lin Fei charged out of the cave dwelling and came to the sky. With a thought, a set of black armor filled with baleful aura flowed like flowing water, covering his entire body. This is the ancient Emperor armor. I can also call it the Lin Fei Emperor armor. Lin Fei did not expect that refining the Emperor armor would take a total of 300 years. Most of it was spent on cultivating the 13-stage golden body technique. Now that my 13-stage golden body technique has broken through to the 10th stage, with the strength of my fleshly body, I'm afraid that even the master of gods and demons is not as strong as me. Lin Fei could not help but feel proud. He did not think that the master of gods and demons was stronger than him. On this matter Lin Fei had absolute confidence. That person was definitely weaker than him. It's a pity that after 300 years, I have yet to understand the origin of the golden ball. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I still have a long way to go to find out what it is. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Even that God Emperor Gu Heng did not seem to have a real use for it. One could imagine that the origin of this thing was not simple. When I return, I must capture God Emperor Gu Heng and interrogate him. Lin Fei thought, after 300 years, it's time to have a good rest. For more than 200 years, he had been training his fleshly body day and night. This kind of day after day really could not be persevered. Lin Fei walked into the void. My movement speed has increased to such a terrifying degree. After a few thoughts, Lin Fei came to the sky above heaven-breaking city and stepped into the courtyard. This was the courtyard that God Emperor Patian had arranged. It was also the place where Lin Fei temporarily stayed. After Lin Fei stepped into the courtyard, the world darkened. The entire void seemed to be stripped away and the world and time became chaotic. The surroundings fell into darkness. Bang bang bang. 3 figures fell in front of Lin Fei. They were God Emperor Patian and the others. They had been tortured beyond recognition, and were on their last breaths as though they would die at any moment. "Leave quickly, the experts from Yellow Springs cult are here." God Emperor Patian used his last breath to shout. In the past 200 years, they had been tortured by Night Demon God Emperor. If not for their long lifespan and fast recovery, they would have been tortured to death. But now they were not far from death. "Lin Fei, the fate of your 3 allies is due to you." Night Demon God Emperor walked out with killing intent, glaring at Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the 3 flew behind him. 1,000 bone heart-piercing needle. The moment the 3 God Emperors landed behind him, one of them, White Bones God Emperor, shot a black shadow at Lin Fei. The black shadow hit Lin Fei's body, and instantly Lin Fei's heart was pierced, and his body was riddled with thousands of holes. The original Emperor God White Bones shook his body and turned into a gloomy middle-aged Emperor God. He lifted his hand and there was a resplendent sword light that exploded in front of Lin Fei. 10,000 sword flow. The sword lights were like flowing water, washing over Lin Fei's body, advancing wave after wave in a majestic manner. Chapter 3665. The ambush was extremely fast. It did not give Lin Fei any chance to react. For this day, Emperor God Fan Lai and the others had waited for over 100 years. Ancient Emperor armor is just SOSO. Emperor God Fan Lai shook his head in disdain. What a waste of our time. Fortunately, we got the ancient Emperor armor. Our wait was not in vain. Acheron sect had never failed to kill anyone they wanted to kill. But Emperor God Fan Lai's target was the ancient Emperor armor. Back then, the ancient Emperor armor was divided by the God Emperors of Wind Cloud territory. Moreover, an undying expert had spoken, so no one dared to snatch it. Now that the undying expert was gone, Acheron sect had the confidence to snatch it. Night Demon, go get the ancient Emperor armor. Emperor God Fan Lai said, let's leave after that. Night Demon God Emperor was elated. Even though he did not kill Lin Fei in the end, he had vented his anger. This was the outcome of offending him and Acheron sect. Under the ambush of the 3, Night Demon God Emperor did not believe that Lin Fei could survive. That was a treasure specially used to deal with God Emperors. Those who were hit by it would have their power greatly reduced. Moreover, with their attacks he would definitely die. Night Demon God Emperor flew over and prepared to find the ancient Emperor armor. Even if he died, the armor would still be there. Moreover, it was refined. Just as he charged into the array, a hand extended over. Night Demon God Emperor lost control of his power and was easily grabbed by the throat. Spacetime power enveloped his body. Night Demon, long time no see. I did not expect you to send yourself to me. In the darkness, Lin Fei's figure appeared. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of black murderous aura armor. Why aren't you dead? You were hit by the 1,000 bone-piercing needle. Night Demon God Emperor struggled, but he could not mobilize the power in his body. He could only widen his eyes in shock. Not dead. Emperor God Fanlai noticed it too, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Then, his gaze was fixed on the Emperor armor and there was greed in his eyes. It turns out that you have refined the Emperor armor completely. The ancient Emperor armor really lives up to its name. Lin Fei was indeed caught unprepared. That treasure's attack was extremely vicious and dangerous. If it was any other Emperor God, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack and they would definitely die. However, with the ancient Emperor armor, Lin Fei could withstand it easily. After the 13th-tier golden body incantation broke through to the 10th tier, his physical body became stronger. Although he suffered heavy injuries, he recovered extremely quickly. You really know how to court death. Lin Fei never thought that the Yellow Springs Church would seek revenge on him, so he set up a powerful formation in his temporary residence. Emperor God Fanlai said faintly, No, I think you are mistaken. None of the people that Acheron cult wants to deal with has ever survived. It is the same for you even if you have the ancient Emperor armor. Are you sure? Lin Fei smiled. Without the primordial Emperor armor, one would never know how powerful and heaven-defying the primordial Emperor armor was. Of course, even though Emperor God Fanlai was surprised by Lin Fei's performance, he didn't take it to heart. You will be here soon. If you are willing to hand over the primordial Emperor armor, I can spare your life. Then I think it is better for me to experience your killing move. Lin Fei shook his head, because once I attack, I am afraid you won't have a chance at all. Emperor God Fanlai snorted, Since you don't want your face, I shall fulfill your wish. Obliterate. He struck out a hand seal and activated the formation. Young Master Fan, don't. Night Demon God Emperor said in fear, If you do that, I will die too. Night Demon, it is better for you to die. Then, no one will know that the primordial Emperor armor is in my hands. God Emperor Fanlai said sinisterly, It's the primordial divinity armor. What an alluring existence. With it, this Emperor can ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a true expert. Netherworld cult will have to step aside. The black energy instantly swept over and was filled with terrifying destructive aura. Emperor God Emperor Night Demon screamed in pain. His body was instantly obliterated without any ability to resist. It was an instant kill and he was a God Emperor. Emperor God Fanlai said proudly, Night Demon, this fool. The primordial Emperor armor is famous. Who would be willing to hand it over? This Emperor just needs to find a place with no one and hide for hundreds or thousands of years. By then this Emperor will be an undying expert, a true top-notch expert. The black energy swept across Lin Fei's black armor, instantly leaving white marks on it. After that, the black energy was unable to penetrate any further. This is your killing move. Lin Fei shook his head, You can't even break my primordial Emperor armor. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. The power of obliteration was terrifying. Lin Fei, who was protected by the armor, didn't feel much other than the huge consumption. If you can't do it, then it is my turn. Lin Fei smiled, To those who want to take revenge on me, I will never be lenient. I will send them to heaven one by one. The great formation that Emperor God Fanlai set up was an ancient formation and it had never failed before. No, the primordial Emperor armor won't be so strong. Emperor God Fanlai was unwilling. If the formation can't kill you, then this Emperor will kill you personally. With the primordial Emperor armor in front of him, Emperor God Fanlai definitely wouldn't give up. You have no chance. Lin Fei took a step forward and stepped out of the range of the formation. It was as though the formation didn't exist and he walked out. How is this possible? Emperor God Fanlai exclaimed. In the next second, his eyes were wide open and he was astonished. Why? Is this Emperor's energy dissipating? Emperor God Fanlai couldn't move at all. The energy in his body was dissipating rapidly and so was his dense life force. In the blink of an eye, he aged until he was on his last breath and turned into dust. What a domineering attack. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. But the consumption is too great. I've directly used up all of my heavenly god's power. It's powerful, but the consumption is too much. The move before him was the true power of spacetime. Previously, the river of spacetime could only unleash 10 to 20% of its power. Comparisons were odious. Lin Fei had no choice but to be convinced. Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God weren't affected, and they saw everything clearly. The expert from Acheron cult, young Master Fan, was killed just like that? Was the Primordial Emperor armor so terrifying? They were all rising stars and naturally hadn't seen the power of the Primordial Emperor armor. Thinking about it sent chills down their spines. They understood why Emperor God Gu Heng had the confidence to create an era. In front of such a terrifying killing move, how many people could withstand Emperor God Gu Heng's attack? Lin Fei waved his hand and a vast power entered Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor's body. It healed their injuries and restored their essence, chi and spirit to their peak. Emperor God Lin, we had no choice. Breaking Heaven God Emperor said apologetically. They were too ruthless. We. Fluttering Snow God Emperor explained. Lin Fei shook his head. It's just a small matter. Even without you they would still ambush me. Alright, where's Brother Whitebone? Dead. Breaking Heaven God Emperor said. Chapter 3666. After the 3 Emperor Gods from Yellow Springs cult died, Lin Fei found out about what happened in the past 300 years from Heaven Breaking God Emperor and the others. Guarding him for 200 years? How patient. They did their duty, but unfortunately they made the wrong decision. Lin Fei smiled. Heaven Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor submitted immediately, becoming Lin Fei's subordinates. With the ancient Emperor armor, Lin Fei became the #1 expert in Wind Cloud Weave. In front of the #1 expert, if Heaven Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor did not know how to choose, they would be the #1 idiot in the world. Lin Fei underestimated Yellow Springs cult's appetite. He even suspected that Night Demon God Emperor did not report the news to Yellow Springs cult, but called for help in private. For example, God Emperor Fan Lai, who wanted the ancient Emperor armor. Lord, you are now the #1 expert. It is time for you to head to Thousand Sky Empire to register, Heaven Breaking God Emperor said. Register? Lin Fei was not interested in this. Wind Cloud Weave's resources were mostly taken. There was no meaning in being a local tyrant. Lin Fei did not care about this place. Heaven Breaking God Emperor nodded. Yes, any Immortal Realm expert can register at Thousand Sky Empire. From now on, no one will dare to enter Wind Cloud Weave. Outsiders will not dare to cause trouble. This was equivalent to official recognition. This thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Heaven Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor were looking forward to it. Wind Cloud Weave had suffered great losses because there were no Immortal Realm experts in charge. Once they heard that they were Wind Cloud Weave's God Emperors, they did not even look at them. There is no rush. Lin Fei was not in a rush. The registration would happen sooner or later. Back then Emperor God Gu Heng was killed. Do any of you know where we can still see him? Lin Fei asked the two of them. That's right. I remember God Emperor Tianfeng has many materials. Zhan family seems to have them too. If Lord needs them, I will personally go and get them for you. The 2 God Emperors automatically entered their vassal mode. If nothing unexpected happened, the Wind Cloud Weave would soon welcome a new master, and that would be Lin Fei, an expert with immortal rank strength. From today onwards, the Primordial Emperor armor is a thing of the past. From now on, you are the unparalleled Emperor armor. This is my era. Lin Fei did not take off the Peerless the Arch armor. The Arch armor was just a cover. The real core was the golden ball. Lin Fei still did not know what it was. Since Emperor God Gu Heng could use the Arch armor to conceal himself, Lin Fei naturally couldn't be an exception. He simply changed his name so that his mind wouldn't be filled with the words Gu Heng's the Arch armor. I have the Emperor armor now, but it consumes a lot of energy. Lin Fei thought to himself, I wonder how Emperor God Gu Heng solved it. The secret skill derived from the golden ball was powerful, but the consumption was not something Lin Fei could bear. This was something that Lin Fei needed to consider. Hence, he asked Heaven Breaking Emperor God and Emperor God Fluttering Snow about the information left behind by Emperor God Gu Heng. I hope Emperor God Gu Heng left behind relevant information. Lin Fei opened the storage ring of Emperor God Fan Lai from Acheron cult and checked the items inside. Lin Fei controlled the spacetime power very well. He killed Emperor God Fan Lai but did not damage the storage ring at all. Emperor God Fan Lai should have a certain status in Acheron cult. He might have some unexpected items. Lin Fei opened the storage ring. Hua hua hua. A large number of items fell out and piled up like a mountain. He is quite wealthy. After taking out the items, Lin Fei set up a space-time barrier to form a vacuum. No one could sense it. This was because this area had been completely isolated. The most popular currency in the 10,000 Sky Kingdoms seemed to be purple crystals. Lin Fan took out a purple crystal. This purple crystal was sparkling and translucent, and there was a purple light flowing within it. This is good stuff. This should be a type of energy. Lin Fei had not seen it in Wind Cloud territory, but he had heard of it. It was said to be a high-grade energy replenishing crystal. Keep. Lin Fei tried it and a warm current flowed into his body. It was very overbearing, as though it was going to burst everything. It is very violent. However, no matter how violent it is, it has to be obedient in my body. Lin Fei thought and suppressed it. He refined it in an instant. The effect is not bad. However, for me now, it is just a drop in the bucket. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool. Although his power had increased, the unparalleled Emperor armor, the golden ball, consumed a lot of energy. The myriad essence pool was still very useful. Before he found a way, Lin Fei could only use this stupid method for the time being. Once the myriad essence pool was taken out, it absorbed all the purple crystals that piled up like a mountain. The only bad thing was that the effect was average. Pills? Not interested. Weapons? They were also useless. With the unparalleled Emperor armor, he could change everything. Apart from the high consumption, everything else was not a problem. This is the Thousand Sky Country's local journal? After a while, just as Lin Fei was about to be disappointed, he found an ancient book. It was very new, as though it had not been flipped through much. After seeing the words, Lin Fei smiled. This is good. I was just worrying about not understanding the Thousand Sky Country. Lin Fei obtained a star chart and a rough location to return to Earth. However, there were no specific markings, so Lin Fei had to spend some time to find it. Right now, this book was better than anything else. After obtaining the golden ball, Lin Fei was really not interested in anything else. Lin Fei flipped it open and began to read. The book was not thick, but the information inside made Lin Fei's eyes light up. His expression changed. There was a lot of information inside. To Lin Fei, the more information the better. Only then could he understand the Thousand Sky Country more clearly. It seems that I am definitely going to be the region lord of the Wind Cloud Weave. After reading for a while, Lin Fei digested the information. Region Lord is someone with status in the Thousand Sky Country. It is easier to roam the Thousand Sky Country. Originally, Lin Fei did not care much. After all, he would have to leave sooner or later. After reading this local journal, Lin Fei changed his mind. He still had to be the region lord. Not only that, he also suspected that this place might have something that God Emperor Guheng wanted. The importance of the golden ball was clear to Lin Fei. That God Emperor Guheng probably knew as well. As for why he did not come personally, that was a question. However, there had to be a secret behind how he ruled over the Wind Cloud Weave. What Lin Fei needed to do was dig it out. Chapter 3667. The items left behind by God Emperor Fan Lai of the Netherworld Order were of great help to Lin Fei. After digesting the relevant information, Lin Fei understood quite a bit about the Myriad Sky Empire. It was a colossal existence that no one dared to provoke. The records in the books were all about how powerful the 10,000 Skies Empire was and how no one could match it. My lord, we've retrieved the item. Lin Fei did not have to wait for long. A few days later, Heaven-breaking God Emperor returned with the item. The news of God Emperor Tianfeng's death had spread far and wide. Out of the original 9 God Emperors, only Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow were left. When they personally went to ask for the item, no one dared to disobey. Without a God Emperor, a top-notch faction fell to a first-rate faction. How could they compete with a God Emperor? My lord, now that there are only 2 God Emperors left in the Wind Cloud Weave, can you establish an empire and unify it? Heaven-breaking God Emperor asked carefully. Unify it first. Lin Fei said. Did something happen in the weave? Heaven-breaking God Emperor nodded. There are some signs. After all, without 7 God Emperors, many God Kings are getting restless. Lin Fei chuckled. Aren't the 2 of you God Emperors? I feel that the weave hasn't been peaceful all this time because there are too many God Emperors. You and Fluttering Snow should make a trip there and sweep through everyone who has an idea. I hope that the Windy Weave will be peaceful. Everyone should put away their ambitions. Heaven-breaking God Emperor answered. I'll make a trip with Fluttering Snow immediately. Those fellows are indeed getting ideas that they shouldn't have. Lin Fei did not care about such trivial matters, but he did not wish for the Wind Cloud Weave to be in a mess. He still needed to make a clean sweep. Let me see what's inside. Lin Fei opened the storage ring and started looking through it. After losing 7 of the 9 god emperors in the Wind Cloud Weave, many first-rate factions were getting restless. Many first-rate forces couldn't help but become restless, especially those who were only a step away from the god emperor realm. Even if they didn't have any ideas, they would still have some ideas. Before everyone could realize their ideas, heaven-breaking god emperor and fluttering snow joined hands and swept from the east to the west, then from the south to the north. Instantly, countless factions suffered. The Wind Cloud Weave was in a state of apprehension. This storm lasted for half a month. Countless God King experts were killed. The actions of the 2 god emperors woke up these big family clans. Only then did they realize that even without the 7 god emperors, it was still not their turn to be impudent. These idiots are courting death. The heaven-breaking divine emperor sneered. Back then, Emperor God Guheng was much more brutal than this. Our lord is considered gentle. Emperor God Fluttering Snow said. In such a short period of time, the Wind Cloud Weave had changed so much that the 2 of them could not help but sigh. Back then, they only wanted to unite Lin Fei and join forces to fight against the veteran god emperors. In the end, they were the ones who had the last laugh. Now that they mentioned this matter, they didn't even know what to say. Perhaps, this was fate. According to these clues and some of the memories in my mind, the other base of Emperor God Guheng should be here. At this moment, Lin Fei was standing in front of a dangerous place. Ranked first in the Wind Cloud Weave, the Dark Enigma Nest. This place was very famous. It was said that it was a major battlefield in the past. Countless experts had fallen here. The Darkness Mystery Nest itself was a treasure, but it had been broken. If one was not a god king, they would not dare to enter the Darkness Mystery Nest. If they were not careful, they would get lost inside and never be able to come out. I hope the old base of Emperor God Guheng is really inside. Lin Fei rushed into the Darkness Mystery Nest and covered himself with the unparalleled arch armor. Is this the Darkness Mystery Nest? There is indeed space-time energy causing trouble here. As he traversed the Darkness Mystery Nest, Lin Fei understood why this place had become a dangerous place. There were collapsing space-time energies everywhere. These energies had not disappeared. They were still floating around, covering the entire place. The Darkness Mystery Nest was on a completely different level from the space-time outside. This was the reason why it was so easy for outsiders to get lost in it. What an interesting place. With a thought, Lin Fei formed a layer of space-time barrier around him, isolating himself from the effects of the shattered space-time energies. He did not intend to destroy such a place. There was a reason for it to exist. According to the clues, I should keep flying. Even though he was flying, many experts could not do it. They would unknowingly deviate from their original position. Emperor God Guheng might have used this shattered space-time energy to hide his old base. I have to admit that this is a good idea. Even if a god emperor were to enter, he would probably be disgraced. Lin Fei was not affected and continued to fly forward. Along the way, a few related places gradually appeared. Battlefields and white bones appeared before his eyes. During this period of time, there were even some treasures that appeared. However, from start to end, Lin Fei did not collect them. With the golden ball, these things were of no value. Moreover, these treasures had been here for a long time. Their power was gradually diminishing. Hence, he did not care about them. Being able to see all these means that my route is correct. The old base of Emperor God Guheng is still inside. Lin Fei continued to move forward. The deeper he went, the greater the influence of the space-time energy. It constantly attacked him but was blocked by the space-time energy. Lin Fei was not affected at all. He continued to move forward in a certain direction. An hour later, Lin Fei could see that the space-time energy fragments around him were of different sizes. They were shaped like vortexes. If he glanced at them carelessly, he might get lost in them. The core area. Lin Fei knew that he was about to reach his destination. The old base of Emperor God Guheng was inside. I see it. Not long after, a small lake appeared at the end. In the middle of the lake there was an island. The island was faintly discernible. It looked extremely strange. This is the island. The old base of Emperor God Guheng was on the island. Although the island seemed to be in front of him, it was actually not. It was hidden in multiple spaces. Even if a god king or an emperor god came across it, they could do nothing but stare. It was worth considering whether or not he could make it here. Lin Fei came to the sky above the island. The lake below rippled. A human face appeared. It was Emperor God Guheng. It bit towards the sky. The space was also sealed. Scatter. Lin Fei pointed with his finger. The huge human face collapsed and the surface of the lake regained its calmness. The attack on the surface of the lake was just one of them. After entering multiple spaces, he encountered 7 or 8 attacks from Emperor God Guheng. Each attack was stronger than the one before. In order to protect this old base, Emperor God Guheng has put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei killed the shadow with a punch. He walked into the space. The sky was filled with blood. The whole world was blood red. Dong dong dong. A mysterious sound came from the bottom of Lin Fei's heart. Chapter 3668. Dong dong dong. In the blood-colored space, the sounds were orderly and rhythmic. With Lin Fei's current strength and the peerless the arch-armor, he was the undisputed #1 expert in the wind cloud weave. But even with such strength, the blood flowing through his body showed signs of losing control in this blood-colored space. It seemed to be gushing out violently, and his heart was also losing control. Under the guidance of this sound, he fell into a dangerous situation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He pushed his space-time power to the limit, forming layers of barriers. A total of 99 barriers were formed before he could completely isolate this sound. Great overarching divine fetus. After withstanding the attack of this strange sound, Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That god Emperor Guheng really knew how to dig traps, one after another. If he was not careful, he would definitely die. Just as he was catching his breath, Lin Fei was attracted by the huge ball of blood in the center of the space. A voice involuntarily appeared in his mind. Why is it here? Lin Fei was shocked, finding it hard to believe. He had always thought that Kong Lin's artifact spirit was tricking him. But in the end, it was a huge surprise. Lin Fei stared at the huge ball of blood. The clear thumping sound was coming from this ball of blood. There was a life form inside. Even though it had not been born yet, Lin Fei could feel the powerful life aura inside. Just as he had said, once the thing inside was born, it might really be an immortal rank existence. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. What kind of race is this? This is too. Lin Fei's breathing quickened and his oppressive aura grew stronger. I finally understand why God Emperor Guheng asked us to come here. His true goal was to find the golden ball hidden in the arch-armor and to possess this great overarching divine fetus. Without the help of the arch-armor, he would not have been able to return to this place. After connecting everything together, Lin Fei finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. I just stumbled upon this by accident, hee. Lin Fei circled the ball of blood and examined it a few times. He was very sure that it was real. It was an inheritance left behind by a powerful race. It seems like there is an imprint left behind by Emperor God Guheng on it. After examining it for a while, Lin Fei discovered that there was an imprint of Emperor God Guheng on the ball of blood, but it was extremely weak. Emperor God Guheng had tricked him into coming to Wind Cloud Weave. If it had not been a coincidence, Lin Fei did not know if he would have been able to leave this place alive. If you want to obtain the great overarching divine fetus, you can forget about it in this lifetime. Lin Fei decided to destroy this imprint. Other god emperors might stare at it helplessly, but it was easy for him. Break. Under the control of space-time energy, he forcefully crushed these imprints. Who is destroying my imprint? After Lin Fei made his move, a furious roar burst out from the ball of blood. Countless imprints gathered together to form a figure with a fiendish expression. It was none other than Emperor God Guheng. So you are here, Emperor God Guheng? Lin Fei said with a smile. In order to find the treasure that you left behind, I have spent a lot of effort. Ah, it's you bastard. You actually found your way here. Emperor God Guheng quickly recognized the other party. This old man is going to kill you. Emperor God Guheng raised his palm. Boundless power gathered together and was extremely powerful. This palm slammed down. However, when it reached Lin Fei, it rapidly disintegrated into nothingness. Emperor God Guheng, don't waste your effort. Lin Fei said with a smile, you only left an imprint. I am wearing the unparalleled arch armor. You also know that once the arch armor appears, who can compete with me? Damn it. Emperor God Guheng attacked again and again. Each move was stronger than the one before. However, he was unable to harm the other party at all. The terrifying space-time energy disintegrated everything and disappeared in the void. You are gnashing your teeth. Lin Fei said with a smile, you have no more power to support it. Then disappear for me. The imprint of Emperor God Guheng attached to the ball of blood did not pose any threat to Lin Fei at all. Destroying the other party was a matter of a thought. No, you can't do that. Emperor God Guheng originally wanted to kill the other party. However, the other party's strength was beyond his expectations. He was terrified and screamed, this is my hope. You can't destroy it. Take over the body of an immortal expert. Lin Fei said with a smile, do you think I will let you do that? Wait, everything can be discussed. Emperor God Gu Heng panicked. The situation was not as good as the other party. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to tell you a big secret. A big secret about the Thousand Sky Empire. I can even let you become the emperor of the Thousand Sky Empire. Think about it. This is something that you may not be able to do in your entire life. Lin Fei was really not interested in the Thousand Sky Empire. If it was not for the fact that he had to pass through the Thousand Sky Empire to get to Earth, Lin Fei was too lazy to know about the Thousand Sky Empire. Sorry, I am not interested in anything, Lin Fei said with a smile. He raised his hand and slashed. Ah, my hope. You have destroyed my hope. Just wait to be hunted by all the experts in the world. Emperor God Gu Heng roared. The figure collapsed and disappeared. It is just a mark. Do you care so much? Lin Fei frowned. He felt that Emperor God Gu Heng's reaction was not normal. Was there a need to be so crazy? Ka 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 ka. As soon as the mark disappeared, Lin Fei heard a cracking sound. Without the imprint, cracks began to appear on the huge ball of blood in front of him. These cracks grew in number and a vast and powerful aura spread out. No way. Lin Fei blinked. He seemed to understand the reason for Emperor God Gu Heng's madness. At this moment in the depths of the lava. My hope is finished. It is all finished. An era's plan. A figure opened his eyes. The lava in front of him collapsed. The entire land and space collapsed at this moment. In the starry sky a figure walked out. Lin Fei. Emperor God Gu Heng roared, if I don't kill you, I am not a human. The hope of becoming a true immortal expert was gone. Emperor God Gu Heng destroyed the entire continent and planet in his anger. Even so, he was still unable to vent his anger. Empire Level 2 wanted Emperor God Gu Heng, we found you. After the continent of the planet collapsed, Emperor God Gu Heng was still angry. In the starry sky, a warship came out of a whirlpool. Damn it. They actually chased me. When Emperor God Gu Heng saw the warship, he felt terrible. Lin Fei, this is all your fault. I have to live a life of escape again. Lin Fei did not know that because of him, Emperor God Gu Heng had exposed himself and was wanted. At this moment, he looked at the young boy in front of him and did not know what to do. Chapter 3669. Even Lin Fei was stunned by this scene. Father? What the hell? He was really shocked by it. Are you mistaken? Lin Fei didn't know where this guy came from and his tone was so arrogant. Father, if you don't want me, I'll beat you up, the child said fiercely. You don't have to want me. Lin Fei's face was full of black lines. He was being threatened by a little kid. Wait. Lin Fei noticed that the huge ball of blood had disappeared. A thought came to him and he looked down at the child. Could it be that this little guy came out from the ball of blood? When this thought came to him, Lin Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. I finally understand why the ancient god emperor had such a big reaction. I probably came at a crucial moment. Lin Fei suddenly realized, no wonder he looked like he wanted to kill me. Lin Fei really didn't know that it would be a crucial moment. A child who came out of the great overarching divine fetus. Lin Fei believed that the other party had the strength to beat him up. Did you come out from there? Lin Fei wanted to confirm. Yes. The child laughed. There was a bad guy who kept pestering me. Luckily, father came and killed that guy. When I grow up, I'll definitely kill that guy. The child's tone was childish, but Lin Fei didn't doubt the child's words at all. Lin Fei felt that he wouldn't be able to get rid of this child in a short time. Even if he didn't attack, his strength was definitely terrifying. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to try. What if he was beaten to death? He didn't dare to guarantee such a thing. Yes, father came to beat up bad guys. Lin Fei said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and the child disappeared. When he reappeared, he was directly on his shoulder. Father, you're awesome, the child said happily, clapping his hands. When he came into contact with the child, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The terrifying aura emanating from the child's body caused his heart to skip a beat. What a terrifying race. Fortunately, I came a step earlier. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death by Gu Heng. Even though he had just been born, Lin Fei did not doubt his strength. From now on, your name will be Lin Tianxi. Lin Fei said after thinking for a while. He simply gave it a good name. A child born as an immortal, this kind of honor, Lin Fei felt that it was a gift from the heavens. Thinking about the future, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Tianxi, hee, I like it so much. Lin Tianxi clapped his hands. Father, you are so good to me. Then you must be obedient in the future. Lin Fei warned, in the future without my permission, you can't easily make a move, understand? Lin Qianxi nodded. I know. Lin Fei was really worried that the child would not be obedient. Now it seemed that the child was still very normal, not as bad as he imagined. There was no need to worry that the child would beat him to death. This was a moving super-killing weapon. After coaxing Lin Qianxi, Lin Fei did not forget about the important matter. It was just a simple fight with Emperor God Gu Heng's imprint, and it consumed a lot of energy. He began to search. After losing the blood-colored flesh, the whole place became lifeless. The blood-colored power also disappeared without a trace. The place seemed to have become a dilapidated place. Here. After searching for a while, Lin Fei really found a place. A small cave dwelling with space-time power set up. Without waiting for Lin Fei to make a move, Lin Qianxi, the little guy, blasted it away with a punch. Father, this is the guy that the bad guy used to live in. He thought that he had killed me. What an ignorant guy. Being mocked by a little kid, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. If Emperor God Gu Heng heard this, he wondered what his expression would be. It would be very interesting. Walking into the cave dwelling, it was very simple. Although it was simple, Lin Fei saw many things. It was a pity that too much time had passed, and most of them had been contaminated by the blood-colored power. They had lost their power and were almost like trash. Found it. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He found a jade talisman. After a quick check, he knew that he had found the right place. Emperor God Gu Heng really left many things behind. There is really a problem on how to replenish energy. Lin Fei squinted. This name is quite interesting. Limitless Land. Lin Fei said subconsciously. Father, I know this place. It is a magical place with endless power. It is hard to get the recognition of Limitless Land. Lin Qianxi suddenly said, blinking, Father, do you want to go? Lin Fei had only mentioned the Limitless Land subconsciously. He really did not expect his cheap son to know about it. Lin Fei was stunned. How did you know? Lin Qianxi looked confused and said crisply, I don't know. Anyway, I know. Lin Fei understood what was going on. It should be because Lin Qianxi's race was extraordinary and he was born with inherited memories. In Emperor God Gu Heng's records, Limitless Land was a special place. It was hidden in many spacetimes. To find it, one needed luck. Emperor God Gu Heng also spent a lot of effort to enter. He paid a huge price to get recognition and a part of power. Father, do you want to go? I can bring you there. Lin Qianxi clapped. With Father's strength, you can enter, but to get recognition, it is very difficult. You know this too. Lin Fei said in surprise. Emperor God Gu Heng didn't mention this, but to make Emperor God Gu Heng pay a huge price, it was definitely not easy. Yes. Lin Qianxi nodded, but I don't know what it is. Lin Fei was just happy. Hearing this, he was speechless. He had been happy for nothing. Now is not the time. Lin Fei needed to accumulate divine god power for a period of time. Otherwise, there was no need for him to go. He was very curious about Limitless Land. Lin Fei even thought that when Emperor God Gu Heng was killed, it might have been because of something wrong with Limitless Land. If not for this reason, Lin Fei couldn't figure out how those Emperor God Gu Heng could kill Emperor God Gu Heng. Right now, he was the most qualified to say this. He was very clear about the strength of the unparalleled Emperor armor, except that it consumed a lot of energy. This suspicion was very likely. After checking again, he put away all the useful things. Then Lin Fei brought Lin Qianxi out of the dark mystery nest. Father, is this the world you live in? Lin Qianxi looked like a curious baby, completely different from before. The people here are so weak. Father is still the strongest. Lin Fei was already used to this tone. Chapter 3670. He went out and picked up a guy who was stronger than him. This was something Lin Fei had never thought of. He was both happy and worried. If he wanted to discipline Lin Qianxi properly, he would have to raise his strength as much as possible. Otherwise, he would not dare to casually make a move. If he ended up being pinned to the ground, he would lose a lot of face. Lin Qianxi chattered along the way, no different from a normal kid. If it wasn't for his occasional words, perhaps Lin Fei's mood would be better. Lord. Back at Heaven-Breaking City, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor welcomed him. Just as they spoke, they saw Lin Qianxi and felt their hearts palpitate. It was as though they were facing a terrifying beast that could kill them at any time. This feeling was too ridiculous. If they could, they wanted to leave now. Nothing happened when I wasn't around, right? Lin Fei got what he wanted from the dark mystery nest, and his biggest worry was put to rest. The unparalleled Emperor armor was useful, but it consumed a lot of energy. Now Lin Fei's only mission was to make a trip to Infinity Land. No. Without those God Emperors plus Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor working together, even if they had any ideas they wouldn't dare to come out for a long time. That's right, Wantian Empire's Heaven's Might Deacon came once, Heaven-breaking God Emperor said solemnly. He wants to meet you. What's Heaven's Might? Lin Fei asked casually. The two God Emperors sweated. Haven't they heard of the famous Heaven's Might? Heaven's Might is a supervisory organization of Wantian Empire. Their full name is Heaven's Might Supervisory Office. They monitor the entire Wantian Empire. No matter what happens they can see it. Heaven-breaking God Emperor said, they are a terrifying existence in Wantian Empire. This time, the deacon came because of the disturbance in Wind Cloud border. He's here to understand the situation. Lin Fei was shocked that Wantian Empire actually had such a thing. Where is he? Lin Fei asked. That deacon left first. He said he would come back in half a month. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor said, My lord, you don't need to worry. Battles between God Emperors are allowed. As long as no outsiders interfere, the Heavenly Might Supervisor won't say anything. Lin Fei's heart tightened inexplicably. Although he was doing well in the Wind Cloud Weave, he wasn't actually from there. However, when he thought about how even Emperor God Gu Heng could dominate the Wind Cloud Weave and obtain the recognition of other Immortal Realm experts, there was no reason he couldn't. You're talking about outsiders? Is Emperor God Gu Heng not one of them? Lin Fei pretended to ask. Sir, you're mistaken. Emperor God Fluttering Snow explained, the outsiders aren't Emperor God Gu Heng and the others. In essence, Emperor God Gu Heng is just a foreigner from a foreign territory. Under Wantian Empire, all territories are governed by Wantian Empire. The outsiders are demons, mutants and even foreigners from other civilizations. The moment he heard it, he jumped in fright. This world was more interesting than he had imagined. Father, I know about those demons and mutants. After Heaven-breaking Divine Emperor and Emperor God Fluttering Snow left, Lin Tianxi chuckled and said, Moreover, I also know that those demons and mutants actually don't have much status. Hearing such information from Lin Tianxi, Lin Fei was obviously stunned. Although he knew that Lin Tianxi had inherited memories, it seemed like he had a lot of them. You know that too. Lin Fei blurted out. Anyway, I knew it the moment you mentioned it. Lin Tianxi said, I also know that these demons and mutants are actually at the bottom of a huge main world. The truly powerful ones are a group of powerful overlords. Their goal is to conquer all living worlds. Lin Fei was shocked. Was it really necessary to guard against these existences? If that's the case, you can tell me next time. Lin Fei exhorted, don't say it outside in case it attracts attention. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that even Emperor God Breaking Divine Emperor and Emperor God Fluttering Snow wouldn't know the enemy behind these outsiders. It was better to be careful about such matters. Lin Tianxi's background was extraordinary. Who knew which powerful clan left him behind? He had to be careful. Father, don't worry. I won't say anything. Lin Tianxi said, plus, there's something in my memory that reminds me that I have to increase my power before I can unlock some of the sealed memories. There are sealed memories? Lin Fei was shocked. Yes, Lin Tianxi nodded. Father, I'm hungry. Suddenly Lin Tianxi patted his stomach. I'll bring you to eat. Lin Fei said with a smile, I guarantee that after you've eaten once, you'll want to eat again. By the time Lin Fei brought out the delicacies, something unexpected happened. Father, this isn't delicious. Lin Tianxi ate a few mouthfuls and stopped eating. These are all delicious delicacies. They are full of vigor and energy. How can they not be delicious? Lin Fei creased his eyebrows. After knowing that Lin Tianxi was hungry, he had specially asked someone to prepare these suitable dishes. It really isn't delicious. Lin Tianxi pouted, plus, this isn't what I want to eat in my memory. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat and he slapped his forehead. I'm really muddle-headed. Lin Tianxi must have come from a powerful clan. Then he definitely won't eat ordinary food. How did my first impression become the strongest? Lin Fei was annoyed. Father, I want to eat ores. All kinds of ores. Lin Tianxi said seriously. Lin Fei was no longer surprised. A powerful clan would definitely not walk the ordinary path. It was normal for them to eat ores. At least, he could confirm that Lin Tianxi's clan was very powerful. No problem. I'll bring you there now. Lin Fei brought Lin Tianxi to a mining area and stealthily snuck in. Eat as much as you want. Lin Fei and Lin Tianxi stood in the depths of the mining area. There were many ores that were dug out here. Lin Tianxi picked up an ore and bit it. With a kacha sound, the ore was bitten off and he ate with relish. "Father, this ore is ordinary but it can fill my stomach." "You eat first. When the time comes, Father will bring over the ores that I've prepared for you." Lin Fei recognized this ore as an ordinary ore. "Father, then I'll start eating." Lin Fei didn't think about how much Lin Tianxi could eat. However, when Lin Tianxi swallowed all the ores in front of him and showed an expression of wanting more, Lin Fei felt that he was wrong again. One bite at a time, a pile of ores was eaten. In a moment, all the ores were eaten. Lin Tianxi's stomach was like a bottomless pit. "Father, I'm still very hungry." Lin Tianxi wasn't satisfied. "Let's go to another place." Lin Fei brought Lin Tianxi to another place. 1 mining area, 2 mining areas, 3 mining areas. Chapter 3671. In one meal he had eaten 100,000 tons of ores. This amount caused the experienced and knowledgeable Lin Fei to feel a great deal of pressure. "He's a complete monster." Lin Fei gasped. "I wonder how many days he can last if he eats 100,000 tons at a time. It's fine if it's 10 days to half a month, but if he eats 100,000 tons a day..." Lin Fei did not dare to continue thinking about it. It was too terrifying. No matter how many ores there were in the wind cloud weave, they would all be eaten up. From then on, the wind cloud weave would not produce any ores and become a truly useless weave. Thinking about it, Lin Fei could not help but feel a headache coming on. "Fortunately, I am now the #1 God Emperor. All my enemies have been killed. It can be said that all the resources in the wind cloud weave are mine." At this moment, Lin Fei felt that being the master of the wind cloud weave was something he had to do. "Father, these ores taste average. You must let me eat good food in the future." Lin Tianxi wiped his mouth and patted his stomach, looking very satisfied. "As expected of my son, your appetite is huge." Lin Fei praised. "Right after this meal you can go several days without eating." Lin Tianxi had inherited his memories but he was still a child. How could he understand the true meaning behind Lin Fei's words? Several days. Lin Tianxi stretched out his fingers and started counting. 1 meal every 10 days. 10 days was still within Lin Fei's acceptable range. Lin Fei brought Lin Tianxi back and immediately gave the heaven-breaking Divine Emperor a mission: collect the ores in the wind cloud weave. 1 meal every 10 days would require at least 100,000 tons. In a month it would be 300,000 tons. In a year, it would be 3,600,000 tons. Moreover, this was the limit of 100,000 tons. Even Lin Fei could not guarantee this and the possibility was high. Lin Fei had to plan ahead. He would first collect a batch of ores in the wind cloud weave, so that he would not have to bring Lin Tianxi everywhere when the time came. On the way back, Lin Fei had also instructed his son Lin Tianxi not to leak the fact that he was eating ores. At the same time, on the way to the wind cloud weave, it was a small silver warship with 2 large words engraved on it: Heaven's Might. "Deacon Black Yuan, I'll have to trouble you this time." There were only 2 people in the cabin. The faint fragrance of tea permeated the air as they sat facing each other. The person who was addressed as Deacon Black Yuan was a middle-aged man. At that moment he was speaking to the person in front of him respectfully: "Young Master Qin, you're being too serious. It's Emperor God Lin Fei's fortune that you took a fancy to him." He Yuan did not dare show any disrespect to the person in front of him. That was because the Qin clan's background was simply too powerful, and they were existences that they could not afford to offend. Although he had become an attendant of the Heavenly Might Supervisory Organization, which was a very high position, in front of the Qin clan he was nothing at all. The Qin clan was one of the founding fathers of the empire. Now the Qin clan controlled an army of the empire and had a great general overseeing it. In the Wantian Empire, there were only 4 great generals, and every great general was an important figure at the top of the Wantian Empire. Young Master Qin was a direct descendant of the Qin clan and had considerable influence within the Qin clan. Usually, Deacon Black Yuan did not even have the chance to curry favor with him. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to curry favor with him. He believed that Emperor God Lin Fei would definitely know how to choose. That's true. It's his fortune that our Qin clan took a fancy to him. Qin Tianping snorted. If he doesn't know what's good for him, he can forget about staying in the windy weave. This humble one congratulates young Master Qin. Not only did he gain a helping hand, but he also took the windy weave into his pocket. Deacon Black Yuan congratulated him. Ah. Qin Tianping laughed heartily. "Once the matter is settled, I will definitely promote you to a higher position." In half a month's time, Lin Fei did not make any moves at all, apart from bringing in batches of ores. After Lin Tianxi tasted the ores, Lin Fei chose a batch of ores and brought them over. He prepared 500,000 tons of ores that he usually ate as snacks. In Lin Qianxi's words, he was still in his infancy and needed to constantly eat ores in order to improve. Moreover, there had to be a variety of ores and a balanced diet. These words, even Lin Fei felt that he could not bear to listen to them. However, he still prepared a large batch of ores. Apart from ores, Lin Fei did not idle around. He explored various secret realms in the Windy Weave, harvesting treasures of heaven and earth and refining them into heavenly god power. Lin Fei did not refine the heavenly god power into divine king power. Now that he had the unparalleled arch armor, regardless of whether it was the heavenly god power or divine king power, his strength was at the same level as an emperor god or even stronger. It was no problem at all for him to crush more than 95% of the emperor gods. As for the rest, they were naturally the veteran peak existences among the emperor god experts. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to continuously accumulate heavenly god power. Although it was a stupid method, Lin Fei could only do so for now. The Infinite Land was a very special place. Even Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor did not know about it. Lin Qianxi knew about the Infinite Land, but part of the information seemed to be sealed. He could only access it after his strength increased. Lin Fei was in a hurry. It was a pity that Emperor God Gu Heng did not leave any information. What a strong aura! Lin Fei, who was wearing the unparalleled arch armor, knew when a warship entered the Windy Weave. With the help of the unparalleled arch armor, he could clearly see the situation in the entire Windy Weave, such as the outsiders. How unbridled! Lin Fei's vision changed. He saw a small silver-white warship. The warship had the words Heaven's Might on its side, and it exuded a crushing aura. This small warship's combat power is probably not inferior to an Emperor God expert. Although he did not enter the cabin, Lin Fei could feel that the warship was extraordinary. Just from this, he could see the power of the myriad Sky Empire. To be able to rule over large and small territories, the myriad Sky Empire is indeed amazing. The small warship was very fast. It passed through more than half the territory. It was so fast that even a god king could not catch a trace of it. I hope it's a good thing. Lin Fei led Heaven-breaking God Emperor forward. The Heaven's Might Deacon is a big shot. Heaven-breaking God Emperor said enviously. Back then, I wanted to join the Heaven's Might surveillance. Unfortunately, the competition was too intense and I lost completely. Even now, I have not forgotten it. It was a nightmare. Fluttering Snow God Emperor said, the Heaven's Might surveillance is the most popular organization in the myriad Sky Empire. If you are not capable, you will not be able to enter. Lin Fei looked ahead. They are here. As soon as he said that, a silver light rushed out of the void. The formless pressure from the warship was overwhelming. It was like the Heaven's Might. Chapter 3672. The silver-white warship was extremely fast. The moment it appeared, Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor's faces changed. Did he have to be so direct? They were God Emperors after all. Could he give them some face? They knew that even though they were God Emperors, they were nothing compared to the powerful God Emperors in the Thousand Sky Empire. If they were to be ranked according to their levels, they would be at the bottom. In the Wind Cloud Weave, they were God Emperors with unparalleled prestige. However, in the outside world they were nothing. No matter how unhappy they were, they had to pretend nothing was wrong. They had to put on a courteous look in case they offended the Heaven Might Deacon. Lin Fei stood straight. The pressure from the warship did not affect him at all. You are Emperor God Lin Fei. The warship stopped. A beam of light shone down like a light pillar. Two figures appeared almost at the same time. Before they could see who it was, a loud shout exploded in their ears. Lin Fei was the first to bear the brunt of it. The voice contained an extremely strong power that suppressed them silently. Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor were on the verge of collapsing. Too strong. Although the people from the Heaven Might Supervisory Office were very strong and they had never seen them before, they believed it now. Ridiculously strong. It was a complete suppression. If they made a move, they would only have one outcome: death. Aggrieved. Haha, so this is the Heaven Might Deacon. You really live up to your name. Lin Fei laughed. No wonder everyone is afraid of you. I am Lin Fei. I have heard a lot about Heaven Might Deacon. Displeasure flashed across the Heaven Might Deacon He Yuan's face. The shout just now was intentional. It was to suppress the God Emperors from such a small place. In the eyes of the Black Yuan Deacon, a small place's God Emperor was not worth his attention. The guy in front of the courtyard was just lucky to get the Ancient Emperor armor. Without the Ancient Emperor armor, he would not even look at him. Emperor God Lin Fei. No wonder Emperor God Tianfeng lost to you. There was no reason for him not to lose. The Black Yuan deacon laughed. Congratulations, lucky guy. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and fluttering Snow God Emperor were scared half to death. No one had such guts. They were still very grateful to Emperor God Lin Fei. If it wasn't for that loud laugh, they wouldn't have been able to recover. Thank you for your praise, deacon. Lin Fei said, actually, my luck has been pretty good since I was young. I always felt that I was chosen by the goddess of luck. The Black Yuan deacon had seen boastful people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. He had only said a few words and this person had really taken it. The Black Yuan deacon could not help but feel disgusted. A petty man intoxicated by success. If you didn't have the ancient emperor armor, you wouldn't be anything. Lord Deacon, I'm really sorry. I'm a talkative person. Once I open my mouth I can't stop. I hope Deacon doesn't mind. Lin Fei said seriously. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Let's find a place to talk. Administrator Black Yuan coughed lightly. Please come in. Lin Fei said. Sir, I think that young man has a great background. The heaven-breaking God Emperor transmitted while no one was paying attention. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Fei could tell, especially after he put on the unparalleled Emperor armor. I'm just a little God Emperor. Why wouldn't Deacon come? It would be strange if he didn't have any ideas. The Windy Wind Weave was a part of the myriad Sky Empire, but it was a very inconspicuous existence among the many weaves. Such a place was disdained by the big shots and ordinary experts were too far away. From the moment he knew that the Heavenly Might Surveillance Institute was sending in Deacon, Lin Fei knew that something was wrong. The reason was probably his unparalleled Emperor armor. If the unparalleled Emperor armor was not a big secret, then everything would be fine. Perhaps Lin Fei would be willing to hand it over. But now that he knew of the existence of the Golden Sphere, he would not hand it over no matter what. In the study, the heaven-breaking God Emperor personally brought tea and left immediately after setting it down. The study was quiet except for the fragrance of tea. I wonder why Lord Deacon is looking for me? Lin Fei took a sip of tea. I rushed back just in case I delayed Lord Deacon's business. The Black Yuan deacon felt that Lin Fei was quite tactful. This way things would be much simpler. Young Master Chen would be happy, and his side would be able to gain some credit. This was what the Black Yuan deacon was most willing to see. You can defeat God Emperor Tianfeng and unify the Windy Wind Weave. This is what the Heaven Might Surveillance Institute wants to see. The Black Yuan deacon was good with words. He first encouraged Lin Fei. Actually, I'm here because someone wants to see you. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. He knew that the show was about to start. See me? Who is it? I rarely leave the Windy Wind Weave and I don't have many friends outside. I don't know any important people. The Black Yuan deacon laughed. Do you see this person beside me? He's your important person, Qin Tianpeng from the Qin family. Let me tell you again, the Qin family is the founding minister of the 10,000 Sky Empire. They have a great general overseeing them. Young Master Qin, my apologies for not recognizing you. Lin Fei was very surprised. This person's background was not simple. The Qin family, the founding minister of the empire, had a great general overseeing them. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, it was a top-notch force. Any great general oversaw an army and was very powerful. Other than the 10,000 Sky Empire's royalty, there were these great generals, and every great general had a top-notch family. Qin Tianpeng was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. You're not bad. Qin Tianpeng put down his teacup. This young master's trip was not in vain. Lin Fei lowered his head in fear. Young Master Qin is too kind. I'm here on behalf of the Qin family. Qin Tianpeng said faintly, we're inviting you to join the Qin family. From now on, your backing will be the Qin family. With our backing, no one will dare to make things difficult for you. Not everyone can have such treatment. You're one of the luckier ones. Recruiting him. Lin Fei was not surprised by this at all. He sneered in his heart. The recruitment was probably fake, and the unparalleled arch armor was the real deal. It's good to join the Qin family. I wonder what kind of treatment the Qin family will give me. Lin Fei said happily. At the very least, they should give me a generous gift for our first meeting. Qin Tianpeng did not expect that Lin Fei would dare to ask. He was not afraid of opening his mouth, but afraid of not opening his mouth. As long as he got the arch armor, a mere item was nothing. Moreover, whether he had the life to use it was another matter. Yes. Qin Tianpeng's gaze stopped the Black Yuan administrator from speaking. The Black Yuan administrator also lowered his head. You don't know what's good for you. Who do you think you are? How dare you open your mouth and ask for something? You're finished? The Black Yuan administrator knew that Qin Tianpeng disliked people who thought they were smart. Chapter 3673. Lin Fei was indeed teasing Qin Tianpeng, which was quite amusing. Qin family? Founding minister? A top family with a great general? For 99% of the people present, this would definitely be extremely pressurizing. In fact, merely the words Qin clan would cause one's hair to stand on end. However, to Lin Fei none of this was a threat at all. Qin family dared to talk to him. Lin Fei understood that this Qin Tianpeng seemed to have something he was afraid of. Elixirs, weapons, armor, even beauties, whatever you want, just say it. Qin Tianpeng squinted his eyes and smiled. Lin Fei could see a trace of killing intent in the other's eyes. This trace of killing intent was well hidden, and could not be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes. I need heaven and earth treasures, the more the better. As long as young Master Qin satisfies me from now on, I will be a member of Qin family, and swear to work for Qin family. Lin Fei said. No problem. Qin Tianpeng continued smiling. Just nice, I brought some heaven and earth treasures with me, I can give them to you. As for the rest, I need time. Qin family, I trust you. Lin Fei laughed, rubbing his palms, looking impatient. Qin Tianpeng was not afraid of Lin Fei asking, even if he asked too much. He came from Qin family's fief for this ancient emperor armor, an immortal rank emperor armor. Back then, ancient emperor god Emperor Gu Heng was not an immortal rank expert, but with the ancient emperor armor, he fought an immortal rank expert. Unfortunately, after ancient emperor god Emperor Gu Heng's death, the ancient emperor armor was divided, and because of some special reasons, many people lost their chance. Now the chance was here. Qin Tianpeng could not miss such an opportunity. As you wish. Qin Tianpeng was sure that Lin Fei would just have to pay some heaven and earth treasures. There was no pressure at all. With a wave of his hand, a pile of auras containing treasures appeared in front of Lin Fei. After a glance, Lin Fei realized that these were treasures, real treasures, whether in terms of quality or origin, they did not seem to be low. Let me introduce them to you. Ordinary people are not qualified to see these treasures. Qin Tianpeng introduced with a smile. This is a 10,000-year-old purple crystal. And this, the St. Roland Seven Nights grass, it contains the power of time. After hearing the introduction, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Young Master Qin, you're such a straightforward person. People like me have never seen such good things. Today, thanks to young Master Qin, you've opened my eyes. As Lin Fei spoke, he put away the treasures with a smile. Deacon Black Yuan sneered inwardly. You're happy to take it now, but you'll suffer later. Any one of these worldly treasures is priceless. Kit, your appetite is really big. After receiving all of them, Lin Fei's face was filled with excitement. Since you've accepted the item, we can sign the contract now. Qin Tianpeng smiled and took out a purple crystal ball. This is our Qin clan soul ball. As a member of our Qin clan, you also need to leave a trace of your soul remembrance on it. There's such a high-end thing. When Lin Fei saw this thing, how could he not know what it was? It was nothing more than to control his own things. Qin Tianpeng said it so confidently. Did he really think that he was so easy to fool? He was not that stupid. Let me see. Lin Fei smiled and picked up the soul ball. Qin Tianpeng smiled happily and said proudly in his heart, stupid and ignorant guy. I thought it would be quite troublesome, but it turned out to be easier than I thought. This is just a native ha. Crack. The smile on Qin Tianpeng's face did not last long. A cracking sound became very ear-piercing in the study. Lin Fei laughed dryly. Young Master Qin, I'm really sorry. The quality of your soul ball is not that good. I didn't even touch it and it broke. Qin Tianpeng looked at the broken pieces on the ground and wanted to curse. But when he saw that the other party did not seem to break it on purpose, Qin Tianpeng swallowed his curse. After all, the ancient emperor armor was still with him. It's fine. The soul ball that Qin Tianpeng took out was not cheap. His heart ached because this thing was not easy to get. There was a price but no market. Just nice this young master brought one. Qin Tianpeng took out the soul ball again. Don't use force. Just drop your blood on it. Crack. Lin Fei just took the soul ball and there was another cracking sound. His face stiffened. Young Master Qin, I seem to be too excited. Qin Tianpeng's face also darkened. 2 soul balls that he had painstakingly obtained were broken just like that. How could he be happy about this? How did you do it? Black Yuan Deacon shouted. This is a treasure, okay? Lin Fei suddenly laughed. A treasure is a treasure, but it's not a good thing. Young Master Qin, what do you think? Qin Tianpeng stared at Lin Fei. What do you mean by this? If you want the arch armor, you should have said so earlier. Why did you have to play so many tricks? Lin Fei laughed. I want to laugh too. I don't know if my acting was acceptable to you. Bastard, you pretended? Qin Tianpeng was furious. He thought that the other party had fallen into his hands, but he did not know that the other party had already seen through everything and was laughing at him. Yes, why can't I? Lin Fei laughed. I have no interest in joining any forces. I just want to be a good god emperor. Alright, thank you for the gift. Your Qin clan is really generous. Lin Fei, how can you speak to young Master Qin like that? Black Yuan Deacon roared. Apologize to young Master Qin. Black Yuan Deacon thought that he had seen through the other party, but now he realized that this guy was very scheming. He dared to covet young Master Chen's treasure and ignore the Qin clan. How bold was he? Good. Qin Tianping said coldly. You're just a mediocre god emperor. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you believe that a word from me can make you disappear from the myriad sky empire? Lin Fei grinned. You're mistaken. Do you believe that I won't let you go back alive? Boom. The terrifying might of the unparalleled arch armor rushed out and crushed Qin Tianpeng and Black Yuan Deacon. Caught off guard, the two were sent flying by the might and crashed into the study. Lin Fei walked leisurely to Qin Tianpeng. With a wave of his hand, Qin Tianpeng was immobilized. The power in his body quickly dissipated. Remember, this is the Windy Weave. I'm the #1 god emperor. Killing your clan is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Black Yuan Deacon's face changed as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Stop. Lord Deacon, what do you think you'll do if I kill him? Lin Fei revealed a set of white teeth. Chapter 3674. Previously, Qin Tianpeng had thought that the other party was a country bumpkin and would only need to pay a small price to take it down. At that time, whether he wore the primordial emperor armor himself or gave it to the family, he would have made a great contribution. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's performance had completely subverted their understanding. This guy actually dared to make a move. Just by relying on the oppressive might released by the arch armor, as well as the other party's strength, he was able to suppress him, a member of the Qin clan. It was as though his life and death were in the hands of the other party. Too strong. Only then did Qin Tianping realize how ridiculous his idea was. The other party had refined the arch armor and was no weaker than an immortal rank expert. He had no qualms about killing a celestial the arch. Qin Tianpeng could only bring up the Qin family to pressure him. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In any case, I have no interest in the wind cloud weave. I'll just find a random place to hide. What do you think? I think it's a good idea. Qin Tianping knew that it would be very difficult to find an immortal rank expert if he hid himself, unless the other party showed himself. I can also go into secluded cultivation. When I truly become an immortal rank expert, I'll pay a visit to your Qin family. I'll kill a few people today and a few more tomorrow. Do you think that's possible? I'm really too smart. Qin Tianping broke out in cold sweat. If the other party really did that, the Qin clan's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged, and they might even become a laughingstock. If they wanted to kill the other party, they would have to pay an even greater price. For a moment, Qin Tianping regretted coming. If he had known earlier, he would have let those fellows come first. It would have been better for him to be the fisherman at the back. Who would have known that this fellow was a lunatic deep down in his bones? Relying on the Qin clan's name, everyone in the 10,000 Heaven Empire was polite to him. What a miscalculation. Let me go and I'll pretend that this never happened, Qin Tianping said. Leave everything on you before you can leave. If he hadn't picked up Lin Tianxi, Lin Fei wouldn't have had the slightest bit of interest in the wind cloud weave. Now, however, that was no longer the case. It was a bottomless pit. Without a territory in hand, Lin Fei would have a headache. No. Qin Tianping gritted his teeth. Lin Fei shook his head. You have no choice unless you want to die here. But are you willing to do that? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The motionless power of time and space returned to normal. Qin Tianping's strength instantly drained away, and his expression changed drastically. Stop. I agree. You can take all my belongings. I have no objections. In the face of death, Qin Tianping chose to surrender. If he didn't submit, he would die. Qin Tianping really had no other choice. He was still young and he was even a direct descendant of the Qin clan. His future was limitless, so how could he die here? Lin Fei smiled and patted Qin Tianping's shoulder. He said softly, You should be glad that you didn't come alone. Qin Tianping's forehead was covered in sweat again. Take it away, quickly take it away. Lin Fei took Qin Tianping's storage ring, armor and even weapons, leaving Qin Tianping bare. Emperor God Lin Fei, you're definitely finding trouble for yourself. Black Yuan Deacon said sinisterly. He was completely mad at Lin Fei. His plan was over. Lord Deacon, you're from the Heavenly Might Supervisory Office. Since when did you become a member of the Qin clan? Lin Fei mocked. Do you want me to report this to the Heavenly Might Supervisory Office? Black Yuan Deacon instantly felt disgusted, as though he had swallowed a fly. He snorted coldly and turned to enter the warship. The silver-white warship rushed into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and fluttering Snow God Emperor stood very far away, their necks shrinking. They were still in shock from the previous scene, unable to believe what had happened. Emperor God Lin Fei had actually gone against the Qin clan. This made Heavenly Might Deacon even more embarrassed. This was definitely madness. It's fine, don't worry, Lin Fei said. They won't take their anger out on you. Outside the wind cloud weave in the starry sky. Despicable fellow, this young master will definitely kill him. Qin Tianping gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he didn't kill Lin Fei, he wouldn't be human. Black Yuan Deacon did not dare to make a sound. Who would have thought that a god emperor from a small weave would have such a bad temper? He did not take him or the Qin clan's young master seriously. He was simply too arrogant. Young Master Qin, this is my fault. Black Yuan Deacon felt that Qin Tianping had vented most of his anger, so he said in a low voice, "This fellow is like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. This fellow has embarrassed us so much. We must get rid of him." Qin Tianping said fiercely. Black Yuan Deacon, you have a lot of connections. Do you have a way? Black Yuan Deacon realized that this was a chance to make up for his mistake. Yes. Black Yuan Deacon said without hesitation. We can let those fellows from the restricted area do it. A god emperor from the wind cloud weave, so what if he's dead? No one will care. Restricted area? Qin Tianping applauded. Good idea. Young Master Qin, I will personally contact them. I believe they will be tempted. Black Yuan Deacon also wanted to kill Lin Fei. If he dared to not give him face, then he would kill him. Lin Fei comforted the two of them. Lin Qianxi ran out of the void. Father, I heard that those two fellows are plotting against you. They said that they are looking for someone from the restricted area. Lin Qianxi said the moment he appeared. Lin Fei was stunned. It can't be. You know about this too. Lin Fei was not surprised that Qin Tianping and Black Yuan Deacon were colluding with each other to secretly plot against him. However, it was his son who had heard it. At the very least, Lin Fei knew that he could not do this. Lin Qianxi said proudly, Father, I am very powerful. They hid in the starry sky, but I was not afraid of the starry sky turbulence. I heard everything clearly. They did not discover me from the beginning to the end. Tell me, am I not powerful? Lin Fei laughed and gave a thumbs up. My son is really powerful. Lin Fei did not have a deep understanding of the restricted area, but he knew that it was a very special existence in the myriad sky empire. There were ancient existences living in the restricted area. Without reaching a certain level, one would not understand the existence of the restricted area. Find someone from the restricted area to deal with me. Lin Fei squinted. Then I will kill you. He let them go because he was worried that they would be discovered by the Heaven Might Supervisor. Since they were seeking death, Lin Fei did not mind killing them. Ordinary god emperors might not be able to, but Lin Fei had mastered spacetime power. He was good at destroying corpses. Moreover, he had a son, Lin Qianxi, who was born with shocking combat power. Father, let me get rid of them. Lin Qianxi volunteered. No one will suspect anything. Chapter 3675. Lin Fei had said that he would kill Qin Tianping and Black Yuan Deacon, so he would definitely kill them. The only unexpected thing was that Lin Qianxi's performance was so dazzling. Father, how is it? In the starry sky, a ball of flowing light streaked across like a shooting star. Fast. That was the only word he could say. Lin Fei himself was shocked that Lin Qianxi had mastered such a heaven-defying movement technique. Space leap. Although it looked like movement, it was not. Lin Qianxi brought Lin Fei with him as he leaped through the starry sky. The terrifying turbulence from the starry sky did not seem to exist. Awesome. Even if Lin Fei had the peerless the arch armor, he could not do this. He really admired Emperor God Guhang. Where did he get this? He was really lucky that he did not die on the spot. Lin Fei was shocked by Lin Qianxi's performance. He started to contact the system. This was the first time Lin Fei had left the windy domain and entered the turbulence of the starry sky. Between territories, the most terrifying thing was the space-time turbulence. Under normal circumstances, Even emperor gods would not dare to barge in recklessly. They needed a corresponding warship. "Host, you have finally called me again." He heard the familiar voice of the system again. The originally cold voice now carried a hint of emotion. Ding. Detected the existence of a core component. Beginning refining and deciphering. Before Lin Fei could rejoice, the system prompted. Core component? Lin Fei was confused. Was there a mistake? What core component? What kind of joke was this? Wait, where's my golden ball? Lin Fei was shocked to discover that the golden orb had disappeared. He didn't even feel anything. System, are you still there? Lin Fei tried calling out more than 10 times, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response at all. This left Lin Fei dumbfounded. That golden ball is a core component? What kind of joke is this? Lin Fei could not believe it. After getting the golden ball, Lin Fei was sure that it was something extraordinary. But now that the system had recognized it as a core component, it was indeed unexpected. One after the other, the golden ball was gone, and the system had gone to refine it. Lin Fei had suffered a great loss, and he subconsciously checked it. Thank goodness, thank goodness. What Lin Fei was most worried about did not happen. That was the only thing worth celebrating. The attributes of the peerless, the arch armor, are still there. Even without the golden sphere, my strength will not be affected. The reason why Lin Fei dared to clash with the Qin family and even the Heaven's Might Executor was because of the peerless, the arch armor. Lin Fei believed that the Heaven's Might Surveillance Department would pay attention to an existence with combat strength comparable to an immortal rank expert. But if they were gone, all their capital would be gone. Just a Heavenly Might Deacon or even an ordinary God Emperor would be enough to make them suffer. The system is such a scammer. I was happy for nothing. Lin Fei heard the system's prompt very clearly. Who knew how long it would take to refine the core? Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it himself. Maybe one day, maybe 10 days, maybe a year and a half, or even 100 or 1,000 years. Anything that involved the core would not be simple. Lin Fei's gloomy mood soon brightened when he found the battleship. Father, we have caught up. Lin Qianxi's face was slightly pale. But I am so hungry. Lin Fei immediately took out the oars. Eat quickly. This is prepared for you. Since he knew that Lin Qianxi needed oars as food, Lin Fei prepared a large pile of oars to ensure that he would eat to his heart's content. Father, you are so good to me. Lin Qianxi opened his mouth and poured out the oars in the storage ring one by one. His body was like a bottomless pit. After eating more than 30 storage rings and about 500,000 tons of ores, he finally stopped. So full. Lin Qianxi patted his stomach. Eating 500,000 tons of ores at once. Lin Fei had gotten used to it. He had eaten 100,000 tons before. Eating another 500,000 tons was really nothing to be shocked about. At this moment, the silver-white battleship in front did not seem to notice anything and continued to move forward. Father, should we destroy the battleship now? Lin Qianxi was full. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint. I guarantee that they will die without a burial place. No hurry. Lin Fei knew how powerful the 10,000 Sky Empire was. If a Deacon Tianwei died, they would definitely come to investigate. It was still unknown what methods they had. Lin Fei had to be careful. After all, the 10,000 Sky Empire was a colossus. Just like that, they had been following him for 3 years. To experts of this level, 3 years was just a snap of the fingers. In these 3 years, Qin Tianpeng and Deacon Black Yuan did not notice that they were being followed. It was just in front. Although it is not a famous forbidden zone, the people inside are quite strong. They have mastered all kinds of secret techniques and have killed several immortal rank experts. Deacon Black Yuan introduced. To be able to kill immortal rank experts, this is good. Qin Tianpeng was now gnashing his teeth in hatred towards Lin Fei. He wanted to kill him immediately. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, the name of the Forbidden Zone was also a very terrifying existence. Because the experts in the Forbidden Zone were powerful, even the Emperor of the 10,000 Sky Empire did not send troops to suppress them. Fortunately, the Forbidden Zone was not interested in power. Coupled with certain restrictions, the Forbidden Zone was preserved. They entered the territory. There was a world continent in front. The silver-white battleship broke through the barrier and entered the world continent. Lin Qianxi followed unhurriedly and used a secret technique to lock onto them. We encountered a territory in 3 years. Lin Fei could not help but frown. This situation did not seem right. He decided to go in and take a look. After entering the world continent, an oppressive aura swept over. The entire world continent was dark, making people feel very uncomfortable. Here Lin Fei did not sense any life aura. There was only a rotten aura. What a strange place. After looking around, Lin Fei was even more surprised. There is such a place. I don't like this place either. Lin Tianxi shook his head. They went deeper. Currently, the Forbidden Zone was covered with a layer of mystery in Lin Fei's eyes. This was a very special place. Follow them. Since they were here, Lin Fei would not give up halfway. He had to kill that Qin Tianpeng. A few days later, Lin Fei and Lin Tianxi entered the depths of this continent. An ancient and rotten aura permeated the air. Fortunately, Lin Fei was wearing the Peerless Emperor armor, which blocked the negative aura outside. Otherwise, he would definitely sink into this continent and become a living dead person. I see the battleship. After chasing for a long time, they finally saw the Heaven Might Supervisory Agency's battleship. The silver-white battleship was very eye-catching, especially in this place. Lin Fei sized up the area in front of him. This was a piece of flat land. But near the battleship in front, there were many ancient stone tablets. Half of them were exposed, and there were even ancient words on the stone tablets, giving off a mysterious aura. Guests from afar, why don't you come out to the Forbidden Zone? Chapter 3676. As soon as the voice appeared, Lin Fei sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that they had bin discovered without him noticing. The name of the forbidden area was not without reason. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surroundings suddenly changed. Ancient palaces appeared one after another, no less than several dozen of them. The voice that echoed in Lin Fei's ears came from the largest palace in the cluster of palaces. Father, it seems that we have been discovered. Lin Tianxi also looked at the palace. Let's go and take a look. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Since they have spoken, we have to show them some respect. The palaces that appeared exuded an ancient aura. Lin Fei could not feel any signs of life from them. This forbidden area must have been the land of the sect in the past. After a long time, it has undergone some changes and become like this. A few thoughts emerged in his mind. When Lin Fei arrived in front of the palace, the doors of the palace suddenly opened. With a flash of light, the entire palace became brightly lit. The unparalleled emperor armor covered his entire body. Lin Fei had to be on guard against this infamous forbidden area. Guests from afar, welcome to my forbidden area. At the end of the palace, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. It was a human, but his entire body was shrouded in black mist and there were many black ancient runes on his body. It's you guys. Qin Tianpeng and Black Yuan's faces darkened as they stared at Lin Fei. They would never have thought that this guy would follow them. They did not sense anything at all. You guys are so lucky. Since they had met, Lin Fei did not intend to hide. I was planning to kill you guys. I really don't know if you guys are lucky or if I'm unlucky. You. Black Yuan was furious. Do you know what will happen to you just because of what you said? Lin Fei chuckled. So what if I threaten you? You are a dignified deacon but you still came to the forbidden area. I think the Wantian Empire definitely does not like people coming into contact with the forbidden area. Do you think you will be beaten to death, or? The Black Yuan administrator's heart skipped a beat. He was so angry that his body was trembling, but he was powerless to refute. The Wantian Empire naturally did not like restricted areas. The Heavenly Might Surveillance Department did not allow anyone to come into contact with the restricted areas. Under normal circumstances, everyone would do so in secret. As a deacon of Heavenly Might Surveillance Department, coming into contact with the restricted areas in private was even more unforgivable. If this matter was reported to the Heavenly Might Surveillance Bureau, the punishment would definitely be everyone's nightmare. This was the first time that Administrator Black Yuan had been threatened by a rising star. However, he did not dare to say a single word. Sitting in his position, there were countless eyes on him. Once, he did not dare to think any further, he could only silently lower his head. He did not dare to look Lin Fei in the eye. In his heart, he wished that he could kill this fellow. You don't have a temper anymore. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of his opponent at all. He didn't expect his opponent to be so weak and give up after just one round. It was really boring. Qin Tianping secretly cursed Deacon Black Yuan for being a good-for-nothing. So what if I take revenge on you? Qin Tianping had nothing to be afraid of. The Qin clan was the founding hero of the empire, and they even had the great general. He could totally push the blame to Deacon Black Yuan, and the higher-ups would not care at all. You want to kill me? Qin Tianping stared at Lin Fei, his killing intent surging. I wouldn't dare even if I gave you 100 guts. Lin Fei laughed. You're mistaken. I'm very bold. Killing you is just a matter of minutes. With your strength, do you think you can fight against me? Don't say that I'm bullying you. Even if you make the first move, you won't be my match. Qin Tianpeng was enraged and his face darkened. I will remember what you said. Remember what? Lin Fei said disdainfully. If you have the ability, then make your move. If you don't, then you are a good for nothing. Qin Tianpeng really wanted to make a move, but the other party was wearing the arch armor and was wrapped up like a dumpling. How could he make a move? It was simply shameless. Then I am going to make my move. Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. Qin Tianpeng subconsciously took a step back. In the wind cloud weave, he had already experienced the other party's methods. It was a nightmare and he could not resist at all. Friend, can you give me some face and not make a move here? The person shrouded in black mist spoke. Qin Tianpeng had just sensed that there was a master of the Forbidden Zone here. How could he have forgotten about this? Senior Mo Luo, I am Qin Tianpeng of the Qin clan, Qin Tianpeng said loudly. I would like to ask you to make a move and kill this person in front of me. My Qin clan will not forget this and will send you a generous gift afterwards. Qin Tianpeng might not be able to kill the other party, but this master of the Forbidden Zone could. The people below might not know how terrifying the Forbidden Zones were, but Qin Tianpeng did. There were big and small Forbidden Zones and their strength varied. In the outside world they were all extremely terrifying. Moreover, this was the territory of the master of the Forbidden Zone. Administrator Black Yuan lowered his head, but a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly added, Senior Mo Luo, as long as you make a move, we are willing to pay any price. We only hope that you can kill this fellow. Lin Fei was quite disappointed. These people were timid and not very smart. You lot, you dare to plot against me? You really have guts. Lin Fei shook his head. To be honest, I am very disappointed in you lot. This is not interesting at all. Qin Tianpeng grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with hatred. Haha, you're afraid, you must be afraid. I am Senior Mo Luo and I can take care of you with a single word. Mo Luo, who was shrouded in black mist, looked at Lin Fei. Under that the arch armor was a defense that even he could not easily break. This disciple of the Qin clan was truly blind. Enough. Mo Luo waved his hand. You two go down and calm down. Qin Tianpeng and Administrator Black Yuan's expressions suddenly changed. The void split open and a black hole suddenly appeared, sucking them in. Friend, you can't kill the disciples of the Qin clan. Mo Luo said indifferently. Now that they are gone, I think we can have a chat. Lin Fei could not understand Mo Luo's intention. Chat? I'm not interested. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Instead, I am very interested in you, the master of the Forbidden Zone. Boom. Lin Fei took a step forward and instantly punched in front of Senior Mo Luo. Black mist appeared in front of Senior Mo Luo layer after layer, like 10,000 mountains. But under Lin Fei's attack, layer after layer cracked. The closer he got to Mo Luo, the stronger the barrier became. Your defense is very strong. Mo Luo himself was shocked. Anyone would be afraid of the Forbidden Zone, but this fellow in front of him actually took the initiative to attack. Bang! A figure appeared behind him, and a punch passed through the layers of barriers, landing on Mo Luo's head. It was Lin Tianxi. Mo Luo crashed into a palace pillar not far away, and his body turned into black mist. Chapter 3677. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianxi made his move. A terrifying power burst out from his tiny body. He punched deep into the void and the huge palace was torn apart. It could not withstand the power of this punch. Then let's catch him. Lin Fei did not think that the person who could make Qin Tianpeng and Black Yuan come here secretly was a powerful expert from a restricted area. Fight first. This was also the reason why Lin Fei made his move. Of course, there was also Lin Tianxi, the powerful son he had picked up. Deep in the void, Mara spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole face twitched. How did he see through it? That's impossible. How old is that guy? He's just a kid. This place was surrounded by stones of different sizes. These stones had been shaped into long strips. At the same time, there were ancient runes and they were accompanied by an ancient aura. Mara was sitting inside, but at this moment he was panicking. Haha, found you. A figure appeared in front of him. Mara could not react in time and was punched through by the opponent. The condensed black fog in front of him could not withstand the power of the opponent's attack and exploded instantly. The small palm grabbed Mara's neck, lifted him up and smashed him on the ground. You want to scheme against my father like this? Lin Tianxi punched down explosively. Mara struggled, but the opponent's grip made him powerless to resist. After each punch landed on his flesh, he could not take it anymore. The black fog on his body disappeared without a trace, and even the runes on his body became dim and colorless, vaguely showing signs of collapsing. You are an immortal expert. No, how can you be an immortal expert? Mara completely panicked. The runes on his body could only be shaken by an immortal expert. At the same time, it was also his strongest protection, but it was no match for the attack of a child. Father, I have taken down Mara. Lin Fei chased all the way to the depths of the void, and saw Mara, who was like a dead dog. My son is really powerful. Lin Fei knew that if he had attacked, he would not have been as fast as his son Lin Tianxi. This restricted area expert was really not strong. When I make a move, whatever restricted region powerhouse will have to stand to the side. Lin Tianxi said smugly, his hands' movements also stopping. Lin Fei looked at Mo Luo. To be honest, he was a little disappointed in this Forbidden Zone warrior. However, thinking from another perspective, it was normal. This cheap son of his was from a powerful race, an innate, undying warrior. Even if he wasn't far from it. A restricted region expert like you really knows how to hide, hiding so deeply. Deceiving others is fine, but in front of me you really can't hide. Lin Fei looked around and quickly noticed these long stones. Perhaps this is the reason why you Forbidden Zone experts can't go outside. This rectangular stone was extraordinary. Lin Fei would never make a mistake. Father, this is the divine stone of life. It is a special stone. There are also ancient runes arranged on it. It should be hidden here. It can control the flow of life. Lin Tianxi said. Mo Luo's pupils constricted, and he lost his composure completely. Although not many people knew this secret, most people did not know. Don't kill me, I surrender. His biggest trump card had been seen through. Mo Luo could only beg for mercy. He hated Black Yuan Deacon to death. He had tricked him, and now he couldn't even keep his life. So obedient, Lin Fei said with a smile. He was also shocked. He didn't expect this stone to have such a big background. How could he not be obedient? As long as you let me go, I will agree to any request. Mo Luo looked at him and said. If not for the undying experts, he had nothing to fear. But now, in the hands of the undying experts, they could easily destroy these divine stones of life. Without the divine stones of life, he was no different from a dead man. After all, he was not the same as a normal human. Otherwise, the Wantian Empire would definitely suppress them and not turn a blind eye like now. Because the price they had to pay was too high, even the Wantian Empire couldn't bear it. Sure. Lin Fei said with a smile, sparing your life is not a problem. Just kill those two people just now. They die, you live. What a fair deal. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to kill one, but now he changed his mind. He would kill all of them. Okay. Mo Luo had no other choice. If he didn't kill him, he would die. Even if it was the Qin family's young master and Tianwei deacon, Mo Luo could only kill them. Do it now. Lin Tianxi waved his hand and Mo Luo regained his freedom. Lin Tianxi said, you better be obedient and don't have any ideas. I can destroy these divine stones of life in an instant. Think carefully. I will do it now. In the void, in a space, Qin Tianping and Black Yuan Deacon were temporarily trapped, but they weren't worried. Young Master Qin, the higher-ups should be making their move. You and I don't need to worry. Black Yuan Deacon said confidently, once Mo Luo makes his move, that Lin Fei will die for sure. It's good that he died. Qin Tianping's eyes flashed fiercely. He dares to follow us. Fortunately, he doesn't know how powerful the experts in the Forbidden Zone are. In the Forbidden Zone, they are the kings, almost invincible existences. It's a pity that I can't personally make a move. It's a pity? Black Yuan Deacon was actually quite frightened. He didn't even know that he was being followed. This was really a walk on the edge of death. Fortunately, that Lin Fei was going to be unlucky. The two of you are almost done. You can go on your way. Mo Luo's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. It was as cold as a mountain, and the two were immediately shocked. Boom. The small space collapsed and endless power came crashing down. Qin Tianping and Black Yuan Deacon didn't even make a sound before they were directly killed by the power of the space explosion. Even their treasures couldn't resist this power. This move is very powerful. Lin Fei said with a smile, you are very good at killing. Lin Fei clearly saw Mo Luo's move. It was a very ordinary move, but it gave off an invincible aura. In front of the two of you, this killing move is nothing. Mo Luo said in a low voice, after they die, the power of the Forbidden Zone will completely disappear. Even if the people of the Heaven Might Supervisory Agency come, they won't be able to find any problems. I like this. Lin Fei said with a smile, you killed them. Now we can talk about another matter. Mo Luo's expression changed. You want to be lazy. A wave of space-time energy enveloped him, and his life force quickly flowed away. No, I feel that it is a waste for an expert like you to live in the Forbidden Zone. I feel that you are very suitable to be an assassin. I am willing. Mo Luo's expression changed greatly as his life force flowed away. He almost couldn't stand. No matter what the request was, he agreed first. Chapter 3678. Father, someone's here. In a huge palace in the Windcloud territory. After returning from the Forbidden Land, Lin Fei moved into a new palace and started a new era in the Windcloud territory. After the territory was unified, Lin Fei had no interest in managing it and delegated power to Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor. Under the management of the two Emperor gods, the Windcloud Empire was stable. Lin Fei did not have high requirements. Apart from collecting ores, he wanted all sorts of treasures. The investigators must be here. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as a glint flashed across his eyes. Ever since he had ordered Mo Luo to kill the Black Yuan administrator and Qin Tianping, he had known that such a day would come. Arrange for someone to welcome them. A silver-white warship appeared. It was exactly the same as Black Yuan Deacon's warship. The only difference was that it was much larger. Emperor God Lin Fei is quite fast. He's unified the Windcloud territory. Several people stood in the warship, each emitting a dignified aura. They were members of the judgment team of the Heavenly Might Supervisory Office. The judgment team naturally judged all enemies of the Windcloud Empire. At the same time, they captured all sorts of fugitives and handled some internal affairs of the supervisory office. For example, the disappearance of Black Yuan Deacon. I think it's very likely that Lin Fei was the one behind this, said a young member of the Adjudicator Union. Very suspicious. This time, the leader was Deputy Captain Yu Lin of the judgment team. He was a veteran in the judgment team and would soon be eligible to compete for the position of captain. Don't say such things. Yu Lin said calmly. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. We, the judgment team, must be impartial. It won't be good if word gets out. The people behind him lowered their heads and did not dare to breathe too loudly. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor were in high spirits. They had never imagined the feeling of having such power in their hands. Now, their positions in the Windcloud Empire were second only to the Emperor. Under Emperor Lin Fei's deliberate restriction, the number of Emperor gods in the Windcloud Empire would decrease. As for the God Emperor making himself king, that was even more impossible. If Lin Fei didn't allow it, they wouldn't allow it either. If they joined forces, any God Emperor would have to step aside. Moreover, it was a new God Emperor. He wasn't qualified to go against them. Lord Yu, please come in. When Yu Lin arrived, Heavenbreaker and Drifting Snow, the two God Emperors were extremely respectful. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, it was fine to offend other forces, but if you offended the Heaven Might Supervisory Organization, then you would not have a good life. Among them, the Adjudicator team was the one that could not be offended the most. They have the power to kill and arrest in public. The Heavenly Might Inspections Department's arrest and suppression operations were all carried out by the Judgment Squad. He couldn't afford to offend anyone from the Adjudicator team. The two of you have finally made it. Yu Lin said calmly, that's good. The Windcloud Weave has been in chaos for so long, it's time to unify it. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor nodded continuously. In front of Deputy Captain Yu Lin, they really didn't have the right to speak. The members of the Adjudicator team were more or less unhappy that Emperor Lin Fei didn't come. Under normal circumstances, no matter where the Adjudicator team went, no one would dare not come out to welcome them. Unless it was a top force in the Empire, they would come out to welcome them just because they heard their names. In everyone's eyes, the Windcloud Weave was just a small weave. It didn't have anything it wanted, so no one was willing to come. It was also because of this reason that the Windcloud Weave had always been in chaos. Lord Yu, His Majesty is inside. Yu Lin was actually quite interested in this Emperor God Lin Fei. From a nameless person, he rose so quickly and defeated Emperor God Tianfeng. This ability was indeed not easy. I'm really sorry, I was just dealing with some matters. The palace doors opened and a figure walked out. It was Lin Fei. When Lin Fei came out, his gaze landed on Yu Lin. This person had a dangerous aura. He was even stronger than the experts from the Netherworld cult. Lin Fei had this feeling. Similarly, Yu Lin had the same feeling. This person wasn't in the immortal realm, but he had a dangerous and terrifying aura. Because of this, Yu Lin understood that Lin Fei had completely refined the ancient Eternal the Arch Armor and grasped its power. His strength was infinitely comparable to an immortal realm expert. This was also the reason why Yu Lin came personally. Lin Fei, what is the meaning of this? Our Lord is here personally, and you dare to come out at this time. We suspect that there's something wrong with you. The adjudicator team experts behind him said coldly. Their sharp gazes cut over. Yu Lin didn't stop them. He wanted to see how this Emperor God Lin Fei would deal with it. This was the adjudicator team's favorite method. Many people had suffered because of it. Impudent. Lin Fei snorted. I'm talking to Lord Yu. Since when did you have the right to speak? Shut your mouths. Space-time power gushed out and sealed the adjudicator team experts. At that moment they couldn't move or even speak. They were like wooden statues except for their consciousness. This move stunned them. Their hearts skipped a beat. They couldn't help but take it seriously. Lord Yu, please forgive me for my presumptuous action. Lin Fei said faintly. I feel that these people should be disciplined. Otherwise they won't have any sense of hierarchy. Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor didn't dare to raise their heads. His Majesty was His Majesty. He was really daring. If it were them they wouldn't dare to do that. Ah. Yu Lin laughed. Well said. My subordinates do need to be disciplined. Please come in. Lin Fei led the way. Yu Lin smiled and walked in. The people behind him instantly regained their freedom. None of them dared to follow. However, their expressions were very complicated. Bring us to a place to rest. This small place isn't as good as Tianwei Supervision Institution. Please don't mind. Lin Fei smiled and gestured for Yu Lin to take a seat. He personally brewed a pot of tea and poured it for Yu Lin. Perhaps I was too impulsive just now. This cup is my apology. I'll drink it first. Yu Lin had a good impression of Emperor God Lin Fei. Yu Lin had seen many region lords who were in charge of a territory. However, there weren't many who were as tactful as Lin Fei. When he should be arrogant, he should be arrogant. When he shouldn't, he should be low-key. This was something that many people couldn't learn. Very good. Yu Lin smiled. Tianwei Supervision Institution was a huge organization. Lin Fei naturally didn't like to be targeted. Especially now he still had to find a way home. He had to be very careful. Our purpose for coming here is very simple. We are here to find out about Deacon Black Yuan. Yu Lin went into the main topic and started the process. This step was indispensable. Lin Fei already had a response. He answered whatever the other party asked. Yu Lin didn't ask many questions. In total he only asked 4 or 5 questions. We will continue to investigate Deacon Black Yuan. Yu Lin said. Of course you don't have to worry. Our supervision institution is very fair. We won't arrest people without evidence. Moreover, you are a region lord. Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down. This Yu Lin wasn't a simple person. All right. You have to go to the Empire to get certified after you unify the wind cloud weave, Yu Lin said. Yu Lin said, to His Majesty, the difficulty of the certification is nothing to you. Only after you've been certified as an area master will you be truly qualified. Thank you for the reminder, sir. If you are free, why don't you come with us? Yu Lin smiled at Lin Fei. Chapter 3679. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment before agreeing. They would depart in 3 days. Father, are you really going? Lin Tianxi concealed his aura like an ordinary child. Even Yu Lin couldn't tell. I'm afraid they'll plot against you. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. It's fine. They don't have any evidence, so they won't dare to make a move. Yu Lin invited me to the Empire to verify my identity. I'm afraid someone's trying to rope me in. Although he hadn't spoken much with Yu Lin, Lin Fei could tell that he had someone backing him. This trip wasn't really an investigation, but rather an attempt to rope him in. After all, he had refined the Peerless the Arch-Armor. He wasn't an immortal expert, but he had the combat strength of one. This kind of strength was worth roping in no matter who it was. Lin Fei also believed that the number of immortal experts in the Myriad Skies Empire was definitely limited. Each immortal expert was a treasure of the Empire. Someone like Lin Fei, who wasn't at the immortal realm but had the strength of an immortal expert, was undoubtedly the best person to rope in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a vice-captain. If Lin Fei didn't even have this bit of foresight, then he would have wasted his time in the Empire. Stay in the wind cloud weave and help me look after the house. Lin Fei ordered. If there's any sneaky moves, let Podian and Drifting Snow take action. If they can't handle it, you'll take action. Right now, Lin Fei was an expert in name. His son, Lin Tianxi, was the strongest existence in the dark. One in the light, one in the dark. Lin Fei was really looking forward to those small fish jumping out. Young master, this Lin Fei is worth roping in. In a quiet room on the warship, Yu Lin was respectfully reporting the situation. A figure could be seen in a square mirror. It was a young and vigorous man with an imposing appearance. His eyes were filled with domineering confidence. Even Yu Lin felt great pressure in front of this person. Then bring him here. This young master will personally meet him. The figure said indifferently, extremely domineering. Ancient the arch armor, what a pity. Understood. The reason why Yu Lin was able to sit in the position of vice captain and even fight for the position of captain in the future was because of this lord's support. After ending the communication, Yu Lin took a deep breath, wiping his cold sweat. Young master is getting stronger and stronger. Even if he's not an immortal realm warrior with his secret technique, he could at least be ranked in the top 10 under the immortal realm. At the mention of the young master, Yu Lin worshipped him. This Lin Fei is really lucky. Yu Lin said, if not for the primordial emperor armor, a mere god emperor would be nothing. It's a pity that those few didn't live up to expectations. After fighting for so long, they still failed at the last step and helped this kid. The wind cloud weave was a small weave. But the ancient emperor armor was a good thing. If it wasn't for all sorts of restraints back then, preventing everyone from taking action to snatch it, and could only secretly support the local god emperors to snatch it, who would have thought that in the end, it would be snatched away by an unknown fellow. Yu Lin could only say that Lin Fei was lucky. 3 days later, Yi Xiaolong boarded Yu Lin's warship. The warship charged into the void, passed through the weave's barrier and entered the starry sky. Brother Lin, it will take about 5 years to reach our certified territory from here. There are many empire books in the cabin, you can read them when you are free. Yu Lin said with a smile. Lin Fei could feel the change in his attitude towards him. Alright. 5 years was not a long time. Time passed in the blink of an eye as he meditated in seclusion. Lin Fei rarely came out. Other than flipping through the Empire's books, he spent his time comprehending the moves of the unparalleled Emperor armor. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Lin Fei gained a lot, and his understanding of the Wantian Empire deepened. Brother Lin, we've arrived. Yu Lin came to find Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew that they were about to reach the Azure Dragon City, one of the 4 secondary cities. The Wantian Empire controlled a lot of territory, so there were 4 main cities. These 4 main cities were Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Black Tortoise. These 4 main cities were guarded by the 4 great generals of the Wantian Empire. Among the 4 main cities was the Wantian Empire's imperial capital. The 4 main cities were like barriers. Anyone who wanted to attack the imperial capital had to break through the 4 main cities, and there was a super formation set up between the 4 main cities. To destroy the 4 main cities, they had to attack them together. Only then could they break through the super formation. So big. As he stood on the deck, a vast and boundless weave appeared in his field of vision. The tempest weave paled in comparison to this vast and boundless weave. If the wind cloud weave was 10, then the azure dragon weave was 100. This was the huge difference between the 2 weaves. Powerful. This was what Lin Fei felt deeply. It was not without reason that the Wantian Empire could rule over large and small weaves. Lin Fei was glad that he had not been rash. The Wantian Empire was more terrifying than he had imagined. If the Azure Dragon weave was already so powerful, then the remaining 3 weaves would probably be even more terrifying. There was also the unfathomable imperial capital. This time, I must find out the location on the galaxy map and see which weave it is in. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "This is the Azure Dragon weave? So big." Yu Lin laughed heartily. "Brother Lin, this must be your first time out here. Once you visit the other 3 weaves, you'll understand that the Azure Dragon weave is still a far cry from theirs." "No way." Lin Fei was shocked. "You will know in the future." The silver-white warship sailed into the Azure Dragon weave. When they entered the Azure Dragon weave, there were mountains and rivers everywhere. What surprised Lin Fei the most was the existence of gravity in the Azure Dragon weave. This did not exist in the Wind Cloud weave. Under the influence of gravity, there was a strong layer of resistance in places that could not be seen. With this layer of resistance, flying and moving would require even more strength. "You can feel the difference now, right?" Yu Lin said, "The Azure Dragon weave is different from the other weaves. The entire weave has been set up with a large formation. That's why you can feel the gravity. Right now the gravity is at the lowest level. If anything happens, the entire weave's gravity will be adjusted to become very terrifying. Anyone will be instantly suppressed. Even an immortal expert will not be able to do anything except leave." Lin Fei was secretly shocked. If the lowest level of gravity was already like this, then even he might not be able to withstand it if it was at full strength. It is indeed not easy to become the home of one of the four main cities. Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the place. The Azure Dragon Weave was huge. After flying for more than half a month, they finally saw a truly large city. It was like a colossus with no end in sight. That was the Azure Dragon City. Chapter 3680. Azure Dragon City was huge. The major cities of the Wind Cloud Weave paled in comparison to this city. Yulin was very familiar with Azure Dragon City. You can't fly in Azure Dragon City. Remember this. Yulin led Lin Fei into Azure Dragon City, explaining as they walked, this is a rule of the four main cities. Unless you're an immortal, you'll be treated as an intruder by Azure Dragon City and killed on the spot, regardless of your background. Lin Fei raised his head, squinting his eyes. He really saw the difference. What a powerful formation. Even Lin Fei himself could only see traces of the formation. It was indeed powerful, he had to admit. Yulin smiled without saying a word. Brother Lin, you can rest here for the next few days. I'll arrange for the certification for you. Yulin brought Lin Fei to stay in a mansion. This mansion was very high class and it definitely belonged to a rich family. Then I'll have to trouble brother you. Lin Fei smiled. No trouble. Yulin said, if you need to go out, you can ask the housekeeper to bring you. I've already told them. No matter what Yulin thought, Lin Fei always had a smile on his face. After Yulin left, Lin Fei laid on the bed. The four main cities really live up to their name. Azure Dragon City was a colossus in Lin Fei's eyes. In Azure Dragon City, there were many strong auras, some of which were faintly discernible. Even Lin Fei couldn't clearly sense them. It could only be said that Azure Dragon City was full of experts. I'll rest today. Tomorrow I'll go understand the galaxy map and confirm the entrance to Earth. Azure Dragon City's size exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. Naturally, it was easier to find out the general location of Earth. Azure Dragon City in another mansion. Yulin was standing in the study, his body slightly leaning forward as if he was listening. Young master, I've arranged for Lin Fei. We can meet anytime. Yulin said in a low voice. There's no hurry. In the study sat an impressive-looking young man. He gave off a boundless domineering aura, giving off an unfathomable feeling. It's not easy for me to come to the Azure Dragon City. No matter what, I should take a look around. Yulin continued, young master, I'm worried that other forces will try to rope in Lin Fei once they find out about the situation. After all, his battle prowess is extraordinary. His combat power is not bad, but Lin Fei might not be able to last long. The young man said with a smile, back then Emperor God Gu Heng's might shook the world. That was because he found the secret method. However, this Lin Fei probably hasn't found it yet. Yulin stopped talking. That seemed to be the case. You just need to arrange for people to watch over it. The young man laughed. In Azure Dragon City, who would have the guts to snatch someone I've taken a liking to? Unless they don't want to leave the Azure Dragon Weave alive. After a night's rest, Lin Fei walked out of the mansion with a butler behind him. It was Butler Su, who was at the first level of the God King realm. He had an honest look on his face. Butler Su, is there a place in our Azure Dragon City where we can browse through information? With a local tyrant around, Lin Fei definitely had to make use of it. Browse through information? Butler Su was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He immediately recovered, yes, Lord Lin. In Azure Dragon City, there's a library that's open to the public. Lin Fei was delighted. Azure Dragon City is really keeping up with the times. Butler Su laughed. When Lord Lin familiarizes yourself with Azure Dragon City, you'll realize that Azure Dragon City is really interesting. Is that so? Lin Fei smiled. Under Butler Su's lead, they arrived at a remote place in Azure Dragon City. This place was extremely quiet. If not for Butler Su leading the way, Lin Fei really wouldn't have known that the library was located in such a place. Lord Lin, the library is here. Butler Su said, you can browse through the hall on the first floor for free. However, you have to pay for the second and third floors. You can only enter after passing a test. After a round of explanation, Lin Fei understood. Butler Su, you can go back first. Lin Fei said, I think I'll have to stay in the library for a few days. If Big Brother Yu comes looking for me, come and inform me. Butler Su nodded repeatedly to express his understanding. It's huge. This was Lin Fei's first impression of the library when he walked into it. Other than being huge, it was quite quiet. There weren't many people in the library. There were only a few people browsing through the books on the first floor. The first floor was filled with books according to their categories. Lin Fei didn't go straight to the geographical region. Instead, he casually looked around and saw many interesting things. For example, the history of the rise of the 4 main cities. There was also the history of the 10,000 Sky Empire. It was basically the same. After all, it was written by the victors. Lin Fei treated it as a story. It was quite interesting and he gained a lot of knowledge. Unknowingly, Lin Fei arrived at the geographical region. This was what he was most concerned about. There really is a star chart. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and began to flip through it. If one book wasn't enough, he would read 2. He flipped through it unhurriedly. This time it took him 3 to 4 days. Nothing, still nothing. Lin Fei clearly remembered the star charts he had obtained back then. He had flipped through the star charts, but none of them had any relevant records. Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. Could it be in those ancient books? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This is also possible. Not being able to find what he wanted, Lin Fei was quite unwilling. However, he still had to continue reading, afraid that he would miss what he wanted. Another day passed. Lin Fei's 5th day in the library was still fruitless. Do ancient books need to go up? Lin Fei could only hope that it was on the 2nd floor. On the stairs leading to the 2nd floor of the library, Lin Fei saw an old man. He didn't have any aura, but he instantly gave Lin Fei a great threat. This was an expert. The ancient books are on the 2nd floor, but you have to pass this old man's test. The old man said indifferently. If you don't pass, it's useless no matter who comes. This kind of old man in the library indeed made Lin Fei feel shocked and surprised. An old man whose strength was not inferior to his, did he have to be so fierce? This Wantian Empire was really full of hidden experts. Senior, please speak. Lin Fei said. The old man glanced at Lin Fei. This old man loves to eat the Azure Dragon Claw in the Azure Dragon Mountain Range. If you bring a pair back, it will be considered as passing this old man's test. Azure Dragon Claw. Lin Fei suspected that he had heard wrongly. When he wanted to ask again, the old man had unknowingly disappeared. He didn't even feel it at all. And at this time, a few people nearby came over. Friend, it's your first time here, right? Are you scared? The few people who came over all had smiles on their faces. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they encountered such a thing. Yes. Lin Fei nodded. This test seems to be, this is very normal. Chapter 3681. After understanding the specific situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that the experts of the Azure Dragon City's Compendium Pavilion really knew how to have fun. They were already so old, but their hobbies were still so unique and strange. Ordinary people really couldn't think of it. Young man, that Azure Dragon is not easy to kill. He's a member of the Dragon Clan. Even the weakest among them has the strength of a God Emperor. His physical body is so strong that even God Emperors of the same realm wouldn't be able to fight him. Lin Fei had yet to become a divine emperor. In everyone's eyes, he was just a 5th-level celestial deity young man. Kill the Azure Dragon, seize the Azure Dragon Claw, save it. Many people immediately turned tail and ran when they heard about the test. Kill the Azure Dragon, and the Azure Dragon killed them. They were on completely different levels. He exited the library. Lin Fei pondered whether he should make a trip to the Azure Dragon Mountain Range, which was said to be one of the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. As for why the Dragon Clan was in the mountain range, no one knew. In any case, it was not a small secret. Are you Lin Fei? Before Lin Fei could make up his mind, 2 black-clothed men appeared at the entrance of the library. They spoke rather politely and did not have a fiendish attitude. Lin Fei looked at the 2 of them. What can I do for you? Polite? Naturally, Lin Fei would speak politely to him. After all, this was the Azure Dragon City. Our young master has been looking forward to meeting Emperor God Lin for a long time. He would like to invite you over for a drink and sit down for a chat. One of the men in black said. He was shocked. 5th-level celestial god? He could unleash the power of a god emperor. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't see anything wrong with it. However, this was an order from the young master, so he didn't dare to question it. Who is your young master? Lin Fei asked. He was also very curious. He had only been in the Azure Dragon City for a few days, and there was already someone who wanted to see him. Our family's young master is a member of the Azure Dragon City's Long Clan, the black-clothed man said in a serious tone. His body unconsciously stood up straight, feeling exceptionally proud of himself. Long family. After flipping through the information in the library, Lin Fei understood a lot about Azure Dragon City. In the Azure Dragon City, the #1 family was the Long family. The current Azure Dragon City Lord was from the Long family. At the same time, it was rumored that the relationship between the Long family and the Dragon clan was mysterious. There was even a saying that they had a big backer. However, the Dragon clan had never said anything about it. Everyone knew that those fellows from the Dragon clan were a bunch of lunatics, true battle maniacs. In the entire Azure Dragon Weave, only the Dragon City Lord could suppress them. As for the others, none of them could. The young master of the Long family wanted to see him. Lin Fei smiled. He couldn't wait any longer. Lead the way. From the moment Yu Lin brought him to Azure Dragon City, Lin Fei vaguely sensed that there was someone here who wanted to see him. The only thing he didn't expect was that this person was the young master of the Long family. Lin Fei did not go far. Not far from the library, in a rather inconspicuous small mansion, the young master of the Long family was waiting for him. Emperor God Lin, please come in. The man in black led Lin Fei into the mansion, and then they came to a garden on the mountain. Before they entered, the sound of trickling water could be heard. Lin Fei walked into the garden. This garden was not big. There were fake mountains, flowing water, and a pond of lotus flowers. Mist lingered around it like a paradise. A figure came up to greet him. This must be the famous Emperor God Lin Fei. With a hearty laugh, a burly and domineering young man came up to greet him. What a handsome man. Lin Fei thought to himself. This person's aura was very strong and domineering. This domineering aura seemed to be innate. Even if this person did not deliberately release it, no matter who it was, it was not a small pressure that would be suppressed imperceptibly. An expert, an absolute expert. Young Master Long, you flatter me. Lin Fei said, cupping his hands. Ha ha ha. Long Tianjun laughed. Your strength is worthy of this praise. Back then Emperor God Gu Heng's prestige shook the world. You are his successor. Your future is limitless. I was just lucky. Emperor God Gu Heng is an old senior. How can I compare? Lin Fei said, smiling bitterly. Young Master Long, don't mock me. Come in and have a seat. There was a pavilion in the middle of the garden. A pot of tea was placed on the stone platform. The fragrance of the tea made people feel relaxed and happy. The two sat down facing each other. Although he did not know what status this young Master Long had, Lin Fei knew from his strength that he was not a lowly person. In Azure Dragon City he was definitely a powerful person. I'm Long Tianjun. After sitting down, Long Tianjun took the initiative to pour tea for Lin Fei and introduced himself. The city lord of Azure Dragon City is my father. I am his third son. It wasn't a very detailed introduction, but this brief introduction made Lin Fei's heart skip a beat. He really had a background. The city lord's third son. This was really a top-notch young master in Azure Dragon territory. Moreover, his strength was extraordinary. He was definitely a genius. I didn't know you were third young Master Long. Please forgive me. Lin Fei said, cupping his hands. Those who don't know are innocent. Long Tianjun smiled. It's rare to come here. Have some tea. Although it was their first time meeting, Lin Fei knew that this third young Master Long had come personally to recruit him. It was because he had the arch armor and his battle strength was not inferior to an immortal realm expert. Such strength was worthy of being recruited by anyone. In fact, Long Tianjun did have this thought. God Emperors were easy to recruit. With the large population of 10,000 Skies Empire, it was naturally not that difficult to recruit God Emperors. But an immortal realm expert was like a carrot in a hole. Every immortal realm expert who successfully advanced would be immediately recruited by the Empire's royal family. Even if they failed, they would be given important responsibilities. In 10,000 Skies Empire they would definitely be a top figure. A situation like Lin Fei's was indeed rare. Long Tianjun had personally come to recruit him because he was qualified. The pot of tea was quickly finished. The two chatted casually. Long Tianjun was also restraining his aura, as if he had been frightened by Lin Fei. But this pressure might affect others, but it was nothing to him. Third young Master Long, you've drunk this good tea. You can say what you want to say now. Lin Fei put down the cup and went straight to the point. Straightforward. Long Tianjun also felt that this Lin Fei was not simple. Many people had failed for the ancient arch armor. But in the end, Lin Fei had succeeded. Of the 9 God Emperors in Windy Weave, only 2 were left, and they were 2 unremarkable God Emperors. I'm interested in you. I hope you can help me with some things. Long Tianjun was straightforward. I can promise you that in the future, I can make you the Deputy City Lord of Azure Dragon City. I can even give you a real chance to break through to the Immortal Realm and become a true Immortal Realm expert. Long Tianjun took out a box and placed it in front of him. This is Azure Dragon City, Azure Dragon Army, and the General of the 15th Army. I won't take it out for ordinary people, but you are worth it. Chapter 3682. Lin Fei walked out of the small courtyard. Long Tianjun offered such good conditions, but Lin Fei was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he suggested to think about it for a few days. Long Tianjun agreed. Immortal level battle prowess is quite popular. It's just that my immortal level battle prowess can't last long. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He decided to go back and think about it first. To be honest, Long Tianjun's conditions were very good, especially the position of general. Not everyone could sit on that position. Young master, do you want me to persuade him? Yulin walked out and stood behind Long Tianjun, speaking in a low voice. Long Tianjun took a sip of tea. This matter can't be rushed. He has immortal level battle prowess. This kind of person must be sincere. Isn't there a good saying, haste makes waste? Young master is right. I was prejudiced. Yulin said. Long Tianjun didn't care. Have you figured out what Lin Fei's intention is in the library? According to the feedback from our people, this Lin Fei basically flipped through all kinds of materials in the few days he was in the library. It's very hard to confirm. For now, we can't figure out what Lin Fei wants to do. Yulin said, but according to my guess, he might be related to the Arch Armor. The Arch Armor. Long Tianjun lost interest. That's right. Back then, Emperor God Guheng also spent a lot of effort. Looks like Lin Fei is going to learn from Emperor God Guheng. That's good. The stronger he is, the more I like him. Do we still need someone to watch over him? No need. Long Tianjun stood up and stepped out. A space-time gate appeared. I've seen him. I'll leave the rest to you. Don't mess it up. I understand. Lin Fei returned to the mansion. He didn't resist Long Tianjun's recruitment too much. With such an identity, it would be easy to do things in Wantian Empire. Especially now that he didn't know where to go to Earth, this was the biggest headache. If it was in a special place, this matter would be even more difficult. Let's leave it hanging for a few days first. Lin Fei made up his mind, but he still decided to go out and find out more about Long Tianjun in the next few days. At least for the first time, Lin Fei was pretty good. To be able to get the other party to come personally to recruit him, he was indeed sincere. This wasn't like some young masters who wanted others to obediently submit to them just by calling out their name. Lin Fei would never approve of such a person. Long Tianjun was fine. In the next few days, Lin Fei left early and returned late. He spent most of his time getting to know Long Tianjun. Needless to say, the harvest was not small. Long Tianjun was very famous in Azure Dragon City and even in the territory. At such a young age, it was said that he already had the battle prowess of a half-step immortal. His strength was unfathomable. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, his reputation was also very resounding. He was said to be the next Azure Dragon City Lord. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, Long Tianjun was very popular in the 10,000 Heaven Empire. With this, it was more or less enough. Lord Lin, you're finally back. Returning to the mansion, the moment he entered the door, Lin Fei felt a few unfamiliar auras. Butler Su hurried over with an ugly expression on his face. What's the matter? Lin Fei asked. Butler Su said in a low voice, Young Master Long is here. He said he wants to see you. Long Tianfei? These few days, Lin Fei got to know the situation of Long City Lord's sons. Among them, the most outstanding was Young Master Long, followed by Third Young Master Long. Both of them had the same strength. One liked to do things crudely and advocated force. The other liked to use his brain. As long as it could be solved with brains, he would not use force. The former was Young Master Long Tianfei. The latter was Third Young Master Long Tianjun. Yes. Butler Su said, I've already contacted Lord Yu. Lord Lin, why don't you wait for a while? It's fine. Lin Fei shook his head. He came to see me. Even if I avoided him this time, I'll still meet him next time. Hearing that Young Master Long was here, Lin Fei actually understood what it meant. He was definitely here to recruit him. In the hall, Long Tianfei, who was dressed in black armor, was sitting with a golden saber and a golden horse. His whole body was full of hostility, which caused the temperature in the hall to drop suddenly. It was as if they had come to a world of ice and snow. Behind Long Tianfei stood 6 silver-armored experts, and each of them was an immortal emperor expert. Only the top childs of the 4 main cities could have such a lineup. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, Long Tianfei, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes. Endless hostility gushed out, and the world seemed to darken. Lin Fei. Long Tianfei called him by his name. I admire you very much. I happen to lack a confidant. You can come with me. This person was even more straightforward than Long Tianjun's way of talking. He didn't give Long Tianjun any chance to refuse. Direct, not just any kind of direct. Lin Fei sensed the baleful aura and viciousness, and he finally understood why this person was Long Tianjun's greatest competitor. The other party was indeed capable. In Long Tianjun, Lin Fei saw tyranny and self-righteousness, a great contrast to Long Tianjun. It wasn't strange at all that he could say such words. Young Master Long, I can only thank you for your kindness. Lin Fei said. How dare you? Long Tianfei hadn't arranged for anyone to keep an eye on the windy weave until recently. When he heard this, two beams of hostility shot out of his eyes. His saber and sword merged into one, slashing fiercely. The saber and sword came ferociously, and the boundless hostility turned the hall into a dark, gloomy hell. Long Tianfei's move was a thunderous and tyrannical strike, not giving anyone a chance to resist. He had to destroy what he couldn't get. Lin Fei's the arch armor instantly appeared, covering his entire body. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, one layer after another, forming 6 reincarnation barriers. The strength of this young Master Long was also impressive. The sword and saber formed from his baleful aura were extremely powerful. They broke through the worlds of reincarnation, and in an instant he destroyed 5 of them. Only the last one was destroyed by a single punch from Lin Fei. This son of the Long family is really strong. Lin Fei had always thought that he was very strong, but now he realized that the myriad Sky Empire was indeed full of experts. Ancient the arch armor. Long Tianfei stared at the black armor. Now it's the peerless the arch armor. Lin Fei smiled. I hope you didn't get the name wrong. You're quite bold. Long Tianfei said coldly, if you don't side with me then you're my enemy. Believe it or not, even if you have the peerless emperor armor, I can still easily kill you. Don't forget this is Azure Dragon City. Young Master Long, are you threatening me? Aha, so what if I am threatening you? Long Tianfei said disdainfully. Either submit to me or die here. Boom. A figure appeared in the air. Chapter 3683. Long Tianfei wanted to force Lin Fei to agree. The only thing he didn't expect was that his younger brother valued Lin Fei so much that he showed up immediately after Long Tianfei made his move. Boundless pressure instantly collided with Long Tianfei's. Crash. Under the terrifying pressure, everything in the hall was instantly shattered into pieces. Third brother, are you going to fight me? Long Tianfei didn't make another move. From the moment his third brother appeared, he knew he had lost his chance. His third brother's strength was not inferior to his, and the most frightening thing was that he had mastered spatial mystique. Other than suppressing him, it was very difficult to kill him. Big brother, you're thinking too much. Long Tianjun smiled. You're my big brother. I wouldn't dare even if I were 100 times braver. Hypocrite. Long Tianfei didn't like his third brother. I want this subordinate of yours. Are you willing to let me go? Long Tianjun shook his head. Big brother, there's no room for negotiation. What a joke. He definitely wouldn't agree to something like this. Long Tianfei already knew this would happen. He glanced at Lin Fei. You're lucky. However, the Azure Dragon Weave is very dangerous. Don't be careless and disappear. Lin Fei wasn't afraid. Thank you for your warning, young Master Long. I'll be very careful. Let's go. Long Tianfei left with his men. My big brother is like this. Long Tianjun watched his big brother leave. He's used to being in the army and always thinks that he can settle everything with his fists. He forgot that the scariest thing in this world isn't strength but brains. Lin Fei said. No matter what, I still have to thank young Master Long for helping me. Otherwise, I'd probably be a fugitive. Ha ha ha. Long Tianjun laughed. He really wanted to thank his hot-tempered big brother for pushing Lin Fei to his side. Don't worry. As long as you're in the Azure Dragon Weave, my big brother wouldn't dare to kill a general even if he were 100 times braver. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Since you think so highly of me, I'll be a general. Good. Long Tianjun said happily. Men, prepare a banquet. I'm going to welcome little Lin tonight. Bastard, how dare you refuse my good intentions? Long Tianfei returned to his mansion and killed more than 10 slaves on the spot. The hall was filled with blood. The strong smell of blood permeated the air. Long Tianfei enjoyed this smell very much, and his whole person was intoxicated. The guards in the hall were already used to it and did not find it strange. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. As long as he dares to leave third brother's residence, find a chance to kill him. He was just a god emperor. Even if he had the ancient emperor armor, Long Qianfei could still find someone to kill him. The guards immediately went to make arrangements. Not long after, a figure walked in and reported to Long Qianfei. Damn it. He smashed the table next to him. Third bro got ahead of us again. Long Qianfei's killing intent was ice cold. Just keep an eye on him for now. There's no need to do anything. Third brother's spies reported that Lin Fei had chosen to side with third brother, and third brother had appointed him as the general of the 15th Division. This general was not someone Long Qianfei could easily kill. I'll kill you sooner or later. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're a general. Long Qianfei said gloomily. I can't kill you, but I can make you feel uncomfortable. This is something I can do. That night, Long Tianjun held a welcome dinner for Lin Fei. Because of this, almost all the people under Long Tianjun's command came. Everyone was all smiles when they saw the new addition, Lin Fei. They kept congratulating him, and all sorts of people came to drink with him. The mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Because the general's position needed to be reported, it would take some time. Lin Fei could not go to the barracks for the time being. Long Tianjun was also generous and rewarded a tall mansion to Lin Fei as his residence in Azure Dragon City. At the same time, there were corresponding maids, servants, and guards. It could be said that everything was available. I really have to go to this Azure Dragon mountain range. Originally, he thought that by joining Long Tianjun's camp, he could skip the test and enter the second floor. However, he heard bad news from Long Tianjun. That old man was an expert on the same level as Long City Lord. What he liked most was to set up some test missions. No one came to plead for him unless you completed the mission yourself. Long Tianjun wanted to help, but he could not. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon in Azure Dragon Mountain Range is not a true Azure Dragon, but a pseudo-Azure Dragon. It belongs to a hybrid breed, so it will not fight with the Dragon Clan. As for the map of the universe and the region where Earth was, Lin Fei did not intend to tell anyone. This could only be done by himself secretly. Azure Dragon Mountain Range was very big. When Lin Fei approached Azure Dragon Mountain Range, he felt a strong aura. Even with his current strength, he could feel the aura that made his heart palpitate. Those were definitely the top experts of the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei descended from the sky above the mountain range. According to Long Tianjun, it was best not to fly in Azure Dragon Mountain Range, lest the Dragon Clan misunderstand. Because the Dragon Clan always liked to divide the sky as their territory. The sky above Azure Dragon Mountain Range was actually their territory. No matter who entered the sky, they would be their enemy. No matter what, they would fight first. Everyone in the Azure Dragon territory knew about this fiery temper. After a while, everyone entered the mountain range from the entrance. Deep in Azure Dragon Mountain Range on an island on a lake. Brother Long, I'll have to trouble you with this. Long Qianfei smiled and raised the cup in his hand. It's just taking care of a bastard, it's a piece of cake. Sitting opposite him was a muscular man covered in scales. He patted his chest and said, I guarantee that he will be crippled for life. Alright, cheers. The two cups clinked in midair. Long Qianfei could not take this lying down. No matter what, he had to teach his third brother a lesson. For example, crippling Lin Fei was definitely a slap in the face. Lin Fei, this is the first feast I've prepared for you. I hope you'll be satisfied, According to the information, the inferior Azure Dragon lives beside the lake in Azure Dragon Mountain Range. Lin Fei kept moving in the mountain range, adjusting his direction at the same time. With the information from Third Young Master Long, Lin Fei knew the range of the inferior Azure Dragon. Now he just had to go and kill one. It was not difficult for him. No matter how strong the inferior Azure Dragon was, could it be stronger than him, who had the combat power of an immortal? Lin Fei was very confident. The information clearly stated that the inferior Azure Dragon's combat power was at most around the level of a pseudo-emperor god. Because of the existence of their bloodline, their strength was limited, and very few of them could become emperor gods. Chapter 3684. The beasts in the Green Dragon Mountain Range were all very powerful. Along the way he encountered many God King level beasts. They surrounded him and attacked him fiercely. Even when Lin Fei released his aura, they still attacked him without fear of death. In the end, they were all killed by Lin Fei. 5 days later, Lin Fei arrived at an inner lake in the Azure Dragon Mountain Range. What entered his eyes was a stretch of rippling bluish-green waves, and moisture drifted in the wind. Inferior Azure Dragon. Lin Fei saw the inferior Azure Dragons flying above the lake. However, they were very different from the real Azure Dragon. To put it more seriously, they were like giant lizards. They are not weak. Each of the azure dragons was roughly 300 meters long, and their bodies were covered in scales. They looked very majestic, and there were 3 to 5 of them gathered together, looking very relaxed and content. After some observation, they were a group. There were about 70 to 80 inferior azure dragons. It was considered a huge group. The most powerful of them all was a pseudo-azure dragon. It was 1,500 meters long, and its body seemed to be covered in a thick layer of armor. It occupied a small island and basked in the sunlight. A group of inferior azure dragons is equivalent to dozens of pseudo-god emperors. No wonder no one dares to come. It was not difficult. Even if it was a first or second stage god emperor, Lin Fei would not dare to come. If he was surrounded, there would be nothing but despair. To me, this is not difficult at all. Lin Fei smiled and stared at an inferior azure dragon. It was 200 zhang long. It had a well-proportioned body and was in good condition. Boom. 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped it. The inferior azure dragon that was flying at a low altitude was attacked by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Roar, roar, roar. All the inferior azure dragons were enraged. That damned fellow dared to provoke them. Did he not know that the inferior azure dragons were famous for their violence? Even 2-legged humans did not dare to offend them. After a round of attacks, the inferior azure dragon was covered in wounds. Spacetime saber, slash. Lin Fei reached out, and the spacetime blade, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared in his hand. He slashed it across the azure dragon's thigh, and the 4 huge claws fell off. The inferior azure dragon's huge body fell into the lake below, dyeing the lake red. Huge figures emerged from the bottom of the lake and bit the inferior azure dragon, tearing its flesh apart. The inferior azure dragon's screams echoed through the sky. In a short time, the azure dragon was completely devoured by the lake beasts at the bottom of the lake. Wow, there's a demonic beast at the bottom of this lake that is not inferior to the azure dragon. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Although he was shocked, he had obtained the 4 azure dragon claws. It was time to go back. Boom. Before Lin Fei could turn around and leave, a frightening dragon might assaulted him. The entire world seemed to be shaking. Cracks appeared in the void. A colossal creature rushed out of the void. It was actually an azure dragon that was 10,000 feet long. With a sway of its body, it transformed into a tall and sturdy figure with a cold gaze. Human brat, who told you to kill my rations? The tall and sturdy figure's voice was extremely loud. The moment he appeared, he roared with terrifying might. Rations? Lin Fei really didn't know about this. In Long Qianjuan's words in the Azure Dragon Weave, as long as you didn't offend the dragons, nothing was a big deal. However, if you accidentally offended the Azure Dragons, you would definitely have a headache. They were a bunch of lunatics, and lunatics never considered the consequences. If you could avoid offending the Azure Dragons, then don't offend the Azure Dragon tribe. This was Long Qianjuan's careful instruction. Lin Fei was speechless. He had killed an inferior Azure Dragon, but it was still someone else's rations? What was going on? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lin Fei said. There's no misunderstanding here. The tall and sturdy figure pointed at the inferior Azure Dragons. They're accusing me of killing them. Don't you know that no one has ever dared to touch the rations of the Azure Dragon tribe? The tall and sturdy figure pounced forward with a sinister smile. If you want to kill my rations, then you'll have to be obedient and become my rations. With this pounce, the figure flashed past. Speed was the Azure Dragon's forte. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, for the first time, the 6 paths of reincarnation crumbled under the opponent's pounce. A terrifying force burst from the opponent's body. The Azure Dragon tribe is so powerful. The 6 paths of reincarnation had always been successful against God Emperor experts. However, this time, the opponent easily broke through it, and Lin Fei couldn't feel any signs of power from the opponent. The tall and sturdy figure pounced and punched out. A huge tornado formed and swept towards Lin Fei. Tornado kill. A huge tornado appeared and trapped Lin Fei within. The power was like the wind, and the wind was like a knife. The knife light swept out in all directions. At this moment, Lin Fei was facing a terrifying attack. The unparalleled arch armor covered his entire body. The power of the wind was like a knife, and it was abnormally terrifying. Lin Fei was bombarded by thousands of attacks on the unparalleled arch armor. Wave after wave of power seeped into him. The strength of this power shocked Lin Fei. Not only was the speed fast, but the power was also so strong. Lin Fei seemed to understand why the Azure Dragon Weave was named after the Azure Dragon. This was a really strong tribe and their racial talent was enviable. If not for the unparalleled arch armor, this attack alone could have killed a god emperor 30 or 50 times. Moreover, it would have been a fatal blow. Terrifying, it was really terrifying. Lin Fei had to admit the strength of the Azure Dragons. With the powerful defense of the unparalleled arch armor, Lin Fei looked like he was surrounded, but he was not injured at all. As for the power that seeped into him, it was all blocked. Since I can't afford to offend them, I'll just run. Lin Fei was very open-minded. At least he could not fight the Azure Dragons now. Lin Fei did not want to waste his strength here. It was not easy to accumulate strength. Whoosh. Lin Fei punched open the storm, opened up a gap and flew out. Not bad. The burly figure squinted his eyes. No wonder young Master Long wanted me to attack. This armor is very powerful, and this kid's strength is only SOSO. The burly figure pounced. So fast. Lin Fei waved his hand and set up spacetime power, guiding out layers of space. But the Azure Dragon expert broke through with brute force and was not affected at all. Damn it. Lin Fei used his spacetime power to increase his speed again. In the sky above the Azure Dragon mountain range, it was a scene of a chase. This guy controls spacetime power. Damn it, just a little bit more. The burly figure was extremely fast, but when faced with the opponent's obstruction, there was always a distance between them and he could not catch up. This movement also made countless people, demonic beasts and human experts look up. Wow, something big happened. Chapter 3685. Just a little bit more. Long Qianhao transformed into his true form. His huge body crossed the sky, but he was still a little bit away. Damn it. As a member of the Azure Dragon tribe, his strength was infinitely close to the immortal level. Even a fifth Sky God Emperor was not his match. But this time he was really at a disadvantage. A guy with a low realm relying on a set of the arch armor made him helpless. Was a rare thing. Boom boom boom. Another 6 paths of reincarnation attack came, leaving many wounds on Long Qianhao's body. This made him want to rush up and cut the opponent into pieces. You can't catch me. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The speed of the Azure Dragon tribe was really shocking. Don't waste your energy. Lin Fei said, I only killed one of your pseudo-Azure Dragons. Do you have to chase me all the way? Do you have something going on with the pseudo-Azure Dragons? Lin Fei was not happy being chased by an Azure Dragon. The pseudo-Azure Dragon was the lowest level thing. Since when was it kept by the Azure Dragon tribe? What a joke. It was not normal. I will definitely tear you apart. Hearing this, Long Qianhao was even angrier. I will wait for you. Lin Fei was not afraid. He decided to go to Infinity Land after finding out the exact location. Not having enough energy was a big shortcoming. The two chased him all the way. Lin Fei relied on the 6 paths of reincarnation killer move and spacetime power to open up a large distance, calmly running back to Azure Dragon City. Long Qianhao also gave up on attacking after seeing Azure Dragon City. This time, although he had a good reason to attack, it was not enough. The Azure Dragon tribe never cared about a low-level existence like the pseudo-Azure Dragon. If they really caused trouble, Long Qianhao would have to face the interrogation of the Azure Dragon Elder Group. He could only watch the opponent leave. Consider yourself lucky. Don't come out if you can. Long Qianhao transformed into human form. Lin Fei also stopped. You better be glad that you didn't meet me. Lin Fei smiled. When I become stronger, the first thing I will deal with will be you. What a pity. In the void outside Azure Dragon City, Long Qianfei shook his head in disappointment. If I wasn't afraid of being suspected by that brat, I would have stopped him just now. Young master, the Dragon Clan is very stingy. Lin Fei made Long Qianhao suffer a little. That lord will make his move sooner or later, unless Lin Fei doesn't leave Azure Dragon City. You should know that the Dragon Clan is very patient. 100 or 1,000 years is really nothing. Long Qianfei laughed heartily. Ah, that's true. After Lin Fei entered the Azure Dragon City, he first returned to his residence. The chase had consumed a lot of energy. He used the Heaven God's power in the Myriad Origin Pool. The Azure Dragon is really powerful. Looks like it's a top-notch race in the Wantian Empire. No wonder third young Master Long kept saying that it's okay to offend anyone but the Azure Dragon race. Those fellows are a bunch of lunatics. Lin Fei had learned something new. They were indeed lunatics. For example, Long Qianhao, who was chasing him, was just an Azure Dragon. This recovery took 2 days. Only then did Lin Fei recover. This time he had learned something new. At the same time he knew his flaws. He didn't have enough energy. Whether it was the 6 paths of reincarnation or the river of time, each use required a huge amount of energy which also limited Lin Fei's performance. Of course there was endurance. What kind of expert was he if he couldn't fight for a long time? Lin Fei now had a taste of it. He had to go to the land of infinity. For example, he had to go back this time. Even if it was just to try his luck, he believed that if Emperor God Guheng could do it, so could he. Before Lin Fei went to the library, Lin Fei had already left. Long Tianjun came over. Lin Fei, you offended Long Tianhao of the Azure Dragon race. Long Tianjun was still very concerned about this newly recruited Lin Fei. After all, this was the combat power of an immortal. Lin Fei got angry at the mention of this matter. Don't talk about it. That Azure Dragon is too much. Lin Fei scolded, Young Master Long, you have to help me out. I only killed a pseudo-Azure Dragon. Is there a need to chase after me? If it weren't for my strength, I would have died long ago. Lin Fei told him what had happened. Long Tianjun was indeed worried that Lin Fei had offended the Azure Dragon race. One had to know that those guys were unreasonable. If possible, Long Tianjun definitely hoped that it wouldn't happen. He wanted it to be resolved peacefully. Long Tianjun had come to ask Lin Fei about the specific situation. But after hearing this, Long Tianjun's face darkened. No one knew better than him the meaning of the Azure Dragon's existence. It was definitely not a captive. Long Tianjun immediately determined that someone was trying to trick Lin Fei. So that's how it is. I'll help you resolve this matter. Long Tianjun knew what was going on. Killing a pseudo-Azure Dragon was not a big deal at all. In fact, he was making a mountain out of a molehill. If something like this happens again in the future, you must tell me. I'll stand up for you. Long Tianjun heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard this, how could Lin Fei not know what he meant? It was very likely that someone was taking revenge on him. As for who it was, it didn't take a genius to figure it out. It was young Master Long Tianfei. I'll kill him sooner or later. Lin Fei added this young master to his kill list. After comforting him, Long Tianjun took out a dragon head token. Your general position has been decided. From now on, you're the general of the 15th Azure Dragon Army. Thank you, young Master Long. Lin Fei took the dragon head token. It was made of a special material and was covered in cold air. You have 15 years to prepare. Long Tianjun said. You can go back to the Windy Weave. As for the certification, I'll take care of it for you. Certification was indeed a small matter. Moreover, Lin Fei was strong enough. Now that Long Tianjun had spoken, his subordinates naturally knew what to do. Moreover, the Windy Weave was only a small weave. Long Tianjun didn't mind doing Lin Fei a favor. As long as Lin Fei was satisfied, they would work for him with peace of mind. For example, the Great Weave War this time. At the library. After receiving the general token, Lin Fei immediately went to the library. At the same time he brought the Azure Dragon Claws, a total of 4 Azure Dragon Claws. Young man, I smell the aura of the Azure Dragon Claws. As he entered the library again and neared the 2nd floor, a figure suddenly appeared. Lin Fei was shocked because he hadn't sensed it at all. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This was an expert in the Tao of space. Senior, I've completed your test. Lin Fei took out 4 Azure Dragon Claws. I heard that Senior likes to eat, so I specially found a suitable Azure Dragon. At the same time, I want to contribute a delicacy to Senior. I hope Senior can fulfill my wish. There were also many people in the library. Seeing this scene, they all admired this fellow's courage. Everyone knew that this old man was like a stone in the latrine. He had a bad temper and no one dared to act tough in front of him. Delicious, I like this. Chapter 3686. The expressions of many people in the library changed. However, Lin Fei's expression did not change at all. Instead, he smiled in his heart. His idea might succeed. I guarantee that Senior will be satisfied. Lin Fei said seriously. It's just that this place doesn't seem to be suitable. Why don't we change places? The old man reached out and grabbed Lin Fei's shoulder. The surrounding space kept jumping. In the next second, the old man and the young man arrived at a lake. This is a place that I like quite a lot. You can make delicacies here. The old man said. He turned around and sat on a rock in the distance. He actually started fishing. What a powerful spatial technique. Lin Fei was very unfamiliar with this place. He had no idea how far he was away from it. The Myriad Sky Empire is really full of experts. A great spatial expert has terrifying destructive power against any enemy. Lin Fei thought to himself. At the very least, if he were to encounter such an expert, Even the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the river of spacetime might not be of much use. After suppressing these thoughts in his heart, Lin Fei began to take out the things that he had prepared. Today Lin Fei planned to make a barbecue for the old man. Azure Dragon City was very big, but there was almost no method to barbecue. How could an Azure Dragon claw be delicious? Of course it was barbecue. Although it was big, it was no different from a chicken claw. As long as there was enough seasoning, the taste was good. He took out the barbecue rack and took out the marinated Azure Dragon claw. He lined them up. Lin Fei took out a brush and began to control the fire to cook a feast. This is fire roasting? That doesn't seem right. Why haven't I seen it before? The old man looked like he was fishing, but in fact, he had been concerned about what kind of delicacy this young man would make. When the barbecue rack was taken out, the old man was puzzled at first. Then he brushed on the strange seasoning, which made the old man even more interested. Time passed minute by minute. The 4 Azure Dragon claw on the barbecue rack began to emit oil. With the help of the seasoning, it gradually released a unique fragrance. This fragrance spread all the way. Just the fragrance alone is so tempting. Good heavens, this kid has really made a delicacy. The old man usually ate the Azure Dragon claw using the normal method of barbecuing. It was not as complicated as the young man in front of him. He continuously swung the Azure Dragon claw and controlled the size of the flames perfectly. It could be said that this was a perfect work of art. I can't take it anymore. The old man couldn't take it anymore and walked to the grill. Kid, what kind of delicacy is this? Lin Fei explained, Senior, this is the roasted green dragon claw that I created. It's different from the usual roasted ones. However, it's not fully cooked yet, so you'll have to wait a little longer. Not cooked yet. The old man had just stretched out his hand when he subconsciously stopped. He was about to grab an Azure Dragon claw to taste it. That's not right. This old man sees that this Azure Dragon claw is thoroughly cooked from the inside out. Senior, this Azure Dragon claw is fully cooked, but it's still lacking some heat. Lin Fei brushed the seasoning on the claw again. Only when the inside and outside of the claw is the best taste. The best delicacy. The old man seemed to be deep in thought. Then hurry up. I can't wait any longer. In the next 2 hours. Almost all of the old man's desires were aroused by the Azure Dragon claw. The fragrance that wafted in the air was something that the old man had never smelled before in his life. If not for his good self-control, the old man would have taken a bite. Aha, so this is the delicacy. In the sky above the clouds, a huge figure suddenly rushed out and grabbed at the 4 Azure Dragon claw. This delicacy is mine. As for the person who was roasting and the old man who had his back to him, Long Qianhao didn't care about them at all. Long Qianhao had been unhappy for a few days ever since he failed to kill that human brat. Even the group of elders had given him a warning because of this matter. Long Qianhao couldn't go and find trouble with that human brat, so he could only walk around. Along the way he met some weak humans and was all killed until he was attracted by the smell in this area. When he saw the Azure Dragon claw, the fragrance that wafted in the air made Long Qianhao not pay attention to the person who was roasting it. He just wanted to eat to his heart's content. Such a delicacy could only be enjoyed by him alone. Long Qianhao felt that his luck was pretty good to be able to encounter such a good thing. He decided that as long as the taste was really good, this human would let him go. My delicacy is not something that an Azure Dragon like you can touch. The old man was staring at the Azure Dragon claw. When he heard this, he turned his head violently, his eyes cold. This look. Long Qianhao's speed was extremely fast, but when the old man turned around, his entire face changed. He was completely terrified and the void around him started to condense. He couldn't move at all. Damn it, why is it him? Long Qianhao couldn't move at all and just stood there in the air. Only he knew that he was being crushed by the power of space. Cracks appeared on his tough skin and fresh blood dripped down. Continue roasting. The old man said calmly. Yes. Lin Fei also recognized the other party at this time. His heart jumped and he couldn't help but let out a look of joy. This bastard had actually offended the old man, and was even imprisoned in the sky by the old man. There was no one else like this. Lin Fei felt that his luck was too good. He was thinking of taking revenge, but Long Qianhao ran over himself, and even wanted to snatch the old man's Azure Dragon claw. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Lin Fei could swear to the heavens that he really didn't do this on purpose. It was definitely a coincidence. After all, this place was chosen by the old man. Long Qianhao couldn't speak and all his strength was suppressed. If not for his identity as an Azure Dragon, he might have already died. That kid, why is he here? How is this possible? Long Qinhao saw that Lin Fei and he could no longer remain calm. How does he know the Space Emperor? Long Qinhao wanted to speak but he couldn't. Everything was imprisoned and his heart turned cold. This is the end. Lin Fei focused on roasting the Azure Dragon Claw until he grabbed a handful of seasoning and sprinkled it on. The Azure Dragon Claw was done, and its fragrance filled the air. "Senior, please have a taste." The old man couldn't hold it in any longer, but when he thought that he wasn't in a perfect state, he forcefully held it in. He reached out and grabbed the Azure Dragon Claw. Just from the surface, it made one salivate. He took a bite unhurriedly and a brand new taste filled his mouth. "Delicious." The old man blurted out. "It's really delicious." It was the same barbecue but it tasted so good. This was the first time the old man had tasted it. "Young man, you're not bad, really not bad." The old man was curious at first, but he didn't expect that because of curiosity, he really tasted a different barbecue taste. It's been a long time since this old man couldn't stop praising something. Chapter 3687. A brand new delicacy? For some reason Long Qianhao felt terrible when he heard this. He felt that the delicacy the kid mentioned had something to do with him. "Please don't." Long Qianhao prayed in his heart. If possible, he really didn't want to fight with this kid. This old man was the Space Emperor. The Space Emperor was famous for being unreasonable in the Wantian Empire. As long as he liked something, no one could stop him, especially the green dragon claw. The old man ate with relish. This method of barbecuing was very flavorful and memorable. "There's more delicacy," the old man said faintly. Even though his luck was still as plain as ever, Lin Fei could tell that this senior was moved. Lin Fei glanced at Long Qianhao, who was in the sky, and chuckled in his heart. "Who asked you to have such bad luck that you had to fall into my hands?" "No, the old man's hands." "You can only say that you are unlucky." "Yes, senior." Lin Fei nodded and pointed at Long Qianhao in the sky. "This delicacy of mine is called charcoal grilled green dragon slices. As the name suggests, it's from," Lin Fei said very seriously and carefully. Long Qianhao, who was restrained, trembled and felt terrible. "Bastard, this bastard is definitely doing this on purpose." Long Qianhao almost went crazy when he heard that kid's words. He actually wanted to cut off his own flesh to barbecue. Bastard, shameless. This was definitely revenge. Long Qianhao absolutely didn't believe that there was such a delicacy. He must have thought of it on the spur of the moment. Unfortunately, no matter how Long Qianhao roared and cursed, he couldn't say a word. "There's such a delicacy. It sounds interesting," the old man said. "Then let's give it a try. This green dragon is not bad." Long Qianhao's heart sank. It was really over this time. "I'm a green dragon expert. Why do you want to cut off my flesh?" "Why? I can't accept this." Long Qianhao never thought that this kid would be so shameless and vicious. The old man stretched out his hand and Long Qianhao's huge body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. He instantly came to a place not far from Lin Fei and released a huge dragon aura. "Senior, please wait a moment." Lin Fei smiled as he came in front of Long Qianhao. In his original form, Long Qianhao's huge body was covered in scales, but it was dyed red by a large amount of blood. "This area has the best meat." Lin Fei patted Long Qianhao's tail. Using the power of a deity as a knife, he easily cut it open, revealing the tender white flesh. Long Qianhao roared. He wanted to kill someone. He was shocked. How did this brat know that place? What? Lin Fei didn't want to say anything more to Long Qianhao. Instead, he continued to cut off pieces of tender meat. His movements were very precise, and each piece was as thin as a cicada's wing. "Senior, this is the most delicious part. Every piece is as thin as a cicada's wing. Then it's roasted over a large flame and paired with a suitable sauce. The taste is absolutely top-notch." In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei made the meat slices and introduced them to the old man. After the old man tasted it, he felt that it was very delicious. This unique method instantly made the old man feel that Lin Fei was a confidant. "Delicious, absolutely delicious. I like to call this kind of barbecued raw meat slices fiercely roasted, but there is an important point, and that is, it must be made with a living demon beast. The stronger the demon beast, the better, especially when it's in its original state. Only then will the taste be top-notch," Lin Fei said. "I didn't say it well. Please don't take it to heart, senior." Long Qianhao was dumbfounded. Was there really such a delicacy? Why was it that the fragrance emitted by the meat made him want to take a bite? Long Qianhao felt that he was going crazy when this thought popped up. That was his own flesh, but why was it so tempting? He couldn't take it anymore. The old man was very satisfied with the meal. Whether it was the green dragon claw or the roasted raw meat, The taste was top-notch and absolutely addictive. "Brat, you passed the test," the old man said. "Other than the top floor you can go to the lower levels, but you can't take the books away." He could go to the other levels? This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He had thought that it would be great if he could go to the second level, but he didn't expect to be able to go to the lower levels. If this wasn't a pleasant surprise, what else could it be? "Thank you, senior." Lin Fei cupped his hands and said gratefully, "Brat, the food you make is very delicious. You don't have to keep calling me senior, just call me Old Kong." The old man said lightly, "Old Kong." This was an improvement. Long Chenhao didn't feel good. This was a closer relationship. Why wasn't this person me? Lin Fei was overjoyed. This isn't good. This old man likes you, there's nothing wrong with that. The old man said lightly, "As long as you make delicious food for this old man in the future, this old man will be satisfied." This was a gourmet maniac. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not be able to do anything, but there was nothing to be afraid of. One had to know that the food in his mind was not just a simple barbecue. "Old Kong, then I really do have a delicacy." Lin Fei hesitated for a moment and said, "I need this green dragon because it's more interesting to keep it alive." This green dragon. The old man glanced at it. Long Chenhao's heart sank to the bottom of the valley with this one look. No. Long Chenhao really wanted to beg that brat to let him go. He cut off his own flesh and actually wanted to use him as an example. "I am an expert of the Green Dragon clan." "Yes." Lin Fei said in a low voice, "I call this delicacy hot pot. It's a delicacy that's as passionate as fire." Hot pot. The old man couldn't find any relevant memories. Could it be a new delicacy? "Take him away." The old man looked at Long Chenhao. "Do you want to come with us or do I have to do it? You choose." Long Chenhao found that he could speak. "I'm willing to go with you." Long Chenhao didn't have any other thoughts. He absolutely believed that as long as he refused, this old man would definitely cripple him. One had to know that the elders of the Green Dragon clan were also very afraid of this person. There was even a warning internally that whoever offended this space emperor would have to bear the consequences himself. The elders of the Green Dragon clan wouldn't do anything. I'm willing." Long Chenhao found that he could speak and his tone became urgent. The old man pointed casually. "Then during this period of time you will follow this brat. If anything happens to this brat, you should know what will happen." Long Chenhao hurriedly said like a chick pecking rice. "Senior, I promise that nothing will happen. If anything goes wrong, Senior can kill me without any complaints." Long Chenhao wasn't a fool. If he didn't speak now and was really killed, then he would have died in vain. Let's go back. Chapter 3688. He returned to the library once again. The old man disappeared in the blink of an eye. Long Chenhao looked at Lin Fei and felt extremely aggrieved. He had actually become a bodyguard. It was really embarrassing. He was an expert of the dragon race. "Does it feel good?" Lin Fei smiled and looked at Long Chenhao. "Do you want to kill me here? Now is your chance. Don't be shy. Come at me with all your strength." Shameless. A villain intoxicated by success. Long Chenhao had never seen such a guy. He wanted to punch this guy to death, but he held back in the end. As an expert of the Azure Dragon race, he had a chance to reach the immortal realm in the future. Long Chenhao did not want to die like this. "You win this time," Long Chenhao said coldly. "Still so stubborn." Lin Fei snorted. My memory seems to be getting better and better. It seems that there are many delicacies other than hot pot. Seeing that you're tall and strong, I can make use of them all. For example, this dragon head, I can chop chili dragon head. That taste is amazing." Long Chenhao was indeed unconvinced. It was just that he was unlucky. If not for his identity as the Space Emperor, he would have escaped long ago. How could he stand there so obediently? There were delicacies? Long Chenhao felt like he had been hit in the head. "Brother Yi, I think what happened last time was a complete misunderstanding." Long Chenhao thought that he could leave after the hot pot was over. However, if the other party made delicacies one by one, he would really be finished. Misunderstanding. Lin Fei shook his head. "Unfortunately, I don't think so. I just thought of another delicacy. Braised dragon meat. I guarantee that the old man will be full of praise after eating it." Braised dragon meat. Long Chenhao trembled. He could not stay calm. This was torturing him to death. Chopped chili dragon head, braised dragon meat. "Young Master Yi, I was also instructed by someone. The one who really wanted to deal with you was young Master Long." Long Chenhao wanted to clear his name right now. If this guy made another dish, he would be in trouble. Long Qianhao could even imagine that he would become a celebrity within the Azure Dragon tribe. It was just that this celebrity was a disgrace. In fact, in the future when people mentioned the names of chopped chili dragon head and other dishes, they would think of him first, the shame of the Azure Dragon tribe Long Qianhao. His name would truly go down in history. Too ruthless. Long Qianhao couldn't help but feel indignant. There had never been a dish whose name could make a powerhouse of the Azure Dragon clan feel afraid and uneasy. Young Master Long Ha. Lin Fei knew it would be this guy. After all, the only person he had offended in the Azure Dragon City was that young Master Long. Young Master Yi, I really didn't mean to make you my enemy. Long Qianhao whispered, begging for mercy. His reputation as the Green Dragon was useless now. That depends on what you do. Lin Fei smiled and said, all right, I'm going up now. You just wait here and don't run away. Chopped chili dragon head, braised dragon meat. In a secret place, the Space Emperor murmured to himself, but his eyes revealed a joyful expression. This kid, where did he learn about these dishes from? Just the names alone make me feel very appetizing. The Space Emperor squinted his eyes. I'm really looking forward to hot pot. The Space Emperor's greatest hobby was to enjoy all kinds of delicious food. Unfortunately, since a long time ago, there were very few things that could be eaten. The Azure Dragon Claw was the only delicacy that could be eaten. I finally reached the second level. Compared to the first level, the second level was much smaller, and the number of wooden shelves was also lesser. I'll spend the rest of the time studying it. Lin Fei began to read through the ancient books here. In the next few days he almost didn't stop. If there was nothing on the second level, then the third level. If there was nothing on the third level, then the fourth level. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This is the last level I can enter. If I still can't find it, then I'll really cry. There were so many ancient books in the library, but he still couldn't find any relevant information. Lin Fei was really worried that he wouldn't be able to find it. If he couldn't find it, then the other three main cities would probably be the same. I hope there are clues on the last level. The fifth level was very small and there were only 6 wooden shelves in the front and back. This level seemed to be very cold and cheerless. Lin Fei calmed his heart and continued to read the ancient books. Nothing, still nothing. Lin Fei was almost in despair. This is the last one. This was a yellow and dusty ancient book. There was even a history written on it, and it seemed like it would shatter with a light touch. This made Lin Fei even more dismissive of the idea. To think that it's all for naught. Lin Fei carefully flipped through the ancient book. Page by page he read. Lin Fei accepted reality and flipped to another page. It was just a habitual action, but this time, his originally listless eyes finally lit up. I actually found it. This was a starry sky map and it was extremely ancient. At one of the positions, Lin Fei saw the exact same position on the starry sky map. Original map, this is the original map. Lin Fei was overjoyed. If it wasn't for the position on the starry sky map, he would have missed it. I finally found it. If it wasn't for the fear of being seen, Lin Fei would have shouted in excitement. I finally found the way home. Lin Fei focused his attention and looked at it. The starry sky map that he had seen before appeared in his mind, and he constantly compared and overlapped them. Everything became very clear. Lin Fei frowned. This place is young Master Long's fief. During his days in the library, Lin Fei had read through all kinds of information and knew the myriad sky empire like the back of his hand. After a careful look, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. That inconspicuous entrance was actually in a fief, and this fief was in the Black Tortoise domain, and the Black Tortoise domain was young Master Long's territory. The people there supported young Master Long. Moreover, this place was a forbidden land. The Black Tortoise domain was heavily guarded, and it was said that there was a powerful forbidden zone inside. Anyone who approached this place would be mercilessly killed. And the Black Tortoise clan was famous for their strong defense. At the same realm, the Black Tortoise clan was superior. This is a little too difficult. Lin Fei rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Young Master Long's fief, the Black Tortoise clan, the boss of the Forbidden Zone. Regardless of which one it wasn't good news for Lin Fei. It was too bad. Lin Fei quickly recovered and his eyes became resolute. It's only interesting if it's difficult. Now that I know the location of the entrance to Earth, there's hope of returning. It's just a matter of time. Even though he knew the location, Lin Fei didn't dare to take the risk. Who knew what kind of danger lay there? The key was to be able to erupt with true immortal combat strength at all times. Chapter 3689. I'm back. Lin Fei boarded a warship and returned to the Wind Cloud Weave. Ever since he'd obtained the clues in the library, Lin Fei had suppressed his thoughts. He knew better than anyone that he had to take things one step at a time to return to Earth. The Black Tortoise clan wasn't easy to deal with. One of the 4 main cities. Their status was noble. Lin Fei was far too inferior compared to them. It seemed like he could only take it one step at a time. To safely enter that area and return to Earth, Lin Fei felt that he had to be the master of the Black Tortoise Weave. Only then would it be justifiable. At the same time, he wouldn't have to worry about being suspected. However, becoming the master of the Black Tortoise Weave wasn't an easy task. Lin Fei had returned to find out the whereabouts of the Infinite Lands. Others might not know, but his chief son did. "Father, you're finally back." It had been more than 20 years. Lin Qianxi hadn't grown much, looking no different from when he'd left. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. This was something that even Emperor God Guheng coveted. Naturally, it was extraordinary. "You didn't mess around when I wasn't home, did you?" Lin Fei picked up Lin Qianxi. "Of course not." Lin Qianxi chuckled. "Right, where did this fellow come from? He seems to suit my taste." Long Qianhao, who'd always followed behind Lin Fei, had lived a very sullen life over the years. He was often treated like a dish. Thankfully, Long Qianhao had learned to lower his head and didn't end up in such a miserable state. For example, he'd captured other green dragons. He'd become Lin Fei's thug. At the same time, he'd fallen in love with the food that Lin Fei made. When he was free, he'd often cause trouble for other green dragons. Since Long Qianhao's status wasn't low, those fellows didn't dare say anything when they suffered. But at this moment, Long Qianhao felt uncomfortable after being stared at by this child. "What's going on? Why does this kid give me such a terrifying feeling?" It was as if he'd been suppressed. It was too terrifying. "He is my guard, a member of the Azure Dragon clan." Lin Fei said with a smile. "Didn't you say that you don't eat this kind of food?" Lin Qianxi said seriously, "It's easy to get sick of eating those things all the time. Occasionally you can ease your appetite." Long Qianhao immediately shrank his neck. "What does this guy usually eat?" "That's fine, but you can't eat this guy," Lin Fei said. "But in the future you can ask him to bring some Azure Dragons over." Both Piao Shuai and God Emperor Breaking Heaven came out to welcome them. During his absence, the two of them had managed the Wind Cloud Weave well. However, both of them seemed to want to surpass the other in order to gain Lin Fei's favor. After listening to the situation over the years, Lin Fei was completely relieved and decided to continue delegating power to them. "You guys have done a good job all these years," Lin Fei said with a smile. "You guys have worked hard." Lin Fei took out some treasures he'd brought back from the 10,000 Sky Empire and gave them to the 2 God Emperors. "I've already joined the Azure Dragon Army and become the general of the 15th Army. I'll probably be heading over there for a while, so I'll leave this place to you guys." Lin Fei made it short. The Wind Cloud Weave was actually just a passerby to him. However, after his certification, the Wind Cloud Weave would be branded as his territory. No one would come and cause trouble unless he was no longer around. This naturally caused the 2 God Emperors to congratulate him and feel envious. A general. And a general of one of the 4 great armies at that. This position was not something a domain lord of a small weave could compare to. "Father, you want to go to the Limitless Land so soon?" Lin Qianxi asked curiously. Lin Fei naturally couldn't tell them about Earth. If the experts here found out, who on Earth could withstand their attacks? If they weren't careful, they would be destroyed. This was not an outcome that Lin Fei wanted to see. Apart from himself, he wouldn't tell anyone else this secret. "After going to the 10,000 Sky Empire, I realized that I'm still too weak. This the arch armor in particular consumes a lot of energy. I can't maintain it for long." Lin Fei was very direct. "Father's the arch armor has both power and defense, but it consumes too much energy. It can't be maintained for long." Lin Qianxi was also clear on this point. "The Limitless Land is indeed the most ideal place, Father." In the Azure Dragon City's library, Lin Fei hadn't seen any information or clues about the Limitless Land at all. This also made Lin Fei realize that the Limitless Land was probably a mysterious place. It was so mysterious that outsiders wouldn't know about it, and there weren't even any clues left behind. "I'll bring you there once, Father, but I can't guarantee that it'll work," Lin Qianxi said. "Moreover, if Father fails, don't even think about entering again for at least 1 billion years. Such a long time limit?" Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. This limit was a little ridiculous. "I'll give it a try. Even if I fail, I'll accept it." This was the only way for Lin Fei to increase his strength. Only with a stable consumption of energy could his combat strength be truly stabilized. It wouldn't be as restricted as it was now. This feeling of being stifled was really unpleasant. Lin Fei left not long after returning to the Wind Cloud Weave. Long Qianhao was sent back. Lin Qianxi brought Lin Fei with him and used a secret art to travel through space. Lin Fei couldn't let a third person know about this. The fewer people who knew, the better. He didn't want everyone to know about the limitless land. The limitless land was hidden in the endless space. This was what Lin Fei had analyzed along the way. Even though Lin Fei could control the river of spacetime's power, he still couldn't travel through the layers of space. This journey took 20 years. He spent almost every day traveling through space. From Lin Qianxi, Lin Fei also learned about the origin of this space travel. Limitless land. What seemed like an inconspicuous few words contained great terror. If an expert was thrown into the limitless land, he would only end up lost. This was because he would never be able to leave the limitless land. As for when he would enter the limitless land, even Lin Fei didn't know. In any case, he arrived in a daze. "Father, we will reach the end of the limitless land in a month at most. That's the limitless land." Lin Qianxi had been traveling through space the entire time. He also revealed a hint of fatigue. "It's been hard on you." Lin Fei was very grateful that his son had brought him here. If it were him, he would have gotten lost even if he knew the route. This was because the limitless land changed every day. This change isolated 99% of the people in it. Another month later, is that the limitless land? Lin Fei suddenly stared ahead. A gray, hazy land appeared in front of him. A land hidden in the limitless land. When he got closer, Lin Fei discovered that this land wasn't a land. It was just a huge island floating in the limitless land. This is what the limitless land looks like. Chapter 3690. Father, this is Infinity Land. Isn't it surprising? Lin Qianxi laughed. Actually, it's my first time here too. If not for the information in my memory telling me that this is Infinity Land, I wouldn't have believed it myself. After all, it's hard to connect the dots. Alright. Lin Fei believed this explanation. An island-like existence, especially in a place like Infinity Land, other than Infinity Land, there was nothing to be suspicious about. Father, this Infinity Land is very mysterious. Lin Qianxi stopped. What you see is an island, but it's completely different from the inside. Is it different? Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Father, you'll understand when you enter Infinity Land. I believe that you'll have a high chance of obtaining Infinity Land's recognition. You can't go in. Lin Fei said. No. Lin Qianxi shook his head. Only those below immortal rank are allowed to enter Infinity Land. Once they reach immortal rank, they'll be killed by the power of Infinity Land. It can't be, even immortal rank can't withstand it? Lin Fei frowned. Infinity Land looked very inconspicuous. Father, you'll understand the power of Infinity Land once you enter. Lin Qianxi said, ordinary people can't find such a place. Lin Fei also admired Emperor God Gu Heng for being able to find Infinity Land. Admiration was admiration, but Lin Fei knew that he would definitely meet Emperor God Gu Heng in the territory war soon. That guy definitely wasn't dead. Wait outside. Lin Fei took the initiative to rush out, unparalleled the arch armor's power activated, and quickly approached Infinity Land. A formless power swept over. Under this formless power, Lin Fei felt an oppressive aura. His entire body felt like it was about to collapse. This power was so strong that it could penetrate through unparalleled arch armor and seep in. So strong. Lin Fei could feel his body splitting open and he couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that his body had been upgraded to Emperor God rank. Even an Emperor God's attack couldn't easily break it open. As for bleeding, he didn't even need to think about it. But right now he was still in the outer region and just the formless power was crushing him. Lin Fei couldn't imagine how strong Infinity Land was. Crack 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 crack. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool and pushed its power to the limit, wanting to break through this formless suppression. He knew that this was the first threshold, a test from the boundless land. The distance wasn't long, but for Lin Fei the pressure was immense. Inside the unparalleled arch armor, his entire body was covered in wounds. Could be said that he was bleeding uncontrollably. Of course, this bit of injury did not affect Lin Fei much. After all, the physical body of an emperor god was not to be trifled with. Father, you will definitely succeed. Lin Qianxi returned to his human form and prayed silently. After all, it was extremely difficult to obtain the acknowledgement of the endless land. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months. Just the invisible power outside had kept Lin Fei at bay for 2 months, and he had nearly exhausted all of his heavenly god power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded. I'm finally in. Lin Fei panted heavily, and his tired face finally revealed a look of joy. After stepping on the ground, the small island underwent a huge change. The surrounding space began to change and a quiet palace emerged. At the top of the palace, there were two huge words that exuded the vicissitudes of life. Infinite. Lin Fei did not dare to look at the two words. Just a glance seemed to have passed through a long period of time, and his mentality was greatly affected. This endless land is indeed mysterious. Must have a great background. Just these two words alone made Lin Fei fearful. He took a deep breath, took the initiative to walk towards the infinite palace, and reached out to push the door. Crush. The thick and heavy door opened with a gentle push from Lin Fei without much strength. A gust of cold air instantly hit his body. Lin Fei's eyes became resolute. He took a step in and his whole body was in the palace. In the next second, the palace door closed again. Welcome to the infinite palace. A faint voice came from the front. There was no trace of emotion in this voice. Lin Fei looked up and through the distance, he landed on a throne in the middle of the palace. At this moment on the throne, sat a man in black armor. Just by sitting, Lin Fei felt that the other party was boundless and he couldn't see the end. Strong. Too strong. Lin Fei had no doubt that even an undying realm expert would be beaten to death. The other party was too strong. Even the strength of a finger could easily stab him to death. Resist and counterattack? All of this became useless. The other party's strength could truly crush everything. Any strength would become weak in front of this strength. Are you the owner of this place? Lin Fei took a big step forward. Yes, I am the owner of this place. The man in black armor said lightly, my name is Infinite because I like this name. Infinite. This name was just like the other party's unfathomable strength. And yet, he didn't show up in the outside world but rather in a tiny palace like this. Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder if this unbounded immortal was actually being held captive by someone else. You came to the infinite land to search for infinite power. Infinite said lightly, I remember that the last person who came here was a long time ago. That person was the same as you wearing this set of the arch armor. Unfortunately, that person couldn't complete my mission. Without thinking, Lin Fei immediately confirmed that the person Infinite was talking about was Emperor God Gu Heng. Emperor God Gu Heng relied on the arch armor and infinite power. He wasn't an undying realm expert, but with his undying realm combat power, he made a name for himself. If it wasn't for the unforeseen event, he wouldn't have been killed and his body parts suppressed. So it was Emperor God Gu Heng who couldn't complete his mission. I am here to obtain infinite power. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, I hope you can help me. Infinite power, hee. The man in black armor raised one of his hands and a black whirlpool condensed in his palm. Everyone in the world wants to obtain infinite power, but how many can get it? When the whirlpool appeared, Lin Fei felt a shocking aura. This limitless power is too tyrannical. The power of the whirlpool scared Lin Fei. Even if it was him, it wasn't easy to condense such terrifying power, but the other party did it easily. Chapter 3691. Test. Lin Fei had never been afraid of tests. From the beginning he was already prepared. If he wanted to inherit power he would definitely have to go through a test. There was no such thing as an easy thing to obtain in this world. That was not something that he had to fight for himself. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I will definitely comprehend it. Lin Fei's gaze turned resolute as he strode into the door. On the throne, Limitless watched as Lin Fei entered the door. You have confidence. I just don't know who is stronger between you and Gu Heng. Limitless said in a low voice, I hope you don't end up like Gu Heng, another arrogant fellow. Limitless figure slowly dissipated. Only an empty throne was left. This is the Limitless Divine Tower. After passing through the door, Lin Fei found himself in a tower. This tower seemed to be divided into many levels, and each level had vigorous energy flowing. This energy condensed into humanoid spirits. These spirits chased and played, not stopping because of Lin Fei's entry. It was as if Lin Fei did not exist. After finishing his preparations, Lin Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. These little elves are really unusual. Lin Fei thought, every little spirit is filled with terrifying energy. Once it explodes, it will destroy the world. Lin Fei could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Strong. With the power of the unparalleled arch armor, his strength was so strong that he could easily crush an Emperor God expert. However, in front of these spirits, he even suspected that his strength would not be able to cause any harm. This was a very strange feeling. After hesitating for a while, Lin Fei tried to observe. Is this for me to comprehend, Dao? Lin Fei frowned slightly. This level seemed to be very big. As he walked, an ancient stone tablet with vicissitudes of life stood there. The ancient vicissitudes of life instantly moved Lin Fei. At this moment, he felt himself being affected, and his mood became gloomy. Limitless. The mottled words exuded an ancient aura. Infinity steel. Lin Fei took in a deep breath as he stared at the stone tablet. So this is the cultivation technique I've obtained from the Infinity tablet. This cultivation technique is even more domineering than the cultivation technique of the Lord of Gods and Demons. With just a glance, Lin Fei could tell. This Infinity technique was extremely terrifying. This Infinity, could it be that almighty being? After watching for a while, Lin Fei also admired the person who created this kind of cultivation technique. There are still countless places like this in this world. Lin Fei was 100% sure that Emperor God Guheng had cultivated Limitless and obtained its recognition. That was why he was able to utilize Limitless power. With unlimited power, the arch armor was no longer a bottomless pit. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to comprehend it. The Limitless cultivation method had a very domineering reputation. Just these two words could make people have infinite reverie. Infinity is indeed not easy to comprehend. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the stone tablet for half a month. The stone tablet contained a special power. However, in front of this power, there was always a layer of obstruction. It was a very mysterious feeling. If I want to comprehend it successfully, it seems like I have to smoothly enter the third level. The higher I comprehend this limitless cultivation method, the more power I can control. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. This is truly a challenge. The limitless cultivation method was very tempting to Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei was very clear that this limitless cultivation method was not that easy to comprehend. Although he did not know why the limitless cultivation method was always in the palace, Lin Fei could more or less comprehend a little. It was either imprisoned or had its own thoughts. Lin Fei suspected that the reason why Emperor God Guheng was killed was related to this limitless cultivation method. Should he comprehend it or not? Lin Fei was hesitating. This was a trap. I have to comprehend the limitless cultivation method. Lin Fei thought, according to the explanation, only by comprehending the limitless cultivation method and communicating with the real limitless cultivation method, can I obtain limitless power. And the limitless cultivation method is the key to enter. An opportunity for him to unleash his full strength. Lin Fei had no choice but to consider it carefully. Black Tortoise City, one of the 4 main cities, and the Black Tortoise clan, which was the best at defense, were all invisible enemies of Lin Fei. Even the princes of the Wanian Empire would be involved. What a headache. Up until now, this was the only way to increase his strength in a short period of time. To unleash the full power of the peerless arch armor. It's a pity that the system is not here. The last time he took out the golden ball, he did not understand the result, but the system had already shamelessly accepted it. Lin Fei really wanted to grab it and cut it into 8 pieces before talking. Ding, fusion complete, system recovering in progress. Lin Fei ridiculed, but suddenly the system's voice rang out. He could not help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face, followed by a look of ecstasy. Bastard, you finally came out. You really came at the right time. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. In the Limitless God Tower, Lin Fei did not dare to perform too well. Who knew if the limitless cultivation method was spying on him? He had to be careful about this. Ding, new intelligence online. The virtual 3D appeared, and the little devil appeared on his shoulder again. Compared to before, the little devil's emotions had become more human-like. Master, thank you for helping me get the core back. I have been reborn. The little devil's voice was sweet, no longer the male voice from before. It's good that you know. Lin Fei said. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the guy outside? Although it was a 3D projection, who knew if there would be any unforeseen changes? He still had to be careful. Master, you can rest assured. The guy outside won't dare to peep in here. The little devil said disdainfully. Just now, I have already analyzed and scanned this limitless God Tower and came to a conclusion. This place is protected by a powerful force. The guy outside is very strong, but he can't see the situation inside. According to my analysis, that guy is sealed in the palace, but for some reason he can't break free. He wants Master to come in and get what he wants. Lin Fei blinked. You're so powerful. One must know that the little devil in the past was not good at analyzing things. The little devil laughed. This is all thanks to Master. You obtained a part of the system core, so I have a huge change. Now that you're even more powerful, can I exchange for the items in the shop again? Lin Fei had been thinking about this matter. With the system he could fly. Sorry master, the shop is gone. The little devil shook his head. All the other support items are gone. Ah. Lin Fei raised his head, and instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. It can't be. If not for the existence of the core, why is there nothing left? This news was not good news for Lin Fei. Chapter 3692. Lin Fei was full of expectations for the system. But now there was nothing left. It was as if everything had been cleared. This made him very unhappy. Of course, Lin Fei did not rely so much on the system during his days in the Windy Weave. Putting everything else aside, the Light God Emperor's physical body could basically dominate everywhere. Unless an Immortal Realm expert took action. As for Immortal Realm experts, Lin Fei could only smile. The number of Immortal Realm experts in the entire Wantian Empire could be counted on one hand. For this reason, the Wantian Empire even created an Immortal list. There were a total of 68 Immortal Realm experts. This number was not even a drop in the ocean for the huge Wantian Empire. One could see the importance and status of Immortal Realm experts. Then tell me, what benefits did you get from leveling up? Lin Fei asked curiously. Master, you underestimate me. Little Devil said unhappily, the current me can be said to be a brand new me. For example, if Master wants to comprehend the infinite cultivation technique, I can help Master quickly analyze it, and Master can easily learn it. There seemed to be no change. This function seems to have existed in the past. Little Devil said disdainfully, Master, the function in the past is incomparable to now. Now that my operating speed has increased to a very high level, I can calculate this kind of cultivation analysis in a few breaths. As for the infinite cultivation technique, Lin Fei was really confused. Difficult? Too difficult? Lin Fei was quite curious about how that Guheng God Emperor did it. In terms of comprehension, Lin Fei thought that he was not bad. But in front of the Infinity Steel, he felt that the difference was too big. They were not on the same level, no different from the wordless heavenly book. A few breaths. This seemed to be something that Little Devil could not do in the past. Let's analyze the infinite cultivation technique first. Lin Fei said, take a look and see what mysteries this Infinity Steel has. Lin Fei trusted Little Devil. No problem. Little Devil said proudly, Master will soon know how powerful and invincible I am after leveling up. Invincible? Lin Fei was speechless. In the palace, Limitless Golden Saber sat on the golden horse. The scene inside the infinite divine tower appeared in front of him, and a look of disappointment flashed across his deep eyes. Another failure. I can't even compare to Emperor God Guheng. I can't accept this. Infinite's deep voice was filled with a trace of roar, and it shook the entire palace until it was covered in cracks. In an instant it returned to normal as if it had never appeared. Limitless cared about this fellow more than anyone else. Unfortunately, his comprehension wasn't as good as he had imagined. Naturally, Lin Fei did not know that his dazed appearance while staring at the Infinity Stone Steel would cause the infinity outside to have many thoughts. Master, it's done, said the Little Devil happily. With a point of his finger, a large amount of information entered Lin Fei's mind. As soon as he received this information, he was instantly stunned. It's the complete infinity cultivation method. He couldn't understand the steel, but after Little Devil translated it, everything became very simple. This ability, Lin Fei was convinced. The system had indeed improved. If it was before, it might have taken him a few decades or even longer, as the system had always been like this. But now it was really a cannon for a bird gun. This ability to analyze was top-notch. Master, are you satisfied? Said Little Devil proudly. The cultivation method on the Infinity Stone Steel is actually a key. If I'm not wrong, the infinity outside should be hoping that Master can cultivate to the highest level, and then open the highest level of the infinite divine tower. Maybe there's something he wants inside. Lin Fei blinked. You know this too. This is my biggest function after leveling up. It's comprehensive analysis, combining all kinds of information, and giving Master the most perfect result and answer. Apart from that, I can also monitor a certain range. Even if an immortal expert comes to kill Master, when he comes within a certain distance, I will remind Master to leave, and ensure that the immortal expert eats the dust behind Master. At the same time, I can also help Master increase his strength, and give Master the most perfect cultivation method. Although it did not say much, Lin Fei could hear the meaning. This system seemed to have been directly absorbed by Little Devil. From now on, Little Devil was the system, and the system was also Little Devil. It was that simple. That infinity wants to enter the highest level of the infinite divine tower. Lin Fei's heart slightly sank. According to the deep analysis of the Infinity Stone Steel, this is indeed the meaning, said Little Devil. Lin Fei seemed to understand why that infinity let him in so easily. So there was a purpose. Could it be that Emperor God Gu Heng did not open the highest level of the Infinite Divine Tower? Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Then will I be in danger? Asked Lin Fei. As long as Master cultivates the Infinity Cultivation method and reaches the 5th level, you can use the Infinity Stone Steel to enter the highest level of the Infinite Divine Tower. At the same time, you can also control a part of the Infinity Stone Steel's power. That infinity has no strength to stop Master from entering. Lin Fei blinked. You even know this? This is my ability after the upgrade, Little Devil said. For example, comprehending the cultivation method is a matter of minutes. The current me can be said to be Master's brain, and I can help Master when he needs it. Although he was not used to it, Lin Fei chose to accept it. Immersing himself in cultivation might not be as useful as Little Devil's words. Then I'd better cultivate the Infinity Cultivation method first. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and calmed down. This Infinity Cultivation method had a total of 9 levels. Each level required 1 to create an infinite dantian. The first level had 1, the second level had 2, the third level had 3, and all the way up to the 5th level had 5. After that, the infinite dantians would form the door of infinity. This kind of dantian was called the Infinity Dantian. Although Lin Fei cultivated the body-refining cultivation method of the Lord of Gods and Demons and could accumulate God's power in the body, it was not on the same level as this Infinity Dantian. After reaching the 5th level of the Infinity Cultivation method, one had to condense 15 Infinity Dantians in the body and transform them into Infinity Gates, thereby obtaining the true power to communicate with infinity. Although it looked simple, it was actually very difficult. Lin Fei suspected that God Gu Heng had not condensed the Infinity Door yet. According to the Infinity Technique, once he condensed the Infinity Door, he would be able to mobilize a huge amount of power. Combined with the Emperor Armor, he would be able to maintain his strength. Infinity wants to scheme against me, then I want to see what is inside. After hearing that there was no danger, Lin Fei sat down with rapt attention. The first thing to do was to disperse all the power in the body. The infinity strength was the purest and could not tolerate any power. Dispersing the power was a necessary step. Chapter 3693. Soon Lin Fei's aura was no different from an ordinary person's. Even though he had lost his Empyrean power, Lin Fei still had a powerful physique that many were jealous of. Just the strength of his physique alone could withstand the attacks of an emperor god. As for those celestial immortals and Empyrean gods, he could kill as many as they came, even if they were godly kings. Currently, Lin Fei did not have a single strand of Empyrean power in his body. The unparalleled Arch Armor also fell off. This unparalleled Arch Armor needed Empyrean power to support it. Now that it had no Empyrean power, it was useless. Lin Fei was abnormally relaxed. According to the information in his mind, he began to cultivate. He was preparing to cultivate the first infinite dantian and build the first foundation for the Infinity Door. Not bad, he has actually started to cultivate. Limitless took a look and could not help but feel surprised. I really misjudged this kid. I wonder if he can cultivate the Infinity Door. Although the Infinity Door seems simple. But to actually cultivate it, the difficulty was not just average. It could be described as hellish. Previously, Emperor God Gu Heng used a very short time to cultivate the first level. I thought I had a chance to break through to the 5th level and cultivate the Infinity Door. Unfortunately, I could not go through the 2nd level. Trash among trash, I was happy for nothing. Limitless narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Fei in the Infinite God Tower. I hope you do not disappoint me. 3 days later. The first level of the Infinity Door was completed. When the first level was completed, an infinite dantian appeared. This infinite dantian did not carry any aura. It was completely empty inside, like a bottomless pit, so deep that one could not see the bottom. Master, my divination is not bad, right? The little demon said proudly. If it was someone else, just the first level alone would take at least 10 years or even longer. This was something Lin Fei admitted. The Infinity Stone Steel's infinity technique was indeed very profound. Even someone as knowledgeable as him was confused. As for comprehending it, 10 years was a nicer way to put it. You have done a great job. Lin Fei praised. The first level of the limitless cultivation technique, the first limitless dantian, could be said to be of utmost importance. Lin Fei didn't stay here for long. He began to cultivate the 2nd level and condensed 2 limitless dantians. He believed that the limitless outside was definitely paying attention to him, but he definitely wouldn't have thought that his speed would be so fast. When the time came, he would be able to catch the other party off guard. A scheme? At that time, who would be scheming against who? Lin Fei thought happily. Then he focused his mind and continued to cultivate. The second level took a month. It took him 4 months to reach the third level. It took him 8 months to reach the fourth level. In a little more than a year, Lin Fei successfully broke through to the fourth level and condensed 10 limitless dantians in his body. Within Lin Fei's body, one could vaguely make out the vague appearance of a door. It still lacked the final 5 infinite dantians. From the fourth level to the fifth level it took a full 5 years. Success. With one last breath, Lin Fei felt that the infinity gate had finally been completely condensed. When the final 5 infinite dantians appeared, they instantly made up for the shortcomings of the infinity gate. Under the bright light, an infinity gate formed in his body. Boom. It was as if an invisible force had pushed open the infinity gate. A vast and boundless force could be vaguely seen through the infinity gate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Lin Fei felt as if he was about to be crushed into powder by that powerful force. Master, quickly activate the Infinity Stone Steel. That Limitless is making a move. The little devil suddenly reminded. Lin Fei recovered from the shock, and all the hair on his body suddenly stood on end. A hand appeared in the Infinity Divine Tower. This hand was vigorous and powerful. Its 5 fingers spread open, suppressing the void and rendering it immobile. Good lad, I didn't expect you to have hidden so deeply. A furious voice followed. But you underestimated my strength. Under my eyes, no one can play tricks. Limitless was infuriated beyond words. That guy who thought that his comprehension ability was average actually used less than 7 or 8 years to condense the Infinity Gate in one go. This was a slap to his old face. He had misjudged. Limitless had never thought that such a day would come. This lad was too cunning. If not for Limitless sensing the ripples of the Infinity Gate opening, the other party would have really slipped away under his nose. Fortunately, he made a move. With Limitless' current strength, dealing with a guy with the battle power of a God Emperor was simply a matter of seconds. He wanted to completely dig out the other party's secrets. Back then, God Emperor Gu Heng used thousands of years to no progress, and could not even condense the Infinity Gate. But this guy only used a few years. Limitless could not sit still anymore. He had to capture him first. When the time came, life or death would be a matter of a word. He believed that the other party would tell him everything honestly. Lin Fei could not move at all. Actually, he had already expected this. This super expert Limitless was really very strong. The strength that he displayed was not something that his usual strength could compare with. With just this move, any God Emperor would have to step aside. I'm sorry you can't catch me. Facing Limitless' grab, Lin Fei laughed. Dream on. Limitless' grab was fierce. With a flick of his fingers he almost grabbed Lin Fei's neck. Wah! On the Infinity Stone tablet, super terrifying strength exploded without any warning. It was just a thin line, but it became a threshold that Limitless could not cross. Boom boom boom. The Infinity Stone tablet's power was in front of Lin Fei, but it was instantly crushed by Limitless' strength. It was not as simple as a few dozen times. But it could not withstand the Infinity Stone tablet's power. B****, how can you use the Infinity Stone tablet's power? This is impossible. You have just condensed the Infinity Gate. Outside the Infinity Divine Tower, Limitless roared. His eyes were red and he could not believe what he was seeing. How could this lad know the Infinity Stone tablet's secret? What the hell? It seems like you can't break it. Lin Fei smiled. Then I'm sorry. I'll go in and take a look. I hope that the next time we meet we can sit down and talk peacefully. Impossible. With a roar, his strength exploded and it was endless. Even so, Limitless could not break through the thin layer of invisible strength. He could only watch as a door appeared on the Infinity Stone tablet. B****. Outside the Infinity Divine Tower, his strength exploded, and he almost tore the Black Palace apart. Chapter 3694. That was close. Even though he knew that the little devil wouldn't lie to him, Lin Fei still took a deep breath. It was like walking on the edge of death. The strength of Limitless was far beyond Lin Fei's imagination. It was so ferocious. Little devil, thank you. Lin Fei said gratefully. Ha, master is too polite. The little devil laughed. Serving you is my responsibility. What master needs now is to inherit the Limitless God Tower and teach that bastard Limitless a lesson when we get out. Yes, we must teach him a lesson. Just because he was a senior he could bully others. That didn't make sense. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When his vision returned to normal, Lin Fei found that he was in a quiet environment. Welcome, successor. This was a place that looked like a forest. It was quiet all around. Lin Fei could breathe in the air and it was extremely fresh. His entire body shook and all of his worries disappeared without a trace. The emotionless voice was like the sound of nature. Successor? Lin Fei didn't get lost in this voice. He calmed himself down and moved forward. Not long later, a straw hut appeared in the forest. Yes, it was a straw hut. It looked very ordinary, as if it would collapse from a strong gust of wind. Lin Fei saw a person, a very ordinary person without any aura at all. He just sat cross-legged at the entrance of the thatched hut. You're here. That person slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Fei, who was walking over. Boom, boom, boom. With this look, Lin Fei couldn't move at all. He couldn't even take a second step. Everything in the world seemed to be torn apart by this look. Power. Limitless power. There was no end to this power. Boundless, vast and boundless. In front of this power, only destruction was left. Lin Fei had never experienced such tyrannical power before. Master, don't get lost in this power. Immediately activate the limitless gate and connect to the real entrance of the limitless land. The little devil reminded. When these words fell into Lin Fei's ears, it was like 5 claps of thunder, forcibly awakening Lin Fei. His heart sank and just now he had unknowingly lost himself in this power. Infinity Gate. After recovering, Lin Fei activated his cultivation technique and pushed open the Infinity Gate once again. This time, after being pushed open, Lin Fei instantly felt as if he had transformed into a door. Boundless power was right in front of him, piercing through him majestically. Boom. Lin Fei felt like he was about to be drowned in power. He could not move at all. Thankfully, this terrifying power didn't rip Lin Fei to shreds. Instead, it turned into a gentle stream of water that flowed into the Infinity Door. The Infinity Gate has been lit. After opening the Infinity Gate inside of Lin Fei, it was colorless. However, as more power poured into it, it began to shine brightly. The entire process was extremely short. Is that the Infinity Land? When the entire Infinity Gate was completely lit up, it was filled with dazzling light. Runes emerged one after another. The Infinity Gate, which was originally like an abyss, now had a majestic river. Whoosh! On the river, a gap appeared and a massive amount of power surged in. This is infinity power. Once this power entered his body, Lin Fei's aura instantly skyrocketed, and his cultivation realm began to break through. Heaven Immortal, Heaven God, God King, God Emperor. This time it was no longer a bottleneck. He had truly broken through. God Emperor. After a while, Lin Fei's God King realm also broke through, and he instantly stepped into the God Emperor realm. His body was filled with dense power. At this time, the benefits of the Infinity Divine Body came into play. Wave after wave of infinity power surged in, almost bursting his body. However, the capacity of the Infinity Divine Body made Lin Fei's eyes light up. Infinity Divine Body, Infinity Power, what a perfect combination. Feeling the power in his body, the unparalleled arch armor appeared and he wore it again. Boom! The God Emperor realm changed again. This is the power of an immortal. With the help of the unparalleled arch armor, Lin Fei could truly feel the power of an immortal. He could even see the source power at the end of the power. The source power moved everywhere. Every trace of the source power was filled with dominance and destruction. However, at this time, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the source power, and they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, forming a very harmonious scene. You passed. The infinity power instantly disappeared. Lin Fei's aura didn't change and the Infinity Gate was still open. The power formed a connection, and he could see the existence of the Infinity River at all times. Thank you, Senior. Lin Fei took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. Since the Infinity Land helped him, Lin Fei naturally had to be grateful. After obtaining the recognition of the Infinity River, from now on, he could truly explode with the power of an immortal. As for his previous power, it was only at the pseudo-immortal level. The difference was huge. You can call me De Shixiang. The middle-aged man raised his head. You are Master's 5th official disciple. De Shixiang. Lin Fei was stunned, full of surprise. He actually entered the sect. The middle-aged man pointed, and thousands of information surged into Lin Fei's memory. Before this finger, he couldn't resist, and allowed the golden information to enter his brain. From today onwards, the Infinity Gate will be under your management. After the faint voice, the middle-aged man turned into thousands of light spots, and disappeared without a trace. The moment the middle-aged man disappeared, the straw hut also disappeared. Everything around him instantly collapsed. I've become the sect master of the Infinity Gate. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as if he was dreaming. However, the memory in his mind told him that everything was real. The golden information contained a lot of information. Most of it was about the Infinity Gate. This was a powerful sect, but this sect had never had many disciples. In fact, it could be said that there were very few of them. Although there weren't many disciples, each official disciple of the Infinity Gate had terrifying strength. Because the Infinity Gate was so powerful, the word infinity represented invincibility a long time ago. However, the Infinity Gate was still feared, and the sect was attacked and then declined. In the end, it was because the Infinity Gate was too difficult to condense. Every generation of official disciple of the Infinity Gate had to personally comprehend the Infinity Technique, and only a few could comprehend it. After the Infinity Gate encountered a huge change, that old ancestor killed all his enemies, and moved the Infinity Tower deep into space, hiding it in the Infinity Space. Only a few people knew about this place. Almost no one knew. In the current Thousand Sky Empire, there was not much information about the Infinity Land. Even if someone knew about it, it would be hard to find this place, let alone comprehend it. Chapter 3695. Inside the Infinity Palace. Limitless' expression was extremely ugly. How could he see through the secret? This is impossible. Limitless could not figure out why. The Infinity Stone tablet was not something that ordinary people could understand. Even he himself had been confused by it all those years ago. But now, someone could use the power of the Infinity Stone tablet. This was something that Limitless could not accept. Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Limitless was finding excuses for himself. Apart from this reason, Limitless could not find any other reason to convince himself. No one knew the secret of the Infinity God Tower better than Limitless. It was his dream. Unfortunately, he was one step away and it was all for naught. Even now, Limitless was still filled with indignation. In the end, he ended up like this. This is not a coincidence. A door opened and Lin Fei walked out from it as he spoke indifferently. Die. Limitless cold light flashed and he pounced forward. Limitless power surged forth as if it wanted to break through everything. Boom boom boom. Limitless power surged forth and Lin Fei was instantly drowned within it. Die for me. Limitless was in a frenzy. He controlled the purest power to destroy the world. I don't need to know the secret. I just want you to die. Limitless did not care about secrets. He would only be satisfied if this person died. If he did not die, he would not be able to rest. It was that simple. Senior brother, why do you have to do this? A powerful current swept out. Limitless cried out in shock and his entire body was sent flying. The powerful force crushed him. Senior brother, Limitless leaned against the wall, his entire body covered in wounds. He stared at Lin Fei. You received the legacy. Lin Fei had obtained the memories and he knew what had happened. What do you think? Lin Fei said calmly. Limitless sex traitor. No, I'm not a traitor. Limitless roared. I only wanted the sect to go further, to become even more glorious. Unfortunately, they wouldn't listen. Thus, I could only resort to this method. Unfortunately, I still failed in the end. Even I myself was imprisoned within the Limitless Palace, suffering day and night. Patriarch Unbounded didn't choose to kill Unbounded, but rather to imprison him. There was nothing more painful than being unable to break free from his cage. You should be glad that Master was merciful and didn't kill you on the spot. Lin Fei said. Unfortunately, I'm the Limitless Sect Master now. He shouldn't have continued to live. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. His 5 fingers were like mountains as he opened the Infinity Gate to its limits. Endless energy surged into his body. No, you can't kill me. He struggled endlessly, shattering the incoming force. However, the boundless power unleashed at full power was far from what he could withstand. You will never understand Master's meaning. Lin Fei grabbed Limitless by the neck and spat out his power. I don't want to die. I admit defeat. Limitless screamed. His power was destroyed along with his physical body, turning into dust. Huff, huff. Lin Fei's body trembled as blood flowed from his wounds. My body is still too weak. It can't withstand this boundless power. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. He sat down and took out some pills to recover. Killing Limitless was actually the will left behind by Limitless Master. Back then, when he was heavily injured, he could only suppress Limitless but not kill him. If he chose to kill Limitless, Limitless would escape. In the end, he chose to suppress Limitless Palace for the sake of the Infinity Gate. Even if Master doesn't kill you, I will. Lin Fei had his own ambitions. Limitless land and limitless power. He didn't want others to know about it. Right now, his strength hadn't reached the grand completion stage. If word got out, Lin Fei believed that the experts of the Wantian Empire would definitely kill him or force him to hand over the limitless land or even the limitless technique. No matter what, Limitless had to die. Lin Fei also knew the purpose of Limitless. He hoped that someone would crack the secret and let him enter the limitless technique to obtain the final inheritance. He had never become the true Lord of Limitless. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, Limitless luck had always been bad. He also didn't know about the secret left on the limitless stone steel. If Limitless knew about it, he wouldn't be like this. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Fei's biggest worry was put to rest. I condensed the limitless gate and obtained limitless power. However, limitless power has a limit. Unless I cultivate the limitless technique to the 9th level, I will be able to cultivate the limitless indestructible body. I will truly control limitless power and become the Lord of Limitless. At that time, I will be the strongest. After obtaining the complete memories, there were also very detailed records about the limitless technique. After the 9th level, he could condense the limitless indestructible body. This limitless indestructible body can be said to be infinite rebirth and resurrection. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Even now, he couldn't achieve true immortality. It seems very difficult. Other than the first Lord of Limitless Indestructible Body, no one else has been able to successfully break through. Isn't it just time? I have plenty of time. I also have the little devil. When the time comes, the success rate of cultivating the limitless indestructible body will be higher than anyone else. With this limitless indestructible body, Lin Fei was very confident. Once that day came, he believed that no one in the Myriad Sky Empire could stop him from returning to Earth. Not the Black Tortoise. Not even the Myriad Sky Empire. Right now, he still had to bury his head in cultivation. Master, your speed is very fast. The little devil sat on his shoulder and said, after condensing the limitless gate on the 5th level, breaking through the next few levels isn't just a matter of cultivation. This Lin Fei was also very clear. Breaking through the last 4 levels was one aspect of the body, but the other aspect required the corresponding support. This was the most difficult. The disciples after the Limitless Lord couldn't achieve the limitless indestructible body because they couldn't find the corresponding support. It seems that if I want to break through to the limitless indestructible body, I still have to rely on the Myriad Sky Empire. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Master could find it in the past. Now that so many years have passed, I also have the chance to find it. Breaking through the 5th level to the 6th level. It required a special treasure, the Heaven's Determination Stone. This was a special stone that rarely appeared in the world. Its effect was to stabilize a space. Any large space cultivation needed the Heaven's Determination Stone. After condensing the limitless gate, it had to go through the erosion of a large amount of limitless energy. After a long time, the limitless gate would easily collapse, and the Heaven's Determination Stone was used to stabilize the limitless gate. Right now, Lin Fei's goal was to find the Heaven's Determination Stone. Chapter 3696. It's a pity that I can't take the Infinity Palace away for now. I can only leave it here for now. Lin Fei made use of the Infinity Power to activate the unparalleled Emperor Armor, allowing his strength to soar to the sempiternal realm. However, the might of the Infinity Palace was not something that he could deal with. Thankfully, this place belongs to me now. No one will be able to barge in. Lin Fei turned around and struck out a series of hand seals at the void. The Infinity Land shrunk instantly and turned into a speck of dust, floating in the air. This was a technique that only the past sect masters could master. After the Infinity Land turned into dust, if not for that trace of perception, Lin Fei would not have known that there was an Infinity Land here. This technique was simply too heaven-defying that outsiders would not be able to detect it at all. From now on, I'm the only one who can sense the Infinity Land. It's truly safe now. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Father, you've succeeded. After Lin Fei came out, Lin Tianxi followed behind him. His eyes were filled with joy. Faster than I expected. Father, you're amazing. Alright, where did the Infinity Land go? Why can't I sense it anymore? It's as though it has disappeared. But why do I still feel that it's at the same place? The Infinity Land is under my control. I've executed a secret technique and turned the Infinity Land into dust. Lin Fei laughed. Honestly, I really have to thank your son. If not for his son Lin Tianxi leading the way, Lin Fei would never have been able to find this place in his entire life. Even if he knew the location, he would not be able to pass through the infinite layers of space to lock onto this place. This was all a fortuitous encounter. Master, your son is not simple. On the way back, this was the first time Lin Fei had activated the unparalleled Emperor Armor. With the support of the Infinity Power, the unparalleled Emperor Armor's power skyrocketed. He could easily keep up with his son's pace. This was something that he could not do in the past. You figured it out. Lin Fei had always been curious about the background of this son of his. All these secrets that no one knew would be revealed. I managed to analyze part of it, said Little Devil. Master's son should be from a noble clan in another great world. I don't know which world he's from. However, his potential is really strong. The immortal realm is just the beginning. Once he has enough resources, he can break through to the immortal realm. It will be as easy as eating a meal. Make a breakthrough to the sempiternal realm. Lin Fei was also shocked. It should be noted that breaking through from the God Emperor realm to the immortal realm was a huge threshold. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this step. Emperor Gu Heng was tyrannical, but he still wanted to catch the unparalleled Arch Armor. He wanted to possess Lin Tianxi so that he could ascend to the heavens in a single bound. As for Lin Fei himself, if he wanted to become an undying realm expert, the only way was to condense the indestructible body. At that time he would be an undying realm expert, and a peak existence even among undying realms. This road was still very far away. Master, you have to work hard. The Little Devil added fuel to the fire. With my help, Master will quickly become an immortal realm expert. Moreover, if Master's strength doesn't increase as soon as possible, when your son's clansmen find you, it will be a huge problem. Is it a problem? Lin Fei pondered. It's still too early to think about this. There's no rush. After all, you can't become fat in one bite. The time spent back was very short. With the unparalleled Arch Armor fully activated, Lin Tianxi did not need to deliberately suppress his flying speed. It was completely different from when he had first arrived. Once again he returned to the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei left Lin Tianxi behind to guard the Wind Cloud Weave. After hearing the Little Devil's words, he knew that Lin Tianxi was from a special race that needed to devour all sorts of ores to grow. In that case, the only way to increase his speed was to devour. The Wind Cloud Weave was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate. Lin Fei did not need to worry about others finding out about his son. However, the situation was different in the Thousand Skies Empire. That place was filled with true experts, so it was necessary to be careful. Tianxi, cultivate well in the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei instructed. I will help you find all sorts of ores to help you grow. Thank you, father. I will definitely cultivate well. Lin Tianxi nodded vigorously. If anyone causes trouble in the Wind Cloud Weave, I will be the first to deal with them. After instructing his son, Lin Fei turned to Padian and Piao Shui. You don't have to go to the Great Territory War. Even if you go, you will only be cannon fodder. After all, the Wind Cloud Weave is currently the weakest. There aren't many God Emperors here. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Actually, they did not want to go at all. Everyone knew that the Great Territory War was the cruelest thing. Once they went, they would most likely die. Especially for God Emperors like them, they would be no different from cannon fodder. They were naturally grateful to Lin Fei. Your next task is to develop the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei left the Wind Cloud Weave. Long Qinhao followed him. At this moment he was no longer angry. It was because Lin Fei's aura had become stronger in a short period of time. This aura made him feel like he was suffocating. Even a peak God Emperor, a veteran, might not give him such a feeling. Only the high and mighty immortal realm experts. Because of this, Long Qinhao was especially submissive. He did not dare to say much, and his gaze became respectful. What a joke. A person who could display the battle power of an immortal realm expert was absolutely terrifying. Long Qinhao believed that Lin Fei had solved the problem of not being able to last for long. Ever since the door of infinity opened, Lin Fei had been wearing the unparalleled Arch Armor. This allowed him to maintain his battle power at the immortal realm at all times. He had no choice. The 10,000 Sky Empire was dangerous, and the 4 great territories were even more dangerous. Moreover, he was in Azure Dragon City. Between the two young masters, Lin Fei had no choice but to maintain his battle power at all times. This was the only way he could feel safe. You're afraid of me? Lin Fei smiled at Long Qinhao. Young Master Lin, you're a high and mighty immortal realm expert. A mere God Emperor like me is nothing. Long Qinhao smiled bitterly. He was no longer qualified, nor did he have the confidence to speak. How can I not be afraid in front of you? How long had it been? I lack a helper by my side. What do you think? Lin Fei liked Long Tianhao's tactfulness. It's my honor to be chosen by Master. I'm willing to follow Master. Long Tianhao agreed without any hesitation. He immediately changed the way he addressed Lin Fan. He was wild with joy. In the Azure Dragon clan, many experts of the Dragon clan would rely on experts. Long Tianhao was a member of the Azure Dragon clan. Although his status was not bad, he was still far from the top of the Azure Dragon clan. Now that he had an immortal realm expert to follow him, not everyone was qualified to have such an honor. Long Tianhao was not a fool. How could he not follow? The Dragon clan also worshipped experts. Only those who were stronger than them could be worshipped by the Dragon clan. Chapter 3697. He returned to the Azure Dragon Weave once more. In less than 30 years, Lin Fei's mentality was completely different now that he was back in the Azure Dragon city of the Azure Dragon Weave. Now that I've opened the Infinity Gate and obtained unlimited power, my strength has finally stabilized at the immortal rank. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If that young Master Long finds out about this, it will definitely be interesting. After returning this time, Lin Fei was prepared to settle down in the Azure Dragon Weave for a short period of time. Among them, young Master Long was unavoidable, because he had chosen a side. You're back. Azure Dragon City inside a mansion. Long Tianjun smiled and arranged for someone to bring tea. If you were any later, I was going to get someone to contact you. Lin Fei said apologetically. Young Master Long, I was delayed by some matters and couldn't contact you in time. I'll be more careful next time. It's fine. Long Tianjun didn't care about that. Now that you're back, you can take up your post. However, there are some changes. You have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei had long since anticipated such a situation. Could it be that young Master Long had caused trouble for him again? It was highly possible that it was Lin Fei. There will be some changes regarding your position as the general of the Azure Dragon Army's 15th Army. Long Tianjun was furious at the mention of this. That big brother of mine is up to no good. He got someone to replace you. My father also agreed. Now you can only be a general in the Death Army. Death Army. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. Even though the general of the Death Army had more authority, everyone knew that the Death Army had to fight against mutants. It was extremely dangerous. One careless mistake could lead to death. The Death Army was known as the army with the highest death rate. It was the same for the generals. Countless generals had died in the Death Army. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Long Tianjun had spent a lot of effort to recruit him, but that big brother had made things difficult for him. There was nothing he could do to stop him. On the surface, the position of general in the Death Army was more important, especially when one was in charge of one of the armies in the Death Army. Apart from the Death Army's great general, the position of general was the highest. The great general was arranged by the 10,000 Sky Empire's royal family. Even so, the generals of the Death Corps were in great danger during battles. Most of the members of the Death Corps were ferocious, and it was impossible to suppress them without a certain level of strength. Long Tianjun knew very well that he wanted Lin Fei to die in the army of death. Young Master Long, it's just a change of position. It's fine. Lin Fei smiled. I heard that the general of the Death Legion has more authority than the Azure Dragon Legion. I like that. A scheme? Lin Fei really didn't care anymore. Long Tianjun didn't know that Lin Fei had resolved his worries. The more Lin Fei said this, the more ashamed he felt. He walked out of Long Tianjun's residence. Lin Fei received the entry order again and took back the previous one. Isn't this General Lin? Congratulations on becoming the 5th general of the Death Legion. He didn't walk for long before a group of people blocked his way. It was none other than Long Tianfei, and he had a complacent expression on his face. It should be known that Long Tianfei had expended a great deal of effort to kill Lin Fei. Fortunately, everything had gone as he had expected, and his efforts had not been in vain. Long Tianfei came over when he heard that Lin Fei was back. He wanted to see Lin Fei's frightened face. Young Master Long is really well informed. Lin Fei smiled. I've received your congratulations. Can you make way for me now? Long Tianfei was very displeased, because Lin Fei didn't show any fear at all. Continue pretending. Long Tianfei wanted to see Lin Fei's frightened face. It would be best if he could kneel down and beg him. He didn't mind taking Lin Fei in and giving his third brother a tight slap. Isn't he just a general? I can destroy him with just a few words. Long Qianfei didn't want to see that. He wanted to see Lin Fei kneel down and beg for mercy. General Lin, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Long Qianfei didn't want to give way. He had specially come today to see Lin Fei's angry face. What? Young master doesn't want me to leave. Lin Fei looked at Long Qianfei. Lin Fei looked calm, but Long Qianfei was even more unhappy. Why aren't you afraid? That's the general of the Death Legion, the legion with the highest death rate. The place that everyone was terrified of. Not many people would be willing to be a general, even if it was given to him for free. General Lin, I heard that the Death Legion is very dangerous. You have to fight against those mutants and the death rate is very high. What do you think if you go there and die? My third brother will definitely be very sad. Long Qianfei said seriously. Coincidentally, I have a good relationship with that general. As long as you beg me now, I might be able to get that general to arrange something for you. Lin Fei said calmly, Young master, I appreciate your kindness. You can step aside now. Long Qianfei thought that Lin Fei would definitely understand the crux of the matter and come to beg him. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, Long Qianfei doubted that he had heard wrongly. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Don't you know that this young master is threatening you? If you know what's good for you, why don't you hurry up and bow and accept your fate? What are you saying? Aren't you afraid of death? That's the Death Legion. It's the most dangerous legion besides the 4 great legions. It's precisely because the death rate is so high that it's called the Death Legion. You want this young master to step aside. Long Qianfei's face darkened. Do you know what this young master is talking about? Tianhao, clean up this trash and ask young master to step aside. Don't get hurt. Lin Fei said calmly, our young master is very precious. Got it? Long Tianhao pounced on Long Tianfei's subordinates. As soon as his 5th sky of Emperor God Realm power was released, he crushed Long Tianfei's subordinates, knocking them to the ground. Young Master Long, please. Long Qianfei looked at his subordinates on the ground, his face twisted. Long Tianhao, you dare to hit my subordinates? Do you believe that I won't let you live a good life? Long Tianhao was obedient towards Lin Fei, but Long Qianfei wasn't qualified to do so. He glared at Lin Fei and unleashed his dragon might. Young Master Long, I'm a member of the Azure Dragon tribe. Are you sure you want to deal with me or do you want to kill the entire Azure Dragon tribe? Long Qianfei was enraged. The moment he said it, he knew it was wrong. After all, Long Tianhao was from the Azure Dragon tribe. He was not qualified to deal with him. In the Azure Dragon territory, whoever dared to attack the Azure Dragon tribe would have to face the revenge of the Azure Dragon experts. Misunderstanding. Long Qianfei recovered. He really wanted to slap himself. He hated Long Tianhao even more. They were clearly friends. Since when did he help Lin Fei? Consider yourself lucky today. Step aside. Long Tianhao put on airs in front of Long Qianfei. Chapter 3698. Long Qianfei stared at Lin Fei's back with resentment. This young master will definitely kill you. He had wanted to mock Lin Fei and see him begging for mercy, but he was slapped in the face instead. And you, Long Tianhao, don't think that you're powerful just because you're from the Green Dragon clan. Long Qianfei was so angry that his words became unscrupulous. My good brother, if what you said gets out or reaches father's ears, I think father will be very unhappy. Long Tianjun suddenly appeared beside him and said with a stern look on his face. Long Tianjun came as soon as he knew that Lin Fei was entangled by his elder brother. He was relieved when he saw this scene. He was really worried that Lin Fei would betray him. It turned out that he was thinking too much. Long Qianfei's face darkened. I told you that I didn't know. Third brother, it's not good for you to talk nonsense like this. Really? Long Tianjun shook a crystal in his hand. Memory crystal. You know what I mean. Long Qianfei really wanted to slap himself in the face. His words had suddenly been recorded. If this were to spread to the Dragon clan, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen. His father might punish him severely in a fit of anger. This kind of thing had happened before. How can you give it back to me? Long Qianfei lowered his head. He had to. He had to get it back no matter what. Long Tianjun didn't expect that he could control his elder brother so easily. Although it wasn't very useful, it was a relief to make his elder brother suffer a loss. Come to my house for a visit. Okay. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know that Long Qianfei had been tricked by Long Tianjun after suffering a loss at his hands, and had suffered a great loss. Master, are you really going to take office? Long Tianhao asked in a low voice. Of course. Lin Fei said. I think the Death Core is a good place. It's more about strength. The Green Dragon clan is more comfortable. It doesn't suit my character. That young Master Long is really too shameless. He actually dared to scheme against Master. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? I guarantee that he won't dare to say another word. Long Qianhao said with an ominous glint in his eyes. He had to admit that Long Qianfei was stupid enough to do such a thing. Originally, the competition between Long Qianfei and Long Tianjun was almost the same. However, this time they had offended Lin Fei, who had consolidated his strength. Undoubtedly, they had pushed a pseudo-immortal expert to the opposite side. Long Tianjun had a greater chance of winning. If Old Master could establish a foothold in the Death Legion, Long Qianhao believed that young Master Long Tianfei would definitely not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Long Qianhao could imagine young Master Long's regretful expression in the near future. Could it be that you're afraid? Long Tianhao straightened his back. How is that possible? Our dragon tribe is born to fight. We're not afraid of a mere mutant. Go and catch a pseudo-azure dragon. Lin Fei said. I'm going to cook a feast before I leave. In the library. When Space Emperor knew that Lin Fei had arrived, he immediately appeared. When he heard that there was going to be a feast, he used his spatial technique to come to the lakeside. You brat, you're too considerate. Space Emperor had a pretty good impression of Lin Fei. It's been so long, yet you still remember to cook for this old man. From Long Qianhao's mouth, Lin Fei found out about the old man's background. The famous Space Emperor. A top-notch expert in the Void Dao. At the same time, he was the one with the best survival skills. Could be said that Space Emperor was the hardest to kill. As long as he couldn't win, he would immediately leave. Even before you made a move, Space Emperor would have already left. He wouldn't play with you at all. Old Space, this might be my last time. Because not long from now, this brat will be reporting to the Death Legion. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Aren't you going to the Azure Dragon Legion? Space Emperor was surprised. Why are you going to the Death Legion? After his eyes flashed, Space Emperor understood. It should be those two young masters fighting, and Lin Fei was the unlucky one. Actually, I feel that the Death Legion isn't bad either. Lin Fei smiled. After all, that place is good for training. Space Emperor knew what the Death Legion was facing. They were mutants, an extremely powerful and invasive existence. Since the establishment of the 10,000 Sky Empire, they had basically been fighting against mutants. Your perception is not bad. The Death Legion is indeed good for training. Space Emperor smiled. To be able to survive the Death Legion, that is training and also a kind of progress. Long Qianhao came over with a pseudo-azure dragon. Today I'll make 3 dishes for Old Space. Lin Fei began to clean up the pseudo-azure dragon. The huge pseudo-azure dragon was successfully made into 3 different dishes. Space Emperor's mouth was full of grease as he ate. You're going to the Death Legion. This old man doesn't have anything for you. Space Emperor casually threw it away. This is a spatial enchantment that this old man refined. It can only be used once. Use it as you see fit. When Long Qianhao heard this, he was already drooling. This was a good thing. It was something that everyone would be jealous of. Long Qianhao felt that if he had studied delicacies back then, he might have become friends with Space Emperor. A spatial enchantment would be the envy of countless people. Many thanks, Old Space. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and kept the spatial enchantment. He did not stay long in the Azure Dragon City. Lin Fei boarded the warship and prepared to head towards the Death Legion. Before he left, Long Tianjun brought his trusted aide to send him off. Lin Fei, be careful. Long Tianjun had nothing to say. Long Tianjun's influence in that place was very low. It could be said that he was useless and people would not give him face. Be careful of Li Xiongba from the Death Legion. He is my big brother's man. Got it? The Death Legion was at the Death Battlefield. The Death Battlefield was at the border. After a long time, people no longer called it the border. They just called it the Death Battlefield. Lin Fei used 10 years to reach the border of the Death Battlefield. Before reaching the Death Battlefield, the boundless evil aura gathered into a patch of black, giving people endless pressure. I smell the scent of cruelty. Lin Fei stood on the deck and looked at the end of the world. That place was completely black, and there was even a hint of blood within the black. Halt. The warship came to the end and was stopped by a group of patrolling guards. These people had ferocious eyes. If not for the Azure Dragon City insignia on the warship, they would have taken action. I am Lin Fei from the Azure Dragon City. I am here to take up my post. Please bring me to see the general. Lin Fei retracted his gaze and said indifferently, You are Lin Fei. The patrol leader was slightly shocked. This person seemed to be very young. That's right. Lin Fei took out his identification. This was recognized by the Wantian Empire. You can check. The patrol leader checked and confirmed that there was no mistake. Chapter 3699. After Lin Fei arrived at the death battlefield, he realized that this place was filled with a murderous aura. Everywhere was filled with the stench of blood and the aura of battle. The experts in the death battlefield were very strong. They were completely different from the experts he had seen in the Azure Dragon territory. If they really fought, he believed that those people would not be a match for them. Master, the people here are very strong. Long Qinhao had heard of the death battlefield, but he had never been there. In such a battlefield, even the Azure Dragon tribe would fall if they were unlucky. That should be the place where the mutants appear. Long Qinhao looked at the end of the battlefield. At the end of the battlefield there was a huge black hole, and the army was stationed around the black hole. The great general wants to see you. Soon Lin Fei was brought outside a palace. Outside the palace, there was a troop of black armor army. There were not many of them, only about 100, but they gave off a very strong aura. With a glance, Lin Fei knew that this troop of black armored army wasn't weak at all. Even a fifth Sky of God Emperor realm expert could resist the other party's attack. He cannot go in. He must wait outside. Lin Fei did not have any objections. You wait outside. Lin Fei left these words and walked into the palace. You are Lin Fei. As soon as Lin Fei entered the palace, he was greeted by a loud voice that seemed to come from the 9 heavens. Great General, I am Lin Fei. Facing this voice, Lin Fei said indifferently. The unparalleled Emperor armor formed an invisible force that dissolved the pressure in this voice. Lin Fei looked as if nothing had happened. The center of the palace was empty. It was no different from the usual training field. At this moment, an old man in silver-white armor was standing there. He looked mighty and mighty. This person was the great general of the Death Army, and also His Majesty's man. While Lin Fei was sizing up the great general was also sizing up Lin Fei. This person was sent by the Azure Dragon City. His realm and strength were acceptable. As for whether he could secure his position as a general, that was another matter. This is your proof of identity. You can take over your people later. The great general said. Someone immediately handed over an identification card. There was also a military seal. All right, you can leave now. The general didn't look at Lin Fei again. After Lin Fei walked to the door, the general's voice sounded, Remember, in the battlefield of death, I like to be a practical person, and not the kind of person who comes to waste time. This sentence was full of warning. Out of the palace. Lin Fei also gained some understanding of this general. This was a true undying. Even though the other party was hiding it, it couldn't fool Lin Fei's eyes. The other party was the real deal. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Now that he had opened the Infinity Gate, he could erupt with the power of an undying at any time. The number of immortal realm experts in the Wantian Empire is not small. However, this general seems to be a little lethargic. Looks like Third Young Master Long's information is correct. This general is probably going to leave his post soon. Master, where are we going now? Of course it's the military camp. As a general, if he didn't have any subordinates, wouldn't he be a general without an army? General, this Lin Fei seems to be Azure Dragon City's Third Young Master's subordinate. Inside the palace, after Lin Fei left, a figure came out like a ghost. Don't worry, in this old man's territory, whether it's Azure Dragon City's people or other cities' people, they have to be obedient. The general said indifferently, full of dominance. The ghostly figure said in a low voice, I heard that this Lin Fei comes from the Windy Wind Weave. Back then there was an ancient eternal expert from the Windy Wind Weave. This person seems to have obtained the ancient eternal emperor armor. If that's the case, then the 4 generals probably won't be his match. The general laughed. It's good to be strong. There's pressure when there's competition. This subordinate feels that they will make a move. This old man will leave the death course soon. This old man is very clear about their thoughts. If they like to fight, then let them fight. The ghostly figure couldn't help but feel sad for them. The position of the general was not something they could take. Go tell them that they can fight, but this old man has no objections. After all, a general without strength is not a good general. However, they must be controlled within a certain range. Understood. The ghostly figure disappeared. The 5th general had been appointed. This news immediately spread throughout the Death Army. I heard that this general is from the Azure Dragon Weave. This is going to be interesting. You should know that many people are eyeing the position of the 5th general. Now that it's been snatched by someone from the Azure Dragon Weave, something bad is going to happen. Let's just watch the show. Everyone knows that it's not that easy to be the 5th general. After the news spread, it caused an uproar. The heavenly gods and god-kings in the Death Army were all wily old foxes. Upon hearing this, many people prepared to go over and watch the show. Before the appearance of the mutants, the soldiers of the Death Army were still very free. Loosening and tightening was the most reasonable arrangement. The news also spread to a tent in the camp. "Commander Lee, something bad has happened." A god-king barged into the tent. At this time there were 5 armored men sitting in the tent. They were all from the 5th Army. There were a total of 5 armies in the Death Army, so there were 5 generals. Above the 5 generals was the Grand General, who led the entire Death Army. Generally, the Grand General rarely took action. He was in charge of the Death Army, which consisted of 500,000 people. Although there were only 500,000 people, these 500,000 people were equivalent to an army of several million, or even more. Any one of them could basically fight 1 against 10. These were all veterans who had truly survived from the brink of death. Commander Lee was a huge man like a small mountain. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and his eyes widened. "What happened? Why are you so flustered? What's this?" "I just received news that the vacant general position of the 5th Army has been snatched by someone from Azure Dragon City. That general is on his way here." "What?" Commander Lee stood up, his entire body in disarray. "The position of the 5th general has been taken? How is that possible? There's no news at all." One had to know that Commander Lee was prepared to fight for the position of 5th general. Now everything was gone. Damn it. This kind of news also exploded in the 5th Division. One had to know that everyone thought that one of them would be promoted. For this reason, the 6 commanders had used all sorts of methods just to become the general. But now, after fighting for so long, the position had been taken by someone else. All of them had murderous thoughts. The general position was gone. Chapter 3700. The 100,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion were all curious to know how the 5th general would deal with the upcoming situation. Who didn't know that the 6 commanders were on the verge of fighting for the position of the 5th general? Usually there was no lack of open and secret fights. Now, it was impossible for the 6 commanders to not have any thoughts about it. Everyone was waiting to see how the 5th general would solve this matter. "General Lin, you have to be careful of the 6 commanders when you take the position." Lin Fei paid a small price to learn some basic information about the 5th Legion from the guard captain who led the way. Don't look at how Lin Fei usually fought and killed. But in fact he understood these small details better than anyone else. If he became the 5th general, there would definitely be someone who would be pushed out. The meaning of the great general's words revealed a trace of this. This 5th general would probably face a lot of problems. Previously, the 6 of them were the best candidates to compete for the 5th general. The guard captain didn't mind showing his goodwill to the general since he would get the news sooner or later. In any case, whether or not he could sit on the general's position was another matter. Young Master Long really knows how to kill people with a borrowed knife. Lin Fei thought, "It's not easy for me to be a general. The 5th general is here." The Death Legion. The 5 legions were arranged in an open space. Among them, the 5th Legion was the furthest. Before getting close, Lin Fei felt a dark and oppressive aura. There were at least 100,000 soldiers, all of whom were elite soldiers. At the entrance of a military camp, there was a cry of surprise from inside. News travels fast indeed. I reckon that the commanders have already found out about the situation. Lin Fei thought to himself as he strode into the camp. The soldiers guarding the military camp didn't stop him at all, because Lin Fei took out the military seal. Once the military seal was taken out, these soldiers didn't dare to do anything. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them. "General Lin, this is the military camp. My mission is completed." The great general said that he hopes you can familiarize yourself with the military camp as soon as possible because our enemies won't give you time to familiarize yourself. The guard captain said. Lin Fei nodded slightly. "Take me to the general's tent." Lin Fei called a soldier over and said indifferently. "Understood. Is that the 5th general? So young. It must be another one of his connections. The sheep has entered the wolf pack, hee. The people of the 5th Legion also saw the 5th general, a young man in black robes. They couldn't see through his cultivation level, but the word, young, clearly indicated that this 5th general had used some sort of connection to gain his position. Everyone had seen this kind of situation before. More importantly, he had only brought one person with him, which seemed a little different from his usual gilded appearance. All kinds of gossip emerged. After Lin Fei moved into the tent, there was no movement for 3 days. This surprised many people. This General Lin seemed to be somewhat different. Could it be that he was too young and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control everyone? Master, the situation is clear. After Lin Fei moved into the 5th Legion, there was no movement. Internally, there were also rumors that this new general was not courageous and did not have the courage to manage the 5th Legion well. Under the influence of some people, it seemed that the soldiers of the 5th Legion did not approve of this General Lin. Tell me about it. Lin Fei did not make a move. He just let the little devil gather information. After the little devil core leveled up, the system became the little devil, and the little devil became the system, possessing very powerful abilities. In this military camp, they could move freely as long as they did not leave a certain distance from Lin Fei. After 3 days, I have understood the situation of the entire military camp. There are 6 commanders and 12 captains. 6 of them have backers behind them. Among the 12 captains, there are a few that are worth promoting. Lin Fei also received the information collected by the little devil in his mind. Spreading rumors behind my back, hee. Lin Fei looked at the memories in his mind. Just this alone is enough to take care of you. Lin Fei was not stupid enough to make a move. There were many aspects involved here. Lin Fei could not use violence. He had to take care of them openly. Now that he had the evidence in his hands. Just a rumor alone could easily kill Lin Fei. Master, there is a captain coming to report. Long Qianhao came in to report. This green dragon expert was temporarily acting as a guard. Haha, report? Lin Fei laughed. This is the first one. I hope it is one of the captains in the news. Ling Tian was dressed in black armor. He stood straight and his forehead was slightly sweating. This time Ling Tian was going to go all out. No matter what, he had to get in touch with the 5th Legion. As a divine king who came from a poor family, Ling Tian had suffered countless hardships. However, the disadvantage of being poor made it difficult for him to move a single step in the military camp. This was especially so for those people who he detested. It took him 1,000 years to rise from an ordinary soldier to a senior captain. If he had a good background, Ling Tian would have become a commander long ago. However, this time they had gone too far. If Ling Tian continued to resist, he would lose his position as a team leader. Come in. Hearing Long Qianhao's words, Ling Tian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The crucial moment had arrived. Master, I am the 5th Legion's captain Ling Tian. Ling Tian introduced himself as soon as he came in. 4th Sky of Divine King. This realm was not bad. Especially in the Death Legion, if they met a 5th Sky of Divine King, the one who would lose would definitely be the other party, not Ling Tian. Lin Fei sized up Ling Tian. This person was one of those not bad guys. I know you are Ling Tian. Lin Fei said faintly. A disciple from a poor family. To be able to reach this position, you are not bad. Ling Tian did not know General Lin Fei at all. However, the other party seemed to know him and knew that he was from a poor family. You are the first to see this general. I know you are in a difficult situation. As long as you are willing to follow me, what is a captain? This general can make you a commander. Commander. Ling Tian was also shocked. He did not think that this general would be so direct. This roping is too, but why? I can't resist. Commander. Ling Tian wanted to be a commander even in his dreams. Unfortunately, he knew that without a backer he would never be able to become a commander. However, hearing such words his blood boiled. Are you willing? Lin Fei smiled at Ling Tian. Chapter 3701. Commander Ling, you've got guts. Ling Tian returned to his tent. At this moment a person was sitting in the tent. It was none other than Commander Li Ruffing with a dark expression. This subordinate greets the commander. Ling Tian was slightly startled and cupped his fists. I heard you went to the general's tent. Are you planning to submit to General Lin? Li Ruffing said coldly. The temperature in the tent dropped instantly. Commander Li had originally planned to force Ling Tian to submit to him. After all, among the 12 commanders in the 5th Legion, other than Ling Tian, the rest chose to submit to the 6 commanders. He didn't expect Ling Tian to have the guts to take the initiative to see General Lin. This made Li Ruffing unhappy. Commander, can't I go see General Lin and report the situation? Ling Tian straightened his back. I don't remember the rule saying that commanders can't see the general. Li Ruffing's expression turned even colder. Commander Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. You won't have a good time following that General Lin. Li Ruffing said. You've ruined your future. As long as you submit to me now, you'll still be a commander. Otherwise, you know what I mean. I'm sorry, Commander. This subordinate fights for the Death Legion and doesn't listen to anyone. Ling Tian said seriously. Li Ruffing stared at Ling Tian coldly. Interesting. You've chosen to refuse. I hope you'll still have the chance to laugh when the time comes. Ling Tian's expression turned cold as he watched Li Ruffing leave the tent. He couldn't help but worry. From the looks of it, these 6 commanders were going to cause trouble. Interesting. Really interesting. Currently, the entire 5th Legion was under Lin Fei's surveillance. Once the little devil appeared, who could compete with him? Are you planning to cause trouble? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I haven't even made a move yet and you're going to show me who's boss? Master, they're probably preparing to embarrass Master during the 5th Legion's training the day after tomorrow. The little devil said disdainfully. Of course, there's a high chance that they'll use force to bully someone who isn't strong enough. If they beat Master to the ground in front of everyone, a general who isn't strong enough will definitely not be recognized by the soldiers of the 5th Division. At that time, the 6 commanders will join together to protest, as well as the will of the 100,000 soldiers. Master will have no choice but to leave the 5th Division and leave his position as general. Lin Fei had actually thought of this as well, but it wasn't as detailed as Little Devil. Training day for the 5th Division. Lin Fei's lips curled up. I remember you saying that out of the 6 commanders, there's a good old man. He can be considered a good target. The 6th commander Mo Yuan. It's a pity to kill all of them. We should at least leave one familiar person alive. That way we can put pressure on those senior captains. Lin Fei took a step forward and walked into the void. Inside the general's office. Sir, General Lin hasn't made any moves recently. I'm afraid he's going to suffer during the training of the 5th Division. A ghostly figure appeared and reported the situation. It was precisely because of the existence of the ghostly figure that even the slightest movement in the Death Legion could not be hidden from the great general. Are you sure he didn't do anything? The great general put down the ancient book in his hand. When there was no war, the great general loved to read. Knowledge could be accumulated. When a certain amount was accumulated, a huge change would occur. Ever since he entered the 5th Division, he hasn't come out. The ghostly figure said, even if there are all kinds of rumors in the 5th Division, this General Lin still hasn't made a move. What an interesting fellow. Does he really not know, or is he pretending not to know? The great general really didn't care about the newcomer Lin Fei. In the past, whenever a general took office, he would always be a new officer who would do everything he could to eliminate the dissidents and control the entire legion. It was the great general's first time seeing someone like Lin Fei. Could it be that he was afraid? Let's wait a little longer. If Lin Fei really wasn't a match for the 6 commanders, the great general didn't mind changing someone else. After all, he was His Majesty's man. It was precisely because the great general was His Majesty's man that no matter how much trouble he caused, the 5 generals couldn't do anything. They were obedient under his eyes. When the 5th Division's training day comes, this General Lin is going to make a fool of himself. Mo Yuan was in his own tent. He took out his wine gourd and drank mouthful after mouthful. His face couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. The position of the general of the 5th Division isn't that easy to sit on. Mo Yuan drank another mouthful of wine. Originally, the position of general was going to be decided among the 6 of them. But in the end, it was taken by someone else. It was natural for Mo Yuan to be angry. Even if Mo Yuan was the one with the least influence among the 6 commanders, he still had the qualifications to compete. Drinking alone not bad. A voice abruptly rang out. Who is it? Mo Yuan was shocked. This was the 5th Division and there was even a general overseeing it. After Mo Yuan shouted, his eyes suddenly widened. His body froze and he couldn't move. In front of him a figure sat down. It was none other than the newcomer, General Lin Fei. Don't make a fuss, Lin Fei said with a smile. He glanced at the dishes laid out on the table. You are living a carefree life. The army forbids alcohol. Commander, have you forgotten? At this moment, Mo Yuan had a face full of shock. No matter what, he had the strength of a 4th Sky God Emperor. But now, all the strength in his body was restrained. It was hard for him to move. Mo Yuan realized that this newcomer, General Lin, had unfathomable strength. Even a 5th Sky God Emperor couldn't do it so easily. If he wanted to kill him, Mo Yuan panicked. He would be done for. The 6 commanders had all underestimated this General Lin. He didn't make a sound. He was probably watching them jumping up and down. When the time came, he would strike with a thunderous strike. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a surge of energy swept across. Mo Yuan saw everything on the table, including the dishes and even everything in the tent, corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant they turned into dust. You're on your own. Mo Yuan realized that he could move again. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The entire tent was empty except for him. It's too scary. I still want to go against General Lin Fei. I'm simply courting death. Mo Yuan slapped his own face. If one slap wasn't enough, he would slap himself again. Mo Yuan's expression was gloomy. I think it's better for me to be a commander. Alright, I should go and report the situation now. No. If I go now, wouldn't it be? With this, the demon abyss had no more ideas. Against such a general, even if the 6 of them joined hands, they would still be defeated in the end. Chapter 3702. 5th Division Training Day. This was the most traditional day in the Death Army. It was also a very special day. On this day, every legion would stage a hot-blooded battle. Captains could challenge senior captains. Senior captains could command. And commanders could challenge generals. As for when this rule started, no one knew. Perhaps it could be traced back to the founding of the country. The 5th Division was very lively today. Everyone knew that a good show was about to begin. The tri-monthly training day had always been the day that the soldiers looked forward to the most. This was the only chance for them to stand out. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. This was the dream of all the soldiers in the Death Army. Although they couldn't rely on their own strength to become a general, becoming a small captain, a senior captain, or even a commander wasn't a problem. Dong dong dong. The military drums reverberated in the sky above the 5th Division. Master, time's up. Long Qianhao came over and said. As one of Lin Fei's men, Long Qianhao also felt the strange atmosphere in the 5th Division. If he was in the dragon race, they would have started fighting already. But here, military law was no less than a scourge. If anyone took it seriously, then congratulations. They would either be sent as cannon fodder or killed on the spot. Long Qianhao was from the Green Dragon race and had a high status. However, he was no different from anyone else in the 5th Division. The only advantage he had was that he was by Master's side and had more freedom. You must be bored. Lin Fei walked out and laughed. Yes, I want to go over and beat them up. Long Qianhao said. A bunch of blind people. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend Master. Lin Fei laughed and patted Long Qianhao's shoulder. Later, I'll let you go up and vent your anger. Since you've followed the old master out, I'll let you get some benefits. Are you interested in becoming a commander? Commander. Long Qianhao was delighted. I'm willing. As a member of the dragon race, they were all warlike. However, the Wanian Empire was peaceful now. It was rare for the dragon race to have a battle. The Death Army against the mutants was one of the battlefields. Follow Master to see the gift they have prepared for Master. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked up. The weather today was quite good, suitable for killing. The 5th Corps. 100,000 soldiers were now divided into 6 groups, forming a black mass. 6 commanders led 100,000 soldiers. A murderous aura soared into the sky. Boundless evil chi gathered in the sky, forming a majestic force. This power, no matter who it was, would make them feel a great pressure. Because you are not fighting against one person, you are fighting against 100,000 soldiers. He's here. Clad in armor, Li Ruffing stood at the very front when he saw Lin Fei walking over. It's not easy to be the general of the 5th Legion. The other commanders all had similar expressions on their faces. They seemed to be rejoicing in others' misfortune. The only relatively normal person present was Mo Yuan. After witnessing General Lin Fei's terrifying methods, he had already lost all hope. He looked at the 5 commanders with a cold gaze. It's good to be an honest person. At the very least, you won't be killed when you stand out. General Lin. Boom. Lin Fei came before the 100,000 soldiers. Without any warning, the 100,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Boom boom boom. The power of 100,000 soldiers, how terrifying was that? Especially when their momentum was joined together, it was no less than an attack from a peerless expert. More importantly, it came without any warning. No one could react in time. An invisible force pressed down. Even though Long Tianhao was a 5th Sky of God Emperor realm expert, his face paled at this moment. Instinctively he took several steps back. His blood and chi were boiling. This was the commander's first show of strength. No matter who it was, they could not find fault in this. It was too normal. Because the soldiers admired their general. Just this sentence alone was enough. As to whether they could endure it or not, it was another matter. Hello everyone. Facing the sudden show of strength, Lin Fei's face was still calm. He extended one hand and waved at the 100,000 soldiers. The whole is orderly, attacking and defending as one. The Death Legion is indeed powerful. Lin Fei easily dealt with the initial show of strength and strode up to the tall platform at the very front. He sat down with a flourish and faced the 100,000 soldiers below. He's fine. Li Rufeng and the other commanders' expressions changed slightly, then returned to normal. This show of strength was to make Lin Fei collapse. At the very least it would leave a flaw, a shadow. But now it seemed that they had underestimated this Lin Fei. Although it did not work, they had indirectly proved one thing to General Lin Fei. In the 5th Legion the 6 commanders were not easy to deal with. If they were not subdued or bowed to them, they could forget about commanding the 100,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion. This was their biggest advantage in the 5th Legion. It did not matter if the first step was not successful. It was just an appetizer. The real show was yet to come. It was the first time the 100,000 soldiers saw General Lin Fei. Too young. Based on their impression, the previous generals were all middle-aged men. But the one in front of them was really young. This made many people unable to recognize him. Being young meant that he was not reliable. Especially in a dangerous place like fighting against mutants. Today is my first time meeting you all. Lin Fei said calmly. His voice was loud and clear, reverberating above the crowd. Let me introduce you all in case I don't recognize you all. The first to stand out was Li Rufeng. First Commander Li Rufeng. Second Commander Xiao Yuan. Third Commander Tian Xingfeng. Fourth Commander Luo Xiongba. Fifth Commander Ying Tian Shui. Sixth Commander Mo Yuan. The 6 commanders took the initiative to introduce themselves. Lin Fei smiled. Not bad. It's all thanks to you 6 commanders that the Death Legion is famous. General, you're too kind. The commanders replied. Lin Fei glanced at the soldiers present and said, this is a training day that happens once every 3 months. I won't waste any more time. Let's start according to the normal procedure, lest I ruin everyone's good mood. I understand everyone's feelings very well. These words were undoubtedly pleasing to the ears of the 100,000 soldiers present. Especially when this General Lin could say it so directly. Once every 3 months was indeed a good day to get promoted and make a fortune. No one wanted to start immediately. No one was willing to listen to nonsense. Chapter 3703. The most exciting part of the tri-monthly training day was the arena battle. Lin Fei gave the order and the process began. Even if he did not understand this, the 5 commanders would be able to smoothly arrange it. Right now Lin Fei only needed to watch the show. The first battle was between the squad leaders. The squad leaders were quite strong. Compared to the people outside, they were much stronger. They were full of killing moves. If they were not careful, they would suffer. A bloody game is so exciting. In this kind of battle, the winner could be promoted, the loser would die. The Death Legion was so cruel. It was not a test without life and death. Only when life and death were on the line could it be considered a real battle. It was either you die or I die. Lin Fei quite liked this feeling. The 30 squad leaders ended quickly. There were some who got promoted but more died. Those who could sit in the position of squad leader were also very strong. After squad leader was the squadron leader. Another fierce battle ensued. However, Lin Fei saw the problem. Because the people who came to challenge looked very strong, and they were even on par with each other. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, their true colors were exposed. With the unparalleled arch armor, Lin Fei's strength always maintained the combat power of an immortal. Any battle could not hide in front of him. Moreover, this was a small battle. Interesting. Lin Fei thought, do you really think I don't know anything? After the squadron leader, it was the battle for the commander. The battle for the commander was not fierce this time. None of the 100,000 soldiers came out to fight. The atmosphere was a little cold. Seems like the commander's strength is not bad. Lin Fei suddenly said loudly, no one dares to fight. Just nice, my subordinates are interested in this kind of battle. Commanders, you don't have any objections, right? The 6 commanders did not have any objections. Usually, when a general took office, he would arrange for his trusted subordinates to occupy a position. And the commander was the best choice. However, they were full of confidence. Their captain's men were all their men, and they were all very strong. It was precisely because they were going to face the people brought by Lin Fei that this scene happened. Jinhao, you go down and meet these captains. Don't embarrass me. Lin Fei said lightly. This subordinate will definitely do his best. Long Jinhao had been holding it in for a long time. Boom. Long Jinhao took a step forward and soared into the sky. He landed on the arena, causing the ground to tremble. If any of you want to come up, feel free to come up. 1 isn't too many and 2 isn't too few. Long Jinhao said domineeringly, don't underestimate my strength. If you do, I will beat you to death. Long Jinhao's domineering words instantly offended these senior captains. Allow me. A captain stood up. He was a black lump of metal and had the strength of a first-level god emperor. Not enough. Long Qianhao rushed out like a shadow and punched through the captain's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Again? Hee, isn't it too shameless of me to use experts from the dragon race to bully these senior captains? No, how can I say shameless? This is a normal fight. Lin Fei smiled as he watched the battle below. As soon as Long Qianhao came up, he killed a senior captain with a single punch. This immediately shocked the 100,000 soldiers present. The 6 commanders looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Li Rufeng's heart was bleeding. One of his senior captains was killed just like that. This happened too quickly. He was prepared to slap Long Qianhao's face. How could this be? Where did this guy come from? Li Rufeng's face sank. He gestured to the other commanders. His meaning was simple. You guys can come up now. The 6 commanders had discussed the issue of going against the general. No matter what, they had to embarrass this General Lin Fei. Slap their subordinates. This was the second step. They wanted to infuriate Lin Fei so that they could defeat him easily. But now one of their senior captains was killed. This caught them off guard. After a short moment of shock, they immediately recovered. Only Mo Yuan knew what was going on. General Lin Fei was so powerful. Even if it was just one of his subordinates, they must be strong. But they didn't expect him to kill one of Li Rufeng's senior captains so easily. How many of them are going to be sent to their deaths? Mo Yuan secretly gasped. He decided to stay quiet and pretend that he didn't know anything. Li Rufeng and the others could do whatever they wanted. The death of a senior captain was nothing. Apart from Mo Yuan, the other 4 commanders sent their senior captains up. Even if they lost, they had to take turns to defeat this guy. They wanted to let General Lin Fei know their strength. Too weak. How dare you be a senior captain with such strength? Trash, all of you are trash. Long Qianhao relied on his speed and powerful strength. Every time he killed a senior captain, he would bleed profusely. The arena was surrounded by blood. The 100,000 soldiers watched with their blood boiling. The senior captain who showed off his strength was killed just like that. It was too satisfying. From the beginning to the end, he killed his opponent with one punch. This was proof of his strength. The soldiers of the Death Legion admired the strong the most. This kind of strength was what they admired the most. Previously, they thought that General Lin Fei was not strong enough. Now that his subordinates were so powerful, this new general must be very powerful too. Li Rufeng and the other commanders' hearts were bleeding. The senior captain who went up was dead. Mo Yuan, what are you waiting for? They looked at Mo Yuan. But Mo Yuan was expressionless at this time. He seemed to be focused on the arena and ignored their telepathic messages. This almost made them fly into a rage. Bastard, why didn't you make a move? What are you trying to do? No matter how they transmitted their telepathic messages, Mo Yuan seemed to be in a trance. He didn't respond at all. He didn't even look at them. Coward. While cursing, they could only retreat in defeat. At least they couldn't let the senior captain go up. This was the rhythm of death. This young guy was too powerful. From the beginning to the end, they couldn't see his realm. This was what scared them. General, we are convinced. The remaining senior captain took the initiative to lower his head. What a joke. Such an expert was simply their nightmare. The feeling of having their blood explode was not something that anyone would want to experience. The 6 commanders immediately praised him. The senior captain of our 5th Legion is not strong enough. Then this subordinate of mine will temporarily be the first captain among the senior captains. He will lead all the senior captains. Does anyone have any objections? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Who would have any objections now? Such a fierce guy, other than them, probably no one could take him down. But their target was Lin Fei. No objections. Chapter 3704. The position of the first platoon leader was taken by someone else, which really caught them off guard. After all, this position still had a lot of power. They gave it up just like that, yet they had nothing to say. It was not a normal kind of grievance. They almost suspected that their strategy was wrong. Otherwise, why would they keep losing? The first platoon leader was gone, and a few of his subordinates were dead. No matter which one it was, they never thought it would happen. The few commanders exchanged glances and decided to personally take the field. After all, the once every 3 months was the only time they could suppress the other party. If they missed this opportunity, the Fifth Army would definitely be greatly changed next time. Not to mention anything else, the position of the platoon leader would change. Even though they were commanders, the platoon leaders would also choose. Now that General Lin Fei came up, he seemed to have the situation under control. If they couldn't do anything, there would definitely be people who would choose to rely on the new general. After a long time, their prestige would be completely gone. If there's nothing else, today's meeting can end. Lin Fei said loudly, after 3 months, we will choose a new platoon leader. None of you have any objections, right? If they still didn't make a move, there wouldn't be a chance anymore. Lin Fei wanted them to make the first move. He gave them a chance. If they still didn't dare, Lin Fei would really look down on them. They had the guts to scheme against him. Whether they made a move or not, Lin Fei had the advantage. At the same time, it was rare for the 4 generals of the Death Army to sit together. Li Rufeng is really a piece of trash. The one who spoke was the 1st Platoon's General Qin Chufeng. That Lin Fei is also amazing. He actually recruited an expert from the Green Dragon tribe. Li Rufeng and the others calculated everything, but they didn't expect that guy to have such a powerful expert by his side. The 2nd Platoon's Yan Tianxing smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if we lose this round. The 3rd Platoon's General Feng Mo smiled. Isn't there still the last round? That's the key. Ah, that's true. The 6 commanders are the real show. The last General Luo Lin looked at the image of the 5th Division with an expectant expression. The 4 generals all had different expressions towards this young man. For them, the fact that this position was taken by Azure Dragon City's Lin Fei was indeed out of everyone's expectations. If possible, they absolutely hoped that the person sitting in this position would be one of their people. What a pity, however, this was an opportunity. As long as General Lin Fei lost, the subsequent events would definitely cause the new General Lin Fei to fall into endless trouble. In the end, he would have to leave dejectedly. This was a common occurrence in the Army of Death. General, we've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Therefore, on this rare occasion, I hope that you can give us some pointers. After all, this is the tradition of the Death Army. Li Rufeng's voice was loud and clear. Everyone says no. Yes. Behind him, the 100,000 soldiers cried out in unison, and their energy surged as they shot up into the sky. General, please grant our wish. Li Rufeng took a step forward, his heart filled with glee. So what if he won a round? General, please grant our wish. Xiao Yuan also took a step forward. I'd like to spar with you as well. Tian Xingfeng also stood up, his battle intent clear and fearless. I Luo Xiongba only submit to those who are stronger than me. Luo Xiongba's words were rough, like a mountain crashing into a mountain. General, please grant our wish. Ying Tianshui also stood up. The last one, Mo Yuan, did not take the initiative to praise him. Instead, he remained expressionless and indifferent. I, Mo Yuan, admit that my strength is only average. I won't come up. I hope that you won't take offense. Mo Yuan clasped his hands and lowered his head. This action caused the 5 commanders to shoot him a cold glare. What are you doing at such a crucial time? This was what the 6 of them had agreed on. But in the end, this guy chose to drag them down. Could it be that he was frightened by what just happened? They could not help but look at each other in disdain. In that instant, they all agreed that after General Lin Fei was defeated, they would definitely teach Mo Yuan a lesson. Lin Fei smiled happily. Spar? Forget about it. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget about it? How could that be? This is our chance to deal with you, to make you unable to step down, to make you unable to sit on your position as the general of the 5th Army of the Death Army. Li Rufeng understood this Lin Fei. He was quite strong, but his outburst was not strong and could not be sustained. His fighting strength was at most a 5th Heaven God Emperor. And the 5 of them were not any weaker than a 5th Heaven God Emperor. If they went up one by one, Lin Fei would definitely lose. He might not even last until the 5th. Just thinking about how he would be trampled under the feet of others was enough to make one excited. General, we can't do that. Li Rufeng took another step forward. Everyone in the army admires the general's strength, especially the 5 captains. In any case, we have to broaden everyone's horizons. You should know that the general's strength is quite famous even in the Azure Dragon Weave. We've long admired the general, so you don't have to worry about hurting us. Although we aren't strong enough, we can still protect ourselves. 100,000 soldiers were indeed looking forward to this battle. Please grant our wish, General. The 5 commanders were surprisingly in agreement. It was the same for the 100,000 soldiers. Their voices rang out in unison. The 5 commanders bowed down, their eyes filled with excitement and pride. So what if you are a general? You still have to take the bait. Regardless of whether they attacked or not, they were in an invincible position. If they lost, there would be follow-up actions. If they did not attack, they would continue to force him to abdicate. If it happened once or twice, who would care about this general? At that time they could only scram. A general without prestige was not a good general. As for winning, how was that possible? Lin Fei was silent for a while. Are you sure you want to fight me? You should know that once I attack, I can't control my strength. My fists and legs have no eyes. That won't be good. Fists and legs have no eyes? We like that. It was not certain who would lose. General, when we became commanders, didn't we brush shoulders with death every single day? Death has long become a habit for us. Li Rufeng said, if we die in your hands, we can only say that we are not strong enough. There is nothing to feel pity about. General, you don't have to consider us. Xiao Yuan said, let us learn from you. Lin Fei took a deep breath. In that case, I will grant you your wish. It is too troublesome to fight one by one. Why don't all 5 of you come together? Arrogant. The 5 commanders snorted in their hearts. People are going to die. People are going to die. Mo Yuan was expressionless, but he knew they were finished. Chapter 3705. The 5 commanders were infuriated. The previous general did not dare to say such words to them. After all, the strongest general of the 5th Legion was at most a 5th heaven god emperor. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit. Fighting the 5 of them at once was definitely an arrogant thing. Originally, they planned to attack one by one to let Lin Fei know that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. In the end, this guy was more arrogant than they imagined. 1 against the 5 of them was simply a fool's dream. Lin Fei was so insensible. Then the 5 commanders would definitely teach him a lesson. Lin Fei asked for it. With the 5 of them working together, there was nothing to worry about even if they won. General Lin Fei said it personally in front of everyone. No matter what, it would be a slap to General Lin Fei's face. 1 against 5 commanders. Interesting. The 4 generals were looking forward to it. It had always been 1 against 1. Now it was 1 against 5. No matter what, they were looking forward to it. If they won, they naturally would not dare to look down on this new general. If they lost, this general would not be qualified to stand with them. Reality was such a cruel thing. In their opinion, this General Lin Fei was simply spouting nonsense. He didn't even know what kind of situation he was in, saying such words in front of 100,000 soldiers. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to stay in the 5th Legion in the future. They had to look forward to it. As for winning, they didn't believe that this newcomer Lin Fei had the strength to do so. Even if it were them, it would still be difficult for them to win against 5 commanders. A tie would be the best result. Make your move. Let this general see how strong you are and if you are qualified to be commanders. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at the 5 commanders. General, please? Li Rufeng cupped his hands and was the first to attack. Gravity like a mountain. With a boom, a layer of black gravity shrouded the world. Crack, 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 crack. The area around Lin Fei was instantly enveloped by the gravitational field, and the ground began to crack. However, it was limited to the area where Lin Fei was, and the soldiers could see the ground sink in at a speed with the naked eye. Blood-spurting sword. Li Rufeng was the first to attack while Commander Xiao Yuan was the second. He stabbed out with his invisible sword, and his figure instantly disappeared, passing through the gravitational field. The sword will pierce through the gravitational field, and the sword turned into tens of thousands of sword shadows, like dazzling starlight. Accompanied by a terrifyingly sharp aura, it pierced toward the center of Lin Fei's brows. If he was pierced by this sword, he would definitely not have a good ending. The third person was Commander Tian Xingfeng. As his name suggested, he specialized in short blades with both hands. With a cold flash, he was even faster than Xiao Yuan, directly attacking Lin Fei's back. The 4th leader, Luo Xiongba, was slower by a beat. He took a step forward and punched out with his fist, causing the heavens and earth to split apart. In front of this fist intent, anyone would have to bow their head and submit. This fist intent was too strong. It was so strong that with one punch, everyone would submit. In fact, they didn't even have the thought of resisting. They only had the resolve to wait for death. Luo Xiongba's fist intent was just that overbearing. Not submitting meant death. It was just that simple. The last person, Ying Tianxue, attacked with a completely different technique. He turned into a sea of blood. The sea of blood rumbled and everyone's qi and blood seemed to be about to burst out. It was scary as if they couldn't control it. This was also the most evil technique. In fact, before you even fought with Commander Ying Tianxue, all your qi and blood would be sucked dry. What combat power! It would all become a big joke. When these 5 leaders attacked, it could be said that the heavens and earth changed color. Such a strong attack, everyone was looking forward to how General Lin Fei would deal with it. In the face of such a ferocious attack, No one seemed to have the ability to fight back. It was definitely a dangerous situation within a dangerous situation. No one could think of any technique to block it. Commander Xiao Yuan and Feng Tianxing, one at the front and one at the back, cooperated very well. Coupled with Li Rufeng's gravitational field, they had the upper hand. No matter who faced the five of them, there was only defeat in the end. Humph, let's see how you block it. Li Rufeng was secretly pleased. Although the five of them usually fought fiercely, their cooperation was still very strong. After all, sometimes when fighting against a strong mutant, there was a chance of victory if they worked together. They calculated that Lin Fei didn't know them well. If it was one-on-one, it might be easy to block. But once the five of them attacked, it would mean victory. Lin Fei would definitely lose. The five commanders are indeed powerful. They are indeed qualified to sit in the commander's position. Xiao Yuan's sword technique, with an endless sharp aura, stabbed at the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even block it, not even his eyelids moved. Feng Tianxing's two short blades turned into two streams of light and stabbed at Lin Fei's back. The attacks of the two leaders almost reached at the same time. And the moment they successfully hit Lin Fei, the unparalleled arch armor instantly wrapped Lin Fei's body. Their long swords and short blades were a beat slower. Instantly there was a crisp clanging sound. The huge force caused the void around Lin Fei to explode. However, this power is enough to deal with an emperor god, but against me you are still lacking. Lin Fei extended his hand and flicked at the long sword. Kacha. The sharp long sword was full of cracks and shattered, breaking into several pieces on the spot. The power of the sword seeped into Xiao Yuan's body, and he was directly sent flying thousands of miles away. Oh no! Feng Tianxing was shocked. Lin Fei came behind him and punched Feng Tianxing's body. A cloud of blood exploded and a large amount of it fell down. Between heaven and earth, there was an additional pool of blood. Luo Xiongba's fist intent had also arrived. Lin Fei casually grabbed out, causing the fist intent to stop in its tracks. With a light grab and a bit of strength, the fist intent was crushed with a crisp sound. I don't know fist intent, but I do know the strongest punch. Lin Fei leaped and left the gravitational field and punched out. Luo Xiongba instantly collapsed and his entire face was pale. The Tao of Blood Sea is a little weak. Lin Fei casually swung and the power was like a mountain. A large part of Ying Tianshua's Blood Sea was destroyed, and a staggering figure appeared. You can come down too. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and Li Rufeng felt that he couldn't move. His face changed and after a loud sound he was smashed into the ground. Blood gushed out and the ground was dyed red. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. Chapter 3706. Victory. The five generals attacked together, yet they lost so quickly. It could be said that the 100,000 soldiers present were all dumbfounded. Commander Feng was actually killed with a single punch. This is too terrifying. General Lin is so fierce. This is our general. The 100,000 soldiers all had the same thought at this moment. Because they worshipped the strong. Only the strong could allow them to go further and earn more merits. General is mighty. General Mo Yuan was the first to shout out. If one looked closely, one would notice that this general's body was trembling. Even though he knew that General Lin Fei was strong, after seeing it for himself, Mo Yuan still couldn't help but feel uneasy. The new General Lin is too savage. Luckily I was honest. If I wasn't, I would probably be dead. Mo Yuan really wanted to wipe his sweat. After all, the few of them had been fighting each other back then, and they had never expected to suffer a crushing defeat. Feng Tianxing and Li Rufeng even died. This ending was a little miserable. After Mo Yuan came back to his senses, he shouted out loud. This bootlicking had to be done immediately. With Mo Yuan leading the way, the 100,000 soldiers all shouted out loud. Everyone was clear about the current situation. From today onwards, the Fifth Army would be General Lin Fei. No one would be able to shake his position. He didn't even need to attack, but the moment he did, he would strike like lightning. Any resistance would be destroyed. General is mighty. General is mighty. I didn't expect this Lin Fei to be so strong. General D's expression was a little ugly. Although they said that, everyone knew that this person's strength could be described as unfathomable. He wasn't weaker than any of their generals, maybe even stronger. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This fellow really has undying battle strength. If he can last for a long time, then that would be the most terrifying. The four generals didn't say anything else. They had finally witnessed the might of the Emperor armor. After defeating the five generals, Lin Fei threw out the dirt on them, instantly causing an uproar among the soldiers. The dying generals knew that they were finished when they heard that. Usually it might be fine, but at this moment it became a death sentence. It became a sharp weapon to deal with them. They couldn't resist at all. It was a crushing defeat. Commander Mo, you will temporarily assume the position of Great Commander. I will leave them to you to handle. You must give everyone a satisfactory result. Mo Yuan was overjoyed. He stepped forward. This subordinate obeys. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. The great general was also watching. Undying's battle prowess is real. I just don't know if it can last. Li Rufeng and the others are too weak. They didn't even manage to test it out. The great general was looking forward to it. A pseudo-immortal realm expert who couldn't maintain his fighting capacity for a long time wasn't worth paying attention to. Conversely, it was of great significance. Continue to observe. After this battle, Lin Fei had complete control over the 5th Legion. Commander Demonic Abyss turned into a mad dog and began to clean up the internal mess. The trusted aides of the 5 commanders were all wiped out. For a time, everyone distanced themselves from each other, afraid that they would be caught laughing. Congratulations, Master. The 5th Legion is under my control. Long Qianhao said happily. Now Long Qianhao was no longer the captain but the 2nd commander. He quickly gained influence within the Legion, and was not any weaker than Commander Demonic Abyss. There's nothing to congratulate me about. Lin Fei smiled, just a few weaklings. To them, Lin Fei had never treated them as opponents. From the first day they entered the 5th Legion, Lin Fei had already sentenced them to death before they even showed up. These brainless fellows would die for nothing. There was no meaning to it. Their only use was to support Lin Fei's strength. Oh right, how did the 4 generals react? Very calm. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Help me send a message. 3 months later, I will select a batch of powerful soldiers and teach them peak martial arts. Let them be prepared. Long Qianhao was shocked. This kind of thing was rare in the Legion. While Long Qianhao and Demonic Abyss were cleaning up the Legion, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. Deducing the simplified version of the infinite divine body was something that Lin Fei cared about. To establish a foothold in the Legion, other than martial strength, he had to do something else. For example, rewards. As the saying went, a big stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Now that Lin Fei had a big stick, all that was left was a carrot. Rewards were nothing to Lin Fei, but it was still lacking if he wanted to have a higher influence in the Legion. After thinking about it, with Little Devil's suggestion, it was the best way to increase his strength. Therefore, Lin Fei asked Little Devil to create a weakened version of the infinite divine body. Even if it was a weakened version, it was still a very powerful body training method. It might not be useful elsewhere, but it was undoubtedly the best in the Legion, especially the Death Legion. Lin Fei threw it to Long Qianhao. Long Qianhao took it and looked at it. At first he didn't care much, but later on he couldn't help but be shocked. Too powerful. Master, this golden body level 10 is so powerful. As a member of the dragon race, even I want to cultivate it. Long Qianhao's breathing quickened. Based on my judgment, this golden body defense can help me increase my defense by several times. Master, are you really willing to take it out for everyone to cultivate? This was a life-saving technique. Of course. Lin Fei smiled and said, as a general, Master definitely has to think for everyone. You and Mo Yuan have discussed this cultivation technique. I need everyone to cultivate it. It's that simple. Long Qianhao patted his body and promised that he would make the arrangements. Lord, this is a big move. When Great Commander Mo Yuan saw this, he was also very excited. Everyone will like this cultivation technique. This was a huge benefit. Commander Mo Yuan was even more in awe and admiration now. Because of this, no one in the 5th Legion would have any objections from now on. Everyone would truly acknowledge this General Lin Fei. What plans does Lord have? We just need to do it well. Long Qianhao still put on airs in front of Mo Yuan. Commander Mo Yuan nodded repeatedly and began to discuss. After that, the two of them started cultivating. Long Qianhao's talent was the best. He broke through to the 7th level in a short period of time and his defense increased greatly. If it was his main body, the increase would be even greater. Long Qianhao was convinced. Even the Azure Dragon race didn't have such a good technique. Commander Mo Yuan broke through to the 5th level and also felt the benefits of this technique. It was tailor-made. Very quickly, the first 3 levels of the golden body defense were pushed out in the camp. At the start, everyone had their own thoughts, but under the strong pressure, everyone tried to cultivate it. The effects of this cultivation were seen. Everyone was shocked. General is mighty and domineering. I feel like I can handle it better. General is mighty and domineering.